Blitzen nodded. It's true. Jack's got a nice finish. Thank you, Jack said. Somebody here appreciates good workmanship. Piercing a dragon's belly won't damage me, but I'm thinking about you, Sapphire. You get one drop of that blood on you while you're cutting the dragon, and you're done. That stuff will eat right through you. Nothing can stop it. I had to admit that didn't sound fun. Can't you fight on your own, Jack? You could just fly up to the dragon and ask him nicely if he will roll over. Jack snorted, which sounded like a hammer hitting a corrugated metal roof. Ring dragons crawl on their bellies for a reason, guys. They know better than to present their weak spot. Besides, killing a ring dragon is a very personal thing. You would have to wield me yourself. An act like that affects your WYRD. I frowned. You mean it affects you weirdly? No. Your WYRD. You're weird, I muttered. He means fate, Blitzen put in, signing as he spoke for Hearth's benefit. The sign for fate was one hand pushing forward, like everything was going along just fine, la-da-da, then both hands suddenly dropping into Blitz's lap like they'd run into a wall and died. I may have mentioned that ASL can be a little too descriptive. When you kill a ring dragon, Blitz said, especially one who used to be someone you knew, you're messing with serious magic. The dragon's own curse can reverberate through your future, change the course of your destiny. It can stain you. He said the word stain like it was worse than ketchup or grease, like dragon killing wouldn't come out of your WYRD even with a good presoaking. Hearthstone signed in clipped gestures, the way he did when he was irritated. Must be done. I will do it. Buddy. Blitz shifted uncomfortably. This is your dad. Not anymore. Hearth, I signed. Some way to get Whetstone without killing the dragon? He shook his head adamantly. Not the point. Dragons can live for centuries. I can't leave him like that. His pale eyes moistened. With a shock, I realized he was crying. It may sound dumb, but elves were usually so in control and subdued about their emotions, it surprised me to know they were capable of tears. Hearth wasn't just angry. He didn't want vengeance. Despite everything Alderman had done to him, Hearthstone didn't want his dad to suffer as a twisted monster. Sif had warned Hearth that he would have to come back here to reclaim his lost inheritance rune. That meant closing the sad story of his family, putting Mr. Alderman's tortured soul to rest. I get it, I said. I do. But let me strike the killing blow. You shouldn't have that on your conscience, or your WYRD, or whatever. Kid's right, Blitz said. It won't stain his destiny as badly. But you killing your own dad, even if it's a mercy? Nobody should ever have to face a choice like that. I thought Samira and Alex might disagree. They might welcome the chance to put Loki out of our collective misery. But, generally speaking, I knew Blitz was right. Besides, Jack chimed in, I'm the only blade that can do the job, and I wouldn't let the elf handle me. I decided not to translate that. What do you say, Hearthstone? Will you let me do this? Hearthstone's hands hovered in front of him like he was about to play air piano. At last, he signed, thank you, Magnus, a gesture like blowing a kiss, then a fist with the thumb under 3 fingers, my name sign. Normally he wouldn't have bothered with my name. When you talk to somebody in ASL, it's obvious who you are addressing. You just look at them or point. Hearth used my name sign to show respect and love. I got you, man, I promised. My insides fluttered at the thought of killing the dragon, but there was no way I'd let Hearthstone take the fall for that act. His WYRD had already suffered enough, thanks to Mr. Alderman. So how do we do this, preferably without acid dissolving me into a pile of Magnus foam? Hearth gazed at the cairn. His shoulders sagged, as if somebody were piling invisible rocks on top of him. There is a way. Andiron. He hesitated at his brother's name sign. You know we used to play around here. There are tunnels, made by Wild here. He used a sign I'd never seen before. He means Nisr, Blitzen explained. They're like. He held his hand about 2 feet off the ground. Little guys. They're also called hobs. Or DSMA. Or brownies. I guessed he didn't mean the Girl Scout Junior type of brownie, or the baked chocolate kind. Hundreds used to live in the woods, Hearth signed, before Dad called exterminator. A chunk of bread swelled in my throat. A minute before, I hadn't even known brownies existed. Now I felt sorry for them. I could imagine Mr. Alderman making the call. Hello, pest away. There's a civilization in my backyard I'd like exterminated. So, the brownies' tunnels are still there? I asked. Hearth nodded. They are narrow. But you could use one to crawl close to the cave. If we can taunt Dragon to walk over the spot where you are hiding, I could strike from beneath, I said. Right into its heart. Jack's runes glowed an angry scarlet. That's a terrible idea. You'll get showered with dragon's blood. I wasn't crazy about the idea either. Hiding in a tunnel made by exterminated brownies while a 5-ton dragon dragged himself overhead presented all kinds of possibilities for a painful demise. On the other hand, I wasn't going to let Hearthstone down. Getting the whetstone now seemed almost beside the point. I had to help my friend get free of his horrible past once and for all, even if it meant risking an acid bath. Let's try a dry run, I said. If we can find a good tunnel, maybe I'll be able to stab the dragon quickly and scramble to the exit before I get splashed. Jack sounded awfully grumpy. Then again, I was asking him to slay a dragon. I suppose that means you'd leave me stuck in the dragon's heart. Once the dragon's dead, I'll come back and get you. Assuming I can figure out how to do that without getting destroyed by acid. Jack sighed. All right, I suppose the idea's worth exploring. Just, if you live through this, you'll have to promise to clean me really well afterward. Blitzen nodded, as if Jack's priorities made perfect sense to him. We'll still need a way to draw the dragon out of his cave, he said. To make sure he crawls over the right spot. Hearth rose. He walked to his dead brother's cairn. He stared at it for a long while, as if wishing it would go away. Then, with trembling fingers, he reclaimed the Uthula rune. He held it out for us to see. He didn't sign, but his meaning was clear. Leave that to me. 426 Things get WYRD in Valhalla. We spent a lot of time waiting. We waited for our daily call to battle. We waited for our final glorious deaths at Ragnarok. We waited in line for tacos at the food court, because the Viking afterlife only had one taqueria, and Odin should really do something about that. A lot of Einherjar said waiting was the hardest part of our lives. Normally, I disagreed. I was happy to wait for Ragnarok as long as possible, even if it meant long lines for my pollo asado fix. But waiting to fight a dragon? Not my favorite thing. We found a brownie tunnel easily enough. In fact, so many Nisr holes peppered the forest floor I was surprised I hadn't broken my leg in one already. The tunnel we scouted had an exit in the wattens outside the clearing, and another only 30 feet from the cave entrance. It was perfect, except for the fact that the passage was claustrophobic and muddy and smelled of, I am not making this up, baked brownies. I wondered if the exterminator had used a blowtorch to eliminate the poor little guys. Carefully, quietly, we laid branches over the hole nearest the cave. That's where I would hide with my sword ready, waiting for the dragon to crawl over me. Then we did a few dry runs, which weren't very dry in that damp crawl space, so I could practice jabbing upward with my blade and scrambling out of the tunnel. On my third try, as I crawled out gasping and sweaty, Jack announced, 21 seconds. That's worse than last time. You'll be acid soup for sure. Blitzen suggested I try it again. He assured me we had time, since ring dragons were nocturnal, but we were operating so close to the dragon's lair I didn't want to push our luck. Also, I just didn't want to go back into that little hole. We retreated to the cairn, where Hearthstone had been practicing his magic in private. He wouldn't tell us what he'd been doing or what he was planning. I figured the guy had been traumatized enough without me interrogating him. I just hoped his dragon lure worked, and he wasn't going to be the bait. We waited for nightfall, taking turns napping. I couldn't sleep much, and when I did, my dreams were bad. I found myself back on the ship of the dead, though now the deck was strangely empty. In his admiral's uniform, Loki paced back and forth in front of me, trsking as if I'd failed a uniform inspection. Sloppy, Magnus. Going after that silly whetstone with so little time remaining. He got in my face, his eyes so close I could see flecks of fire in his irises. His breath smelled of venom poorly masked with peppermint. Even if you find it, what then? Your uncle's idea is foolishness. You know you can never beat me. He tapped my nose. Hope you've got a plan B. His laughter crashed over me like an avalanche, knocking me to the deck, squeezing the air from my lungs. Suddenly I was back in the Nisser tunnel, little brownie dudes frantically pushing at my head and feet, screaming as they tried to get past. The mud walls collapsed. Smoke stung my eyes. Flames roared at my feet, roasting my shoes. Above my head, drops of acid ate through the mud, sizzling all around my face. I woke with a gasp. I couldn't stop shaking. I wanted to grab my friends and get out of Alfheim. Forget the stupid whetstone of Bolverk. Forget Kvasir's Mead. We could find a plan B. Any plan B. But the rational part of me knew that wasn't the answer. We were following the most insane, horrifying plan A imaginable, which meant it was probably the right one. Just once I wished I could go on a quest that involved walking across the hall, pushing a save the world button, and going back to my room for a few more hours sleep. Around sunset, we approached the dragon's lair. We'd now spent over a day in the forest, and we didn't smell so good. This brought back memories of our homeless days, the three of us huddled together in filthy sleeping bags in the alleys of downtown Crossing. Ah, yes, the good 01 bad times. My skin crawled with grime and sweat. I could only imagine how Blitz felt in his heavy anti-sun outfit. Hearthstone looked as clean and spotless as ever, though the Alfheim evening light tinted his hair the color of Tizer. As usual, being an elf, the most pungent body odor he produced was no worse than diluted pine sol. Jack weighed heavily in my hand. Remember, Senor, the heart is located at the third chink in the armor. You have to count the lines as the dragon drags itself overhead. Assuming I can see. I asked. I'll glow for you. Just remember, stab quick and get out of there. That blood will shoot out like water from a fire hose. Got it, I said queasily. Thanks. Blitzen clapped my shoulder. Luck, kid, I'll waiting at the exit to pull you out. Unless Hearth needs backup. He glanced at the elf as if hoping for more details besides I have it covered. Hearthstone signed, I have it covered. I took a shaky breath. If you guys have to run, run. Don't wait for me. And if I don't make it, tell the others we'll tell them, Blitzen promised. He sounded like he knew what I wanted to say to everybody, which was good, because I didn't. But you will make it back. I hugged Hearth and Blitz, which they both tolerated despite my bow. Then, like a great hero of old, I crawled into my hole. I wriggled through the Nisser tunnel, my nose full of the smell of loam and burnt chocolate. When I reached the opening near the dragon's lair, I balled myself up, grunting, shoving, and turning my legs until my head was facing the way I'd come. As bad as crawling out of this tunnel would be, crawling out backward, feet first, would have been even worse. I lay face up, staring at the sky through the lattice of branches. Carefully, so as not to kill myself, I summoned Jack. I positioned him along my left side, his hilt at my belt, his point resting against my collarbone. When I stabbed upward, the angle would be tricky. Using my right hand, I would have to lever the sword diagonally, guide the tip to the chink in the dragon's belly armor, then thrust it through, into the dragon's heart, with all my Einherji strength. After that, I'd have to scramble out of the tunnel before I was sautéed in acid. The job seemed impossible. Probably because it was. Time passed slowly in the muddy tunnel. My only companions were Jack and a few earthworms that were crawling across my calves, checking out my socks. I started to think the dragon wouldn't go out for dinner. Maybe he'd call for pizza instead. Then I'd end up with an elfish Domino's delivery guy falling on my face. I was about to lose hope when Alderman's putrid smell hit me like 1,000 burning frogs kamikaze diving into my nostrils. Above, the woven branches rattled as the dragon emerged from his cave. "I'm thirsty, Mr. Alderman," he growled to himself. "And hungry, too. Inga hasn't served me a proper dinner in days, weeks, months. Where is that worthless girl?" He dragged himself closer to my hiding place. Dirt rained on my chest. My lungs constricted as I waited for the whole tunnel to collapse on top of me. The dragon's snout eclipsed my hole. All he had to do was look down and he'd see me. I'd toasted like a Nisser. "I can't leave," Mr. Alderman muttered. "The treasure must be guarded. The neighbors, can't trust them." He snarled in frustration. "Back, then, Mr. Alderman. Back to your duties." Before he could retreat, from somewhere in the woods a bright flash of light painted the dragon's snout amber, the color of Hearthstone's rune magic. The dragon hissed. Smoke curled between his teeth. "What was that? Who is there?" "Father." The voice turned my marrow to ice. The sound echoed, weak and plaintive, like a child calling from the bottom of a well. "No." The dragon stomped on the ground, shaking the earthworms off my socks. "Impossible. You are not here. Come to me, father," the voice pleaded again. I'd never known Andirn, Hearth's dead brother, but I guessed I was hearing his voice. Had Hearthstone used the Uthalarune to summon an illusion, or had he managed something even more terrible? I wondered where elves went when they died, and if their spirits could be brought back to haunt the living. "I have missed you," said the child. The dragon howled in agony. He blew fire across my hiding place, aiming for the sound of the voice. All the oxygen was sucked from my chest. I fought down the impulse to gasp. Jack buzzed gently against my side for moral support. "I am here, father," the voice persisted. "I want to save you." Save me. The dragon edged forward. Veins pulsed on the underside of his scaly green throat. I wondered if I could stab him in the gullet. It looked like a soft target. But it was too far above me, out of my blade's reach. Also, Jack and Hearthstone had been very specific, I had to aim for the heart. Save me from what, my precious boy? The dragon's tone was tortured and ragged, almost human, or rather almost elfish. How can you be here? He killed you. No, said the child. He sent me to warn you. The dragon's snout quivered. He lowered his head like a threatened dog. He sent you. He is your enemy. My enemy. No, father, said Endyren. Please, listen. He has given me a chance to persuade you. We can be together in the next life. You can redeem yourself, save yourself, if I willingly give up the ring. I knew it. Show yourself, deceiver. The dragon's neck was so close now. I could slide Jack's blade right up to his carotid artery, and Jack hummed a warning in my mind, no. Not yet. I wished I could see what was happening at the edge of the clearing. I realized Hearth had not just created a magic distraction. He had summoned the spirit of Endyren, hoping against hope that his brother might be able to save their father from his wretched fate. Even now, after all Alderman had done to him, Hearthstone was willing to give his dad a chance at redemption, even if it meant standing in his brother's shadow one last time. The clearing grew still and silent. In the distance, briars rustled. Alderman hissed. You. I could only imagine one person Alderman would address with so much familiar contempt. Hearthstone must have revealed himself. Father, pleaded Endyren's ghost. Do not do this, worthless Hearthstone, the dragon cried. You dare use magic to sully your brother's memory. A pause. Hearthstone must have signed something, because Alderman bellowed in reply, use your board. I clenched my teeth. As if Hearth would carry around that awful little board Alderman used to make him write on, not because Alderman couldn't read ASL, but because he enjoyed making his son feel like a freak. I will kill you, the dragon said. You dare try to trick me with this grotesque charade. He barreled forward too fast for me to react. His belly covered the Nisser hole and plunged me into darkness. Jack lit his runes, illuminating the tunnel, but I was already disoriented from fear and shock. An opening in the dragon's belly armor appeared just above me, but I had no idea how much of his body had charged past. If I struck now, would I hit his heart? His gallbladder? His lower intestine? Jack hummed in my mind, no good. THA and the sixth shank. The dragon needs to back up. I wondered if Mr. Alderman would respond to a politely worded request. I doubted it. The dragon had stopped moving. The only reason I could think of, Alderman was in the process of chewing Hearthstone's face off. I panicked. I almost stabbed the beast in the sixth chink, desperate to get the dragon off my friend. Then, through the muffling bulk of the monster's body, I heard a mighty voice yell, back off. My first thought, Odin himself had appeared in front of the dragon. He had intervened to save Hearthstone's life so that his rune magic training sessions would not go to waste. That commanding roar was so loud it had to be Odin. I'd heard Jotun war horns less forceful. The voice boomed again, get away, you foul, smelly excuse for a father. Now I recognized the accent, a little southy with a hint of Svardolf. Oh, no. No, no, no. It wasn't Odin. You're not getting anywhere close to my friend, so put your smelly dead frog carcass in reverse. With crystal clarity, I envisioned the scene, the dragon, stunned and perplexed, stopped cold in his tracks by a new opponent. How such small lungs could possibly produce so much volume, I had no idea. But I was certain that the only thing standing between Hearthstone and fiery death was a well-dressed dwarf in a pith helmet. I should have been amazed, impressed, inspired. Instead, I wanted to cry. As soon as the dragon recovered his senses, I knew he would kill my friends. He would blowtorch Blitzen and Hearthstone and leave nothing for me to clean up but a pile of fashionable ashes. Go! Blitz bellowed. Amazingly, Alderman slid backward, revealing the fifth chink in his armor. Maybe he wasn't used to being spoken to in such a manner. Perhaps he feared some sort of terrible demon was hiding under Blitz's black mosquito netting. Back to your smelly cave? Blitzen yelled. Hyah. The dragon snarled, but he retreated one more chink. Jack hummed in my hands, ready to do our job. Just one more section of belly armor to go. He's only a stupid dwarf, Mr. Alderman, the dragon muttered to himself. He wants your ring. One don't care about your stupid ring. Blitz yelled. Scat. Maybe the dragon was stunned by Blitzen's earnestness. Or maybe Alderman was confused by the sight of Blitzen standing in front of Hearthstone and the ghost of Endirn, like a father protecting his young. That instinct would have made as little sense to Alderman as a person who wasn't motivated by greed. He scooted back another few inches. Almost there. The dwarf is no threat, sir, the dragon assured himself. He'll make a tasty dinner. You think so? Blitz roared. Try me. Hiss. Alderman retreated another inch. The third chink came into view. Fumbling and panicked, I positioned Jack's point against the weak spot in the hide. Then, with all my strength, I drove the sword into the dragon's chest. Went esc when we win a small rock like to tell you I had qualms about leaving Jack buried up to his hilt in dragon flesh. I didn't. My hand left the grip and I was out of there scrambling down the tunnel like a brownie on fire. The dragon roared and stomped above me, shaking the earth. The tunnel collapsed behind me, sucking at my feet, filling the air with acidic fumes. Yikes! I thought. Ickies, yikes, yikes. I am eloquent in times of danger. The crawl seemed to take much longer than 21 seconds. I didn't dare breathe. I imagined that my legs were burning off. If I made it out, I would look down and realize I was a sawed-off Magnus. Finally, black spots dancing in my eyes, I clawed my way out of the tunnel. I gasped and flailed, kicking off my shoes and jeans as if they were poison. Because they were. As I'd feared, dragon blood had splattered my pants and was sizzling through the denim. My shoes smoked. I dragged my bare legs across the forest floor, hoping to smear off any remaining drops of blood. When I checked my feet and the backs of my calves, I saw nothing wrong. No new craters in my flesh. No smoke. No smell of burning Einherji. I could only guess that the collapsing tunnel had saved me, the mud mixing with the acid to slow down the tide of corrosion. Or maybe I'd just used up my luck for the next century. My heart hammered at a less frantic pace. I staggered into the clearing and found the green dragon Alderman lying on his side, tail flopping, legs twitching. He vomited up a feeble blast of napalm, torching a swath of dead leaves and squirrel skeletons. Jack's hilt protruded from the dragon's chest. My former hiding place was now a steaming sinkhole, slowly eating its way to the core of Alfheim. At the dragon's snout stood Hearthstone and Blitzen, both unharmed. Next to them, flickering like a weak candle flame, was the specter of Endirn. I'd only seen Hearth's brother once before, in the portrait above their father's fireplace. That painting had made him look like a young god, perfect and confident, tragically beautiful. Vivi had I saw in front of me, though, was just a boy, fair-haired, skinny, knobby-kneed. I wouldn't have picked him out of a lineup of elementary schoolers unless I was trying to identify kids likely to be bullied. Blitz had raised the front of his anti-sun netting, despite the risk of petrification. The skin around his eyes was starting to turn gray. His expression was GNM. The dragon managed to draw a ragged breath. Traitor. Murderer. Blitzen balled his fists. You've got some nerve. Hearthstone touched his sleeve. Stop. He knelt next to the dragon's face so Alderman could see him signing. I did not want this, Hearthstone signed. I am sorry. The dragon's lips curled over his fangs. Use. You're bored. Traitor. Alderman's inner eyelid shut, filming over his greasy green iris. A final plume of smoke escaped his nostrils. Then Alderman's massive body went still. I waited for him to return to elfish form. He didn't. His corpse seemed perfectly content to stay a dragon. Hearthstone rose. His expression was distant and confused, as if he'd just watched a movie made by an alien civilization and was trying to figure out what it meant. Blitzen turned to me. You did good, kid. It had to happen. I stared at him in amazement. You faced down a dragon. You made him back off. Blitzen shrugged. I don't like bullies. He pointed at my legs. We might need to get you some new pants, kid. Dark khakis would go with that shirt. Or gray denim. I understood why he wanted to change the subject. He didn't want to talk about how brave he'd been. He didn't see his actions as praiseworthy. It was simply a fact: you didn't mess with Blitzen's bestie. Hearthstone faced the ghost of his brother. Andirn signed, we tried, Hearth. Don't blame yourself. His features were hazy, but his expression was unmistakable. Unlike Mr. Alderman, Andirn felt nothing but love for his brother. Hearth wiped his eyes. He stared into the woods as if trying to find his bearings, then signed to Andirn, I don't want to lose you again. I know, the ghost gestured. I don't want to go. Father Andirn chopped his palm, the symbol for stop. Don't waste another minute on him, Andirn said. He took enough of your life. Will you eat his heart? That made no sense, so I figured I must have interpreted the signs wrong. Hearth's face darkened. He signed, I don't know. Andirn gestured, come here. Hearthstone hesitated. He edged closer to the ghost. I will tell you a secret, Andirn said. When I whispered into that well, I made a wish. I wanted to be as kind and good as you, brother. You are perfect. The little boy stretched out his phantom arms. Hearthstone leaned down to embrace him, and the ghost burst into white vapor. The Uthalaroon stone fell into Hearth's palm. Hearth studied it for a moment, as if it were something he'd never seen before, a dropped jewel that the owner would surely want back. He curled his fingers around the stone and pressed it to his forehead. For once, it was my turn to read his lips. I was pretty sure he whispered, thank you. Something rattled in the dragon's chest. I was afraid Alderman had started to breathe again, but then I realized it was Jack quivering angrily, trying to get free. Stuck, he shouted in a muffled voice. Jemmy outaye ear. Careful of my bare feet, I stepped toward the acidic cesspool. Still oozed from the dragon's chest, forming a steamy, muddy lake. There was no way I could get close enough to grab the hilt. Jack, I can't reach you. Can't you pull yourself out? Pull me what? No, he yelled. Just said he mistook. I frowned at Blitz. How can we get him out of there? Blitz cupped his hands and shouted to Jack as if he were on the other side of the Grand Canyon. Jack, you'll just have to wait. The dragon's blood will lose its potency in about an hour. Then we can pull you free. And who are you kidding? His hilt vibrated, but he remained firmly embedded in Alderman's rib cage. He'll be fine, Blitz assured me. Easy for him to say. He didn't have to live with the sword. Blitz touched Hearth's shoulder for attention. Need to check cave for the whetstone, he signed. You up for that? Hearth clutched the Uthalaroon tightly. He studied the dragon's face as if trying to see anything familiar there. Then he slipped the rune into his bag, making his set complete. You two go ahead, he signed. I need a minute. Blitz grimaced. Yeah, buddy, no problem. You've got a big decision to make. What decision? I asked. Blitz gave me a look like poor naive kid. Come on, Magnus, let's check out this monster's treasure. The treasure was easy to find. It took up most of the cave. In the middle of the hoard was a dragon-shaped impression where Alderman used to sleep. No wonder he'd been so cranky. That mound of coins, swords, and jewel-encrusted goblets couldn't he have afforded much back support. I walked around the edges of the hoard, pinching my nose shut to block out the overwhelming stench. My mouth still tasted like a biology class terrarium. Where's the stone? I asked. I don't see any of Alderman's old artifacts. Blitz scratched his beard. Well, dragons are vain. He probably wouldn't put his dull geology specimens on top. He'd bury those and show off the shiny stuff. I wonder. He crouched next to the treasure. Ha! Just as I figured. Look. Sticking out from the landslide of gold was the end of a braided cord. It took me a second to recognize it. Is that the magic bag we got from Andvari? Yep. Blitz grinned. The hoard is sitting right on top of it. Alderman might have been greedy, cruel, and horrible, but he wasn't stupid. He wanted his treasure to be easy to transport in case he had to find a new lair. It seemed to me that this also made the treasure really easy to steal, but I wasn't going to argue with the logic of a dead dragon. Blitz pulled the cord. A canvas tsunami engulfed the treasure, shuddering and shrinking until lying on the floor at our feet was a simple tote bag, suitable for grocery shopping or concealing several $1 billion worth of priceless objects. Blitz lifted the bag with just 2 fingers. Against the back wall of the cave, underneath where the treasure had been piled, lay dozens of Alderman's artifacts. Many had been crushed by the weight of the gold. Fortunately for us, rocks were pretty durable. I picked up the round gray whetstone I'd seen in my dream. Holding it did not fill me with ecstasy. Angels did not sing. I did not feel all-powerful, like I could defeat the mysterious invincible guardians of Kvasir's Mead. Why this? I asked. Why is it worth? I couldn't put into words the sacrifices we'd made. Especially Hearthstone. Blitzen took off his pith helmet. He ran his fingers through his sticky hair. Despite the cave's smell of death and decay, he looked relieved to be out of the I don't know, kid, he said. I can only assume we'll need the stone to sharpen some blades. I looked around at Alderman's other artifacts. Anything else we should take while we're here? Because I really don't want to come back. Hope not, because I'm in complete agreement. With obvious reluctance, he put his helmet back on. Let's go. I don't want to leave Hearthstone alone long. As it turned out, Hearth was not alone. Somehow, he had freed Jack from the dragon's chest. Now the sword, being a contrary weapon, was diving right back into the dragon's carcass, wrenching the chest apart through a chink like he was performing an autopsy. Hearth seemed to be directing him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," I said. "What are you guys doing?" "Oh, hey, Senor." Jack floated over. He sounded cheerful for a gore-covered blade. "The elf asked me to open the rib cage." At least I'm pretty sure that's what he was asking. I figured since he used his magic to pull me free, it was the least I could do. "Oh, and I already chopped off the ring. It's right there, ready to go." I looked down. Sure enough, a few inches from my bare foot, Andvari's ring glittered on the swollen severed toe of the dragon. I swallowed down a surge of bile. "Ready to go? VV hat are we doing with it?" Hearth signed, "Put it with the treasure. Take it back to river and return it to Andvari." Blitz scooped up the dragon toe and dropped it in his magical tote. "We'd best do this quick, kid, before the ring starts tempting us to use it." "Okay, but..." I pointed to the partially dissected dragon. I'd never been a hunter, but one time my mom dated a guy who hunted. He'd taken us into the WOCK1S and tried to impress my mom by teaching me how to gut a carcass. That hadn't gone so well. Neither had their relationship. Anyway, looking at the dragon, I was sure Jack was trying to cut out Mr. Alderman's no longer vital organs. "Why?" I managed. Jack laughed. "Oh, come on, Senor, I thought you knew. After killing a ring dragon, you have to cut out its heart, roast it, and eat it. That's when I lost my lunch. TVVLNTE site don't ever ask me to cook my enemies illired. So far on our quest, I'd done well not puking. I was on my way to being a not puking professional. But the idea of eating a dragon's heart, Alderman's disgusting evil excuse for a heart, nope. That was too much. I staggered into the woods and retched for so long I almost passed out. At last, Blitz clamped his hand on my shoulder and steered me away from the clearing. "Okay, kid. I know. Come on." By the time I was somewhat coherent again, I realized Blitzen was leading me toward the river where we met Andvari. I didn't trust myself to speak, except for the occasional 0W, when I stepped barefoot on a rock or a branch or a nest of Alfheim fire ants. Finally, we reached the water. Standing at the edge of a little waterfall, I peered down into Andvari's pool. It hadn't changed much since last time. It was impossible to tell if the slimy old dwarf still lived down there, disguised as a slimy old fish. Maybe after we robbed him, he'd given up, moved to Key West, and retired. If so, I was tempted to join him. "You ready?" Blitz's voice was strained. "I'm going to need your help." I squinted at him through the yellow film in my eyes. Blitz held the tote bag over the edge, ready to drop it into the pool, but his arm trembled. He yanked the bag back, as if to save the treasure from its fate, then extended his arm again with difficulty, like he was the entire weight of the gold. "Going to fight me?" Blitz grumbled. "Dwarves throwing away treasure. Not easy." Somehow I managed to get my head out of eat dragon heart. What the hell, Haim? Mode. I grabbed the bag's other strap. Immediately I felt what Blitz was talking about. My mind was flooded with glorious ideas about what I could do with all this treasure. Buy a mansion. But wait, point one already had Uncle Randolph's mansion, and I didn't even want it. Get a yacht. I already had a big yellow boat. No thanks. Save for retirement. I was dead. Send my kids to college. Einherjar can't have kids. We're dead. The bag shuddered and kicked. It seemed to be rethinking its strategy. Okay, it whispered in my thoughts, how about helping the homeless? Think of all the good you could do with the gold, and this bagful is just the down payment. Put on that lovely ring, and you'll get infinite wealth. You could build housing, provide meals, job training. These possibilities were more tempting. But I knew it was a trick. This treasure would never do anyone any good. I looked down at my bare legs, scraped and muddy. I remembered the suffocating smell of dragon belly. I recalled Hearthstone's miserable expression as he said goodbye to his father. I muttered, "Stupid treasure." "Yeah," said Blitz. On 3, 1, 2 we tossed the bag into the pool. I resisted the urge to jump in after it. "There you go, and very," I said. "Enjoy." Or maybe and very was gone. In which case, we just made a family of trout billionaires. Blitz sighed with relief. Okay, that's one burden gone. Now. The other thing. My stomach rebelled all over again. I'm not really supposed to eat the dragon's heart? You. Blitz shook his head. Well, you are the one who killed him. But in this case, no. You don't eat the heart. Thank the gods. Hearth has to do that. Mad. Blitz's shoulders slumped. The dragon was Hearth's kin, Magnus. When you kill a ring dragon, you can put its spirit to rest by destroying its heart. You can either burn it up, yeah, let's do that. Or you can consume it, in which case you inherit all the dragon's memories and wisdom. I tried to imagine why Hearthstone would want any of his father's memories or so-called wisdom. For that matter, why would he even feel obliged to put Alderman's evil spirit to rest? Andiron had told him not to waste a minute longer worrying about dead old dad, and that sounded like excellent brotherly advice. But if Hearth one mean, isn't that cannibalism or dragon bailism or something? I can't answer that. Blitz sounded like he badly wanted to answer that with a loud yes. One, no, it's disgusting. Let's go help him with whatever he decides. Jack and Hearthstone had built a campfire. Hearthstone turned a spit over the flames while Jack floated next to him singing "Roll Out the Barrel" at the top of his non-existent lungs. Being deaf, Hearthstone was the ideal audience. The scene would have been charming except for the 6-ton dragon carcass rotting nearby, the sickly expression on Hearthstone's pale face, and the basketball-size black glistening thing sizzling on the spit, filling the air with the smell of barbecue. The fact that Alderman's heart actually smelled like food made me even sicker. Hearthstone signaled with his free hand. Done. Yeah, Blitzen signed back. Treasure and ring gone. Very wealthy fish. Hearthstone nodded, apparently satisfied. His blonde hair was speckled with mud and leaves, which reminded me, ridiculously, of parade confetti, like the forest was throwing him a grim celebration for his father's death. Hearth, man. I pointed at the heart. You don't have to do this. There's got to be another way. That's what I told him. Jack said. Of course, he can't hear me, but still. Hearth started to sign with one hand, which is like trying to talk without vowels. He gave up in frustration. He pointed to me, then to the spit. Take this for me. I didn't want to get anywhere close to that dragon heart, but I was the only one who could talk and turn the spit at the same time. Hearth could at least read my lips. Blitzen could sign, but his face was covered with netting. And Jack? Well, he just wasn't very helpful. I took over organ roasting duty. The heart seemed much too heavy and wobbly for the spit, which was placed across two makeshift tree branch stakes. Keeping it balanced over the flames took a lot of concentration. Hearthstone flexed his fingers, warming up for a long conversation. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as if his throat was already protesting tonight's dinner special. If I eat the heart, Hearthstone signed, it means Father's knowledge not lost forever. Yeah, I said, but why would you want that? His fingers hesitated in the air. Memories of mother, Andiron. Older family knowledge. Knowing my dot, he made an H with two fingers extended, then whacked the back of his opposite hand. I guessed it was the sign for history, though it looked a lot like a teacher slapping a bad student with a ruler. But you'd know things only from your father's perspective, I said. He was poison. Like Andiron told you, you don't owe your father anything. He's got no wisdom to give. Jack laughed. Right. Dude collected rocks, after all. I decided it was just as well Hearth and my sword couldn't communicate. Hearth's mouth tightened. He understood me just fine, but I could tell I wasn't saying anything he didn't already know. He didn't want to eat that disgusting thing. But he felt. Point one, didn't know the right word in English or sign language. Obliged. Honor-bound. Maybe Hearth hoped against hope that if he knew his father's inner thoughts, he would find some glimmer of love in there, something that could redeem his memory. I knew better. I wasn't about digging up the painful past. Look behind somebody's horrible exterior, and you usually found a horrible interior, shaped by a horrible history. I didn't want Alderman's thoughts affecting Hearthstone, literally ingested by him. There had to be a vegetarian option. Or a Buddhist one. I would even have settled for a green hair-friendly meal. Blitzen sat down, crossing his legs at the ankles. He patted his friend's knee. Your choice. But the soul will still rest if you make the other choice. Yes. I asked. Destroy the heart. Just let it go. That's when I messed up. I got too excited. I was focusing on Hearth and not paying attention to my job as chef. I turned the spit a little too forcefully. The heart wobbled. The braces collapsed inward, and the whole thing toppled into the fire. Oh, but wait. It gets worse. With my lightning-fast and incredibly stupid energy reflexes, I grabbed for the heart. I almost caught it in one hand, but it rolled off my fingertips and crashed into the flames, combusting like its ventricles were filled with gasoline. In a red flash, the heart was gone. Oh, but wait. It gets worse still. The sizzling heart left boiling grease on my fingertips. And dumb Magnus, incredibly gross Magnus L, did what most people do when they touch something hot. I instinctively put my fingers to my mouth. The taste was like ghost chili mixed with concentrated Hawaiian punch syrup. I pulled my fingertips out and tried to spit away the blood. I retched and wiped my tongue. I crawled around sputtering, no. PFFFTSS. No. PFFFTSS. No. But it was too late. Even that little taste of Dragon Heart's blood had infiltrated my system. I could feel it seeping into my tongue, humming through me capillaries. Seigneur. Jack flew toward me, his runes glowing orange. You shouldn't have done that. I bit back an insult about my sword's godlike powers of hindsight. Blitzen's face was obscured by netting, but his posture was even stiffer than the time he'd been petrified. Kid. Ah, gods, you feel okay? Dragon blood can. Well, it can bring out some strange stuff in your DNA. Humans have DNA, don't I wished we didn't. I gripped my gut, worried that I might already be turning into a dragon. Or worse, an evil elf father. I forced myself to meet Hearthstone's eyes. Hearth, I'm so sorry. It was an accident, I swear. I didn't mean to. My voice faltered. I wasn't sure I believed me. I didn't know why Hearth would. I'd suggested destroying the heart. Then I'd done it. Worse, I'd tasted it. Hearth's face was a mask of shock. Tell me what to do, I pleaded. I'll find some way to make it right. Hearthstone held up his hand. I'd seen the wall of ice he put up on those rare occasions when he was truly furious, but I saw none of that now. Instead, his muscles seemed to be uncutting, his tension draining away. He looked relieved. It is WYRD, Hearth signed. You killed the dragon. Fate decided that you would taste his blood. But I stopped myself from making another apology. Hearth's expression made it clear he didn't want that. You put my father's soul to rest, Hearth signed. You saved me from that deed. It may cost you, though. It is I who am sorry. I was relieved he wasn't angry with me. Then again, I didn't like the new wariness in his gaze, as if he was waiting to see how the dragon blood would affect me. Then, somewhere above, a chittering voice said, "What a knucklehead." I flinched. "You okay, Seahor?" asked Jack. I scanned the canopy of trees. I saw no one. Another tiny voice said, "He doesn't even know what he's done, does he?" "Not a clue," the first voice agreed. I spotted the source of the voices. On a branch about 20 feet up, 2 robins were eyeing me. They spoke in a series of chirps, as birds do, but somehow their meaning was clear to me. "Ah, eggshells," the first robin cursed. "He sees us. Fly. Fly." The 2 birds darted away. "Kid?" Blitz asked. My heart raced. What was happening to me? Was I hallucinating? Yes. I gulped. Yeah. I'm okay. I guess. Hearthstone studied me, clearly unconvinced, but he decided not to argue. He rose to his feet, then glanced one last time at the corpse of his dragon father. "We've lingered too long," he signed. "Should take the whetstone back to the ship. It may already be too late to stop Loki. 29 We almost became a Norwegian tourist attraction. Jumping off a cliff was the least strange thing I did in Alfheim. Blitz, Hearth, and I hiked to an outcropping of rock at the edge of the Alderman property, the sort of place where a megalomaniac businessman could stand, survey the neighbors' estates in the valley below, and think someday, all this will be mine. Bwahaha. We were just high enough to break our legs if we fell, so Hearth declared the spot perfect. He cast Raid Ho, K, the rune of traveling, as we jumped. The air rippled around us, and instead of smashing into the ground below, we landed in a heap on the deck of the Big Banana, right on top of Halfborn Gunderson. Eld Husfiffles. Halfborn roared. That was another of his favorite insults. As he explained it, an Eld Husfiffle was a fool who sat by the communal fire all day, so basically, a village idiot. Plus, it just sounded insulting, Eldusfiffle. We climbed off him and apologized. Then I healed his broken arm, which was still in a sling and had been rebroken by the weight of a falling dwarven butt. "Humph," he said. "I suppose I forgive you, but I just washed my hair. You ruined my do." His hair looked no different than usual, so I couldn't tell if he was joking. He didn't kill us with his battle axe, though, so I guess he wasn't too upset. Night had fallen in Midgard. Our ship sailed the open sea under a net of stars. Blitz stripped off his overcoat, gloves, and pith helmet and took in a lungful of air. Finally, the first person to emerge from below decks was Alex Fierro, dressed like a 1950s greaser, her green-black hair slicked back, her white t-shirt tucked into lime-colored jeans. Thank the gods. She rushed toward me, which lifted my spirits for about a microsecond until she plucked the pink Buddy Holly glasses off my face. My outfit wasn't complete without these. I hope you didn't scratch them. While she polished her specs, Mallory, TJ, and Samira clambered up to the deck. Whoa. Sam averted her eyes. Magnus, where are your pants? Long story. Well, put on some clothes, Beantown. Mallory ordered. Then tell us the story. I went below to get pants and shoes. VSO and I came back, the crew was gathered around Hearth and Blitz, who were recounting our adventure in the magical land of elves, light, and reeking dragon carcasses. Sam shook her head. Oh, Hearthstone. I am so sorry about your dad. The others murmured in agreement. Hearth shrugged. It had to be done. Magnus bore the worst of it. Tasting the heart. Winced. Yeah, about that. One should probably tell you guys something. I explained about the conversation I'd overheard between the two Robins. Alex Fierro snorted, then covered her mouth. I'm sorry. It's not funny. She signed, Hearth, your father, the heart. Awful. I can imagine. She continued aloud, in fact, I have something for you. From her pocket, she pulled a diaphanous silk scarf of pink and green. I noticed you lost your other one. Hearth took the scarf like it was a holy relic. He solemnly wrapped it around his collar. Thank you, he signed. Love. You bet. Alex faced me, her mouth curling in a mischievous smile. But honestly, Magnus. You fumbled the heart. You tasted the blood. And now you're talking to the animals. I didn't talk, I protested. I only listened like Dr. Dolittle. TJ frowned. Viviho is Dr. Dolittle? Does he live in Valhalla? He's a character from a book. Samira bit a chunk off her cucumber sandwich. Since it was nighttime, she was doing her best to eat all the ship's food rations as fast as possible. Magnus, any other effects you've noticed from the heart's blood? I'm worried about you. I don't think so. The effects might only be temporary, TJ suggested. Do you still feel weird? Weirder than usual. Alex clarified. No, I said. But it's hard to be sure. There aren't any animals around Toli Stentu. I could turn into a ferret, Alex offered, and we could have a conversation. Thanks anyway. Mallory Keene had been trying out our new whetstone on one of her knives. Now she flung the newly sharpened blade against the deck. The knife sank up to its hilt in the solid wood. Well, well. Try not to destroy our boat, woman, Halfborn said. We're still sailing in it? She made a face at him. This is quite a good sharpener the boys brought back. TJ coughed. Yeah, could I see that for my bayonet? No, indeed. Mallory slipped the stone in the pocket of her jacket. I don't trust you lot with this little beauty. I think I'll hold on to it so you all don't hurt yourselves. As for the dragon blood, Magnus, I wouldn't worry. You are a son of Frey, one of the most powerful nature gods. Perhaps the dragon's blood simply enhanced your natural abilities. Makes sense for you to understand forest creatures. Huh. I nodded, slightly encouraged. Maybe you're right. Still, I'd feel bad if I took away part of Hearthstone's heritage. I mean, what if Mr. Alderman could understand animals? Hearth shook his head. Father was not Dr. Dolittle. Do not feel guilty. I have the Uthalaroon back. That is enough for me. He looked exhausted but relieved, like he'd just finished a 6-hour test he'd been dreading all semester. He might not be sure he passed, but at least the ordeal was over. Well, said Samira, we have the whetstone. Now we have to get to Flam, find Kvasir's mead, and figure out how to defeat its guardians. Then feed the mead to Magnus, Alex said, hoping it gives him the gift of speaking in complete sentences. Mallory frowned as if she found this unlikely. Then we find the ship of the dead and pray Magnus can beat Loki in a fighting. Then somehow recapture that Mindfritter, Halfborn said, stop Naglfar from launching, and prevent Ragnarok. Assuming, of course, we're not late already. That seemed like a big assumption. We'd burn 2 more days in Alfheim. Midsummer was roughly 10 days away now, and I was pretty sure Loki's ship would be able to sail well before that. Also, my mind stuck on Mallory's words, pray Magnus can beat Loki in a fighting. I didn't have Sam's faith in prayer, especially when it was a prayer about Blitzside. I'm going to wash up. I smell like a troll. Then I'm going to sleep for a very long time. Good idea, Halfborn said. Magnus and Hearth, you should, too. I could get behind that plan. Jack had returned to runestone form on my neck chain, which meant my arms and shoulders now ached like I'd spent the day sawing through dragon hide. My skin itched all over, as if my anti-acid finish had been sorely tested. TJ rubbed his hands with excitement. Tomorrow morning, we should enter the fjords of Norway. I can't wait to see what we get to kill there. I slept without dreams, which was a nice change, until eventually Samira shook me awake. She was grinning way too much for someone on a fast. You really should see this. I struggled out of my sleeping bag. When I got to my feet and looked over the railing, I lost the ability to breathe. On either side of the ship, so close I could almost touch them, sheer cliffs rose out of the water, 1,000-foot-high walls of rock marbled with waterfalls. Vivite rivulets of snow melt coursed down the ridges, bursting into mist that fractured the sunlight into rainbows. The sky had been reduced to a jagged ravine of deep blue directly above. Around the hull, the water was so green it might have been algae puree in the shadow of those cliffs. I felt so small I could only think of one place we might be. Jotunheim. TJ laughed. No, it's just Norway. Pretty, huh? Pretty didn't do it justice. I felt like we'd sailed into a world meant for much larger beings, a place where gods and monsters roamed freely. Of course, I knew gods and monsters roamed freely all over Midgard. Heimdall was fond of a certain bagel place near Fenway. Giants often strolled through the marshes in Longview. But Norway seemed like a proper stomping ground for them. I got a little ache in my heart, thinking how much my mom would have loved this place. I wished I could share it with her. I could picture her hiking along those cliff tops, relishing the sun and the crisp, clean air. At the prow stood Alex and Mallory, both silent in amazement. Hearth and Blitz must have still been asleep below. Halfborn sat at the rudder, a sour look on his face. What's wrong? I asked him. The berserker eyed the cliffs as if they might collapse on us if he made a bad comment. Nah. It's beautiful. Hasn't really changed since I was a boy. Flam was your hometown? I guessed. He let out a bitter laugh. Well, wasn't much of a town. And it wasn't called Flam back then. Just a nameless fishing village at the end of the fjord. You'll see the spot in a minute. His knuckles whitened on the rudder. As a boy, I couldn't get out of here fast enough. Joined Ivar the Boneless when I was 12 and went a Viking. I told my mom. He grew silent. I told her I wouldn't come back until the skalds were singing about my heroic deeds. I never saw her again. The boat glided onward, the soft applause of the waterfalls echoing through the fjord. I remembered what Halfborn had told me about not liking to go backward, not revisiting his past. I wondered if he felt guilty about leaving his mom, or disappointed that the skalds hadn't made him a great hero. Or maybe they had sung about his deeds. From what I'd seen, fame rarely lasted longer than a few years, much less centuries. Some Einherjar in Valhalla got bitter when they realized nobody born after the Middle Ages had a clue as to who they were. You're famous to us, I offered. Halfborn grunted. I could ask Jack to write a song about you. Gods forbid. His brow remained furrowed, but his mustache quirked like he was trying not to smile. Enough of that. We'll be docking soon. Keen, Fierro, stop gawking at the scenery and help. Trim the sail. Ready the mooring lines. We're not your pirate wenches, Gunderson, Mallory grumbled, but she and Alex did as he asked. We rounded a curve, and again I caught my breath. At the end of the fjord, a narrow valley split the mountains layer upon layer of green hills and forests zigzagging into the distance like an infinite reflection. At the rocky shore, shadowed by cliffs, a few dozen red, ochre, and blue houses clustered together as if for protection. Parked at the dock was a giant white cruise ship bigger than the entire town, a 20-story floating hotel. Well, that wasn't here before, Halfborn grumbled. Tourists, Mallory said. What do you think, TJ? Are they exciting enough for you to fight? TJ tilted his head as if considering the idea. I decided it might be a good time to refocus the conversation. So, back in York, I said, Hrungnir told us to take the train in Flam, then we'd find what we were looking for. Anybody see a train? TJ frowned. How could anybody lay tracks across terrain like that? It did seem improbable. Then I glanced off our port side. A car zipped along the base of a cliff. It made a hairpin turn and disappeared into a tunnel, straight through the side of the mountain. If Norwegians were crazy enough to build and drive on highways like that, maybe they were crazy enough to lay train tracks the same way. Let's go ashore and find out, Alex suggested. I recommend we dock as far as possible from that cruise ship. You don't like tourists? Sam asked. That's not it, said Alex. I'm afraid they'll notice this bright yellow Viking boat and think we're a local attraction. You want to give rides around the fjord all day? Sam shuddered. Good point. We slipped into the dock farthest from the cruise ship. Our only neighbors were a couple of fishing boats and a jet ski with the dubious name Odin 11 painted on the side. I considered one Odin quite enough. I wasn't anxious for a sequel. As Mallory and Alex tied the mooring lines, I scanned the town of Flam. It was small, yes, but more convoluted than it had appeared from a distance. Streets wound up and down hills, through pockets of houses and shops, stretching out about half a mile along the shore of the fjord. I would have thought a train station would be easy to spot, but I didn't see one from the dock. We could split up, Mallory suggested. Cover more ground that way. I frowned. That never works in horror movies. Then you come with me, Magnus, Mallory said. I'll keep you safe. She frowned at half-born Gunderson. But I refuse to be stuck with this lout again. Samira, you're useful in a pinch. How about it? The invitation seemed to surprise Sam, although Mallory had been treating her with a lot more deference since the incident with the water horses. Half-born scowled. Fine by me. I'll take Alex and TJ. Mallory arched her eyebrows. You're going ashore? I thought you wouldn't set foot. Well, you thought wrong. He blinked twice, as if he'd surprised himself. This isn't my home anymore, just a random tourist stop. \vsmat does it matter? He sounded less than certain. I wondered if it would be helpful to offer to switch up the teams. Mallory had a gift for distracting half-born. I would have been willing to trade her for. Point 1 Don't know, Alex, maybe. But I didn't think the offer would be appreciated by anybody else. What about Hearthstone and Blitz? I said. Shouldn't I wake them up? Good luck with that, Alex said. They are out. Could you fold up the ship with them inside? TJ asked. Doesn't sound safe, I said. They could wake up and find themselves stuck in a handkerchief. Leave them here, half-born said. They'll be fine. This place was never dangerous, unless it bored you to death. I'll leave them a note, Sam volunteered. How about we scout around for half an hour? We'll meet back here. Then, assuming somebody's found the train, we can all go there together. We agreed that plan had a low possibility of violent death. A few minutes later, half-born, TJ, and Alex headed off in one direction, while Mallory, Sam, and I headed the other way, wandering the streets of Flam to find a train and some interesting enemies to kill. 30 Flam, bomb, thank you, Mom. An old lady was not what I had in mind. We walked up L1T3 blocks through crowds of tourists, past shops selling chocolate and moose sausage and little wooden troll souvenirs. You would think anybody descended from Vikings would know then to create more trolls. As we passed a small grocery store, Mallory grabbed my arm with enough force to leave a bruise. It's her. She spat the word like a mouthful of poison. Who? Sam asked. Where? Mallory pointed to a store called Nitpickers, where tourists were ohing and eyeing over a sidewalk display of locally produced wool yarn. Norway offered something for everyone. The lady in white, Mallory said. I spotted the one she meant. In the midst of the crowd stood an old woman with rounded shoulders and a hunched back. Her head craned forward like it was trying to get away from her body. Her white knit sweater was so fuzzy it might have been cotton candy, and cocked on her head was a matching floppy hat that made it hard to see her face. Dangling from one arm was a bag stuffed with yarn and knitting needles. I didn't understand what had attracted Mallory's attention. I could easily have picked out 10 other folks from the cruise ship who looked stranger. Then the old lady glanced in our direction. Her cloudy white eyes seemed to pierce right through me as if she'd ninja chucked her knitting needles into my chest. The crowd of tourists shifted, engulfing her, and the feeling passed. I gulped. Who was? Come on. Mallory said. We can't lose her. She dashed toward the knitting store. Samira and I exchanged a worried look, then followed. A senior citizen dressed in cotton candy shouldn't have been able to hobble very fast, but the lady was already 2 blocks away when we got to Nitpickers. We ran after her, dodging tour groups, bicyclists, and guys carrying kayaks. Mallory didn't wait for us. By the time Sam and I caught up, she was clinging to a chain link fence outside a small train depot, cursing as she scanned for her lost prey. "You found the train," I noted. Parked at the platform were half a dozen brightly painted old-fashioned rail cars. Tourists were piling on board. The tracks wound away from the station and up the hills into the ravine beyond. "Where is she?" Mallory muttered. "Who is she?" asked Sam. "There." Mallory pointed to the last car, where the cotton candy grandma was just getting on board. "We need tickets," Mallory barked. "Quickly." "We should get the others," Sam said. "We told them we'd rendezvous no time." Mallory nearly mugged Sam for her Norwegian kroner. Currency provided, of course, by the ever-resourceful Alex. With much cursing and hand-waving, Mallory managed to purchase 3 tickets from the station attendant, then we bolted through the turnstile and made it aboard the last car just as the doors were closing. The cabin was hot, stuffy, and packed with tourists. As the train rattled up the hillside, I felt queasier than I had since. Well, the day before, roasting that dragon heart in Alfheim. It didn't help that I would occasionally catch snippets of bird chatter from outside conversations I could still understand, mostly about where one could find the juiciest worms and bugs. "Okay, Mallory, explain," Sam demanded. "Why are we following this old?" Mallory slowly made her way up the aisle, checking the faces of the passengers. "She's the woman who got me killed. She's Loki." Sam almost fell into an old man's lap. "What?" Mallory gave her the quick version of what she'd told me a few days ago, how she'd set a car bomb, then regretted it, then gotten a visit from an old woman who convinced her to go back and disarm the bomb using a couple of super useful daggers that turned out to be super useless. "And then kaboom, but Loki?" Sam asked. "Are you sure?" I understood the anxiety in Sam's voice. She'd been training to fight her dad. But she hadn't expected it to happen here, today. Fighting Loki was not a class in which you wanted a pop quiz. Who else could it be? Mallory scowled. "She's not here. Let's try the next, and if we catch him?" I asked. "Or her?" Mallory unsheathed one of her knives. "I told you. That lady got me killed. I intend to return her daggers, points first." In the next car, tourists pressed against the windows, taking pictures of ravines, waterfalls, and quaint villages. Squares of farmland quilted the valley floor. Mountains cast shadows as sharp as sundial needles. Every time the train rounded a bend, the view seemed more scenic than before. Samira and I kept stopping, dumbfounded by the scenery outside, but Mallory had no interest in pretty stuff. The old lady wasn't in the second car, so we moved on. In the next car, halfway up the aisle, Mallory froze. The last 2 rows on the right were arranged in a sort of conversation nook, with 3 backward-facing seats and 3 that faced forward. The rest of the cabin was jammed with people, but that little nook was empty except for the old lady. She sat facing our direction, humming as she knit, paying no attention to the scenery or to us. A low growl started in Mallory's throat. "Hold on." Sam grabbed her wrist. "There are a lot of mortals on this train. Can we at least confirm that this lady is Loki before we start killing and destroying?" If I had tried to make that argument, I imagined Mallory would have hilt-bashed me in the groin. Since it was Sam asking, Mallory sheathed her dagger. "Fine," she snapped. "We'll try to talk to her first. Then I'll kill her." "Happy." "Delirious," Sam said. That didn't describe my mood. Jumpy and confuzzled came closer. But I followed the girls as they approached the old lady in white. Without looking up from her knitting, she said, "Hello, My dears. Please, sit. Her voice surprised me. It sounded young and beautiful, like a radio announcer on a wartime propaganda station trying to convince enemy soldiers she was on their side. Norway Nancy, maybe. Or Flamflo. Her face was hard to see, and not just because of the floppy hat. Her features glowed with a white light as fuzzy as her sweater. She seemed to be every age at once, a little girl, a teenager, a young lady, an old grandmother, all the faces existing in the present like the layers of a transparent onion. Maybe she hadn't been able to decide which glamour to wear today, so she'd just worn thermal. I glanced at my friends. We took a silent vote. Sit. I asked. Kill. Mallory asked. Sit, Sam ordered. We edged into the 3 seats across from the old lady. I kept one eye on her knitting needles, waiting for her to bust out some dual-wielding moves, but she just kept working on her fuzzy white yarn, making what looked like a cotton candy scarf. Well. Mallory snapped. What do you want? The old lady clucked disapprovingly. My dear, is that any way to treat me? I should treat you worse, Loki, Mallory growled. You got me killed. Mallory, Sam said. This isn't Loki. The relief was obvious in her voice. I wasn't sure how Sam knew, but I hoped she was right. There wasn't room in this train car to wield a blazing spear of light or a singing broadsword. Mallory's face mottled red. VV hat, do you mean not Loki? Mallory Audrey Keene, the old woman chided. Did you really think, for all these years, I was Loki? For shame. Few beings in the 9 worlds hate Loki as much as I do. I considered that good news, but when I met Sam's eyes I could tell she had the same question I did. Audrey. Mallory shifted, her hands on the hilts of her daggers like she was a downhill skier approaching a difficult jump. You were there in Belfast, she insisted. In 1972. You gave me these useless knives, said I should run back and disarm the bomb on that school bus. Sam caught her breath. School bus? You targeted a school bus. Mallory did her best to avoid our eyes. Her face was the color of cherry James. Don't be too hard on her, said the old lady. She was told the bus would be full of soldiers, not children. It was July 21st. The Irish Republican Army was planting bombs all across Belfast against the British retaliation for retaliation, as it usually goes. Mallory's friends wanted in on the action. 2 of my friends had been shot by the police the month before, Mallory murmured. They were 15 and 16. I wanted revenge. She glanced up. But Loki was one of the lads in our gang that day. He must have been. I've heard his voice since then, taunting me in dreams. I know how his power can tug. Oh, yes. The old lady continued to knit. And do you hear his voice right? Mallory blinked. I point one, suppose not. The old lady smiled. You're correct, my dear. Loki was there that Friday in July, disguised as one of you, egging you on to see how much mischief he could create. You were the angriest of the bunch, Mallory the doer, not the talker. He knew just how to manipulate you. Mallory stared at the floorboards. She swayed with the rattling of the train. Behind us, tourists gasped with delight every time a new vista came into view. Ma'am. I didn't usually insert myself into conversations with creepy godly ladies, but I felt bad for Mallory. No matter what she'd done in her past, she seemed to be shrinking under the woman's words. I remembered that feeling well from my most recent dream about Loki. If you're not Loki, I said, which is great, By the way, then who are you? Mallory said you were there, too, the day she died. After she set the bomb, you appeared and told her the intensity of the woman's gaze pinned me to my seat. Within her white irises, gold pupils glowed like tiny suns. I told Mallory what she already suspected, the woman said. That the bus would be full of children, and that she had been used. I encouraged her to follow her conscience. You got me killed, Mallory said. I urged you to become a hero, the woman said calmly. And you did. Around 20 other bombs went off in Belfast on July 21, 1972. It became known as Bloody Friday. How much worse would it have been if you hadn't acted? Mallory scowled. But the knives were my gifts to you, said the woman, so that you would die with blades in your hands and go to Valhalla. I suspected they would be useful to you someday, but someday. Mallory demanded. You might have mentioned that part before I got myself blown up trying to cut bomb wires with them. The woman's frown seemed to ripple outward through her layers of ages, the little girl, the young woman, the crone. My powers of prophecy are short range, Mallory. I can only see what will happen within 24 hours, give or take. That's why I'm here. You will need those knives. Today. Sam sat forward. You mean? To help us retrieve Kvasir's mead. The woman nodded. You have good instincts, Samira Halabas. The knives, why should we listen to you? Mallory blurted out. Whatever you tell us to do, it'll probably get us killed. The woman laid her knitting needles across her lap. My dear, I am the goddess of foresight and the immediate future. I would never tell you what to do. I am only here to give you the information you need to make a good choice. As to why you should listen to me, I hope you would do so because I love you. Love me? Mallory looked at us in disbelief, like, are you hearing this? Old woman, I don't even know who you are. Of course you do, dear. The woman's form shimmered. Before us sat a middle-aged woman of regal beauty, her long hair the same color as Mallory's, plaited down both shoulders. Her hat became a war helm of white metal, glowing and flickering like trapped neon gas. Her white dress seemed made of the same stuff, only woven into gentle folds. In her knitting bag, her fuzzy yarn had become swirling puffs of mist. The goddess, I realized, had been knitting with clouds. I am Frigg, she said, Queen of the Aesir. And I am your mother, Mallory Keene. 31 Mallory gets nuts, you know how it goes. You're minding your own business, taking a train up a ravine in the middle of Norway, when an old lady with a bag of knitting supplies introduces herself as your godly mother. If I had a krona for every time that happened. When Frigg broke the news, the train screeched to a stop as if the locomotive itself were asking, say what? Over the intercom, an announcement crackled in English, something about a photo opportunity with a waterfall. I didn't know why that rated a stop, since we'd already passed about 100 scenic waterfalls, but all the tourists got up and piled out of the car until we were alone, just Sam, Mallory, me, and the Queen of the Universe. Mallory had been frozen for a good 20 seconds. Mime in the aisle was clear. She shot to her feet, marched to the end of the car and back again, then shouted at Frigg, "You don't just announce something like that out of nowhere. Yelling at a goddess isn't generally a good idea. You run the risk of getting impaled, zapped, or eaten by giant house cats. It's a Freya thing. Don't ask." Frigg didn't seem bothered, though. Her calmness made me question how she could relate it to Mallory. Now that Frigg's appearance had resolved into one clear image, I saw faint scars under her white and gold eyes, scoring her cheeks like the tracks of tears. On an otherwise divinely perfect face, the streaks were jarring, especially since they reminded me of another goddess with similar scars, Sigyn, the strange silent wife of Loki. "Mallory," Frigg said. "Daughter, don't call me that. You already know it is true. You've had suspicions for years." Samira gulped, as if she'd forgotten how to swallow for the past few minutes. "Wait. You are Frigg, wife of Odin. Mrs. Odin the Frigg." The goddess chuckled. "As far as I know, dear, I'm the only Frigg. It's not a very popular name. But, nobody ever sees you." Sam patted her clothes like she was looking for an autograph pen. "I mean, never. I don't know a single Valkyrie or Einherji who has ever met you. And Mallory is your daughter." Mallory threw her hands in the air. "Will you stop fangirling, Valkyrie? But don't you see? Another deadbeat parent?" "Yeah, I do." Keen scowled at the goddess. "If you're my ma, you're no better than my da." "Oh, child." Frigg's voice turned heavy. "Your father wasn't always as broken as when you knew him. I'm sorry you never got to see him the way I did, before the drinking and the rage. Wouldn't that have been peachy?" Mallory blinked her red-tinged eyes. "But since you apologized, I suppose all's forgiven." "Mallory," Sam chided, "how can you be so callous? This is your mom. Frigg is your mom. Right? I heard. But..." Sam shook her head. "But that's good. I'll be the judge of that." Mallory plopped back into her seat. She crossed her arms and glared at the clouds in her mother's knitting bag. "I tried to see similarities between mother and daughter. Beyond the red hair, I couldn't." Frigg wrapped herself in gentle white clouds. She radiated calm, cool, and melancholy. Mallory was more like a dust devil, all agitation and fury despite the goddess's war helm. I couldn't imagine Frigg dual-wielding knives any more than I could imagine Mallory sitting quietly, knitting a cloud scarf. I understood why Mallory was angry. But I also got the wistful yearning in Samira's voice. Sam and I had both lost our moms. We would have given anything to have them back. Gaining a mom, even one who had waited 50-odd years to reveal herself. That wasn't something to throw away lightly. From the left side of the train, music drifted in through the open windows. Somewhere, a woman was singing. Frigg turned her ear toward the sound. "Ah! That's just a mortal singer performing for the tourists. She's pretending to be a spirit of the waterfall. She's not a real Nuck." I shuddered. "Good. Indeed," Frigg said. "You have quite enough on your plate today with Thagian's thralls." Sam leaned forward. "Giants' thralls? As in slaves?" "I'm afraid so," Frigg said. "The thralls of the giant Bocce guard the mead. To defeat them, you will need the stone in my daughter's pocket." Mallory's hand moved to the side of her jacket. I'd forgotten she was carrying the whetstone. Apparently, she had, too. "I don't like the idea of fighting slaves," Mallory said. "I also don't like you calling me daughter. You haven't earned the right." "Not yet. Maybe not ever." On Frigg's cheeks, the tear scars glistened like veins of silver. "Mallory. Ever is a very long time. I've learned not to try seeing that far into the future. Whenever I attempt it..." She sighed. "Always tragedy, like what happened to my poor son Balder." Balder, I thought. Which one was Balder? Dealing with the Norse gods, I really needed a program with glossy color pictures of all the players, along with their season stats? He died. I guessed. Sam elbowed me, though I thought it was a perfectly legitimate question. He was the most handsome of the gods, she explained. Frigg had a dream that he would die. And so I tried to prevent it. Frigg picked up her needles. She knitted a stitch of cloud vapor. I exacted promises from everything in the 9 worlds not to harm my son. Each type of stone. Each type of metal. Salt water. Fresh water. Air. Even fire. Fire was hard to convince. But there are many, many things in the 9 worlds. Toward the end, I'll admit, I got tired and absent-minded. I neglected one tiny plant, mistletoe. When I realized my oversight, I thought, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Mistletoe is much too small and insignificant to hurt Balder. Then, of course, Loki found out. I remember this part, Mallory said, still glaring at the bag of clouds. Loki tricked a blind god into killing Balder with a mistletoe dart. Which means Loki murdered. My brother. She tasted the word, trying it out. From her expression, I guessed she didn't like it. So, Ma, do you fail all your children spectacularly? Is that a thing with you? Frigg frowned, and a hint of storm darkened her cloud-white irises. I wished the seats were wider so I could scoot away from Mallory. The death of Balder was a hard lesson, said the goddess. I learned that even I, Queen of the Aesir, have limits. If I concentrate, I can glean the destiny of any living thing. I can even manipulate their WYRD to some extent. But only in the short term 24 hours, sometimes less. If I try to look beyond that to shape someone's long-term fate. She separated her needles. Her knitting unraveled into wisps of smoke. You may hate me, Mallory, Frigg said. But it is too painful for me to visit my children, to see what will befall them and not be able to change it. That is why I only appear into times when I know I can make a difference. Today, for you, is one of those times. Mallory seemed to be struggling internally, her anger battling her curiosity. All right, I'll bite, she relented. But that's my future. Frigg pointed out the window on our right. My vision telescoped, zooming across the valley. If I hadn't been sitting down, I would have fallen. I guessed Frigg was enhancing my sight, giving me Heimdall-level clarity for just a moment. At the base of a mountain, a waterfall split against a granite promontory as if it were the prow of a ship. In the center of the rock, between twin white curtains of water, stood a massive set of iron doors. And spread out before those doors, on a strip of land between the two rivers, was a field of ripe wheat. 9 burly men, wearing only iron neck collars and loincloths, worked the field, swinging their scythes like a squadron of grim reapers. My vision snapped back to normal. Looking across the valley, I could now just make out the spot where the waterfall split on the rock maybe 10 miles away. That is the place, Frigg said. And there is the path you must use to reach it. She pointed to the base of the railroad tracks. Just out the window, a streak of rubble zigzagged down the side of the cliff. Calling it a path was generous. I would have called it a landslide. Today, Mallory, the goddess announced, you will need those daggers, and your wits. You are the key to retrieving Kvasir's mead. Mallory and Sam both looked queasy. I guess they'd also gotten a free trial of Heimdall vision. I don't suppose you could be any vaguer? Mallory asked. Frigg gave her a sad smile. You have your father's fierce spirit, my dear. I hope you can master it and use it, as he could not. You have everything you need to retrieve the mead, but there is one last gift I can give you, something that will help you when you finally face Loki. As I learned when I underestimated mistletoe. Even the smallest thing can make a vast difference. She reached into her knitting bag and pulled out a small wrinkled brown orb. A chestnut? Walnut? One of those big nuts. She pulled apart the two halves, showing that the shell was empty, then fit them back together. If Magnus defeats Loki in the fighting, you will have to imprison the trickster in this shell. Wait, if? I asked. Can't you see my future? The goddess fixed me with her strange white gaze. The future is a brittle thing, Magnus Chase. Sometimes merely revealing someone's destiny can cause that destiny to shatter. I gulped. I felt like a high-pitched tone was reverberating through my bones, ready to crack them like glass. Okay. Let's not shatter anything, then. If you defeat Loki, Frigg continued, bring him back to the Aesir, and we will deal with him. From the tone of Frigg's voice, I doubted the Aesir planned on throwing Loki a welcome back party. She threw the nut. Mallory caught it in her fingertips. Bit small for a god, isn't it? It won't be if Magnus succeeds, Frigg said. The ship Naglfar has not yet sailed. You have at least 24 hours. Perhaps even 48. After that. Blood roared in my ears. I didn't see how we could do everything we needed to do in a day or even two. I definitely didn't see how I could insult Loki down to the size of a walnut. The train's whistle blew a plaintive sound like a bird calling for its dead mate. And you can trust me on that, because I understood bird calls. Tourists began piling back onto the train. I must go, Frigg said. And so must you. You just got here. Mallory's scowl deepened. Her expression hardened. But fine. Whatever. Leave. Oh, my dear. Frigg's eyes misted over, the light dimming in her golden pupils. I am never far, even if you do not see me. We will meet again. A new tear trickled down the scarred path of her left cheek. Until then, trust your friends. You are right, they are more important than any magic items. And whatever happens, whether you choose to believe me or not, I love you. The goddess dissolved, knitting bag and all, leaving a sheen of condensation on the seat. The tourists piled back into the train car. Mallory stared at the moist impression left by her godly mother, as if hoping the water droplets might reconstitute into something that made sense, a target, an enemy, even a bomb. A mother who showed up out of nowhere and proclaimed I love you, that was something no knives, no wits, no walnut shell could help her conquer. I wondered if I could say anything to make her feel better. I doubted it. Mallory was about action, not talk. Apparently, Sam reached the same conclusion. We should go, she said, before the train lurched into motion. Unfortunately, tourists were still shuffling to their seats, blocking the aisles. We'd never be able to muscle our way to the door before the train got back up to full speed and left the mountainside trail far behind. Sam glanced at the open window on our right. Another exit. That's suicidal, I said. That's typical, Mallory corrected. She led the way, leaping out the window of the moving train. 30 EWO. Mallory also gets fruit, don't get me wrong. If you're going to fall down the side of a mountain, Norway is a beautiful place to do it. We skidded past lovely creeks, bounced off majestic trees, fell from imposing cliffs, and tumbled through fields of fragrant wildflowers. Somewhere off to my left, Mallory Keene cursed in Gaelic. Somewhere behind me, Samira kept yelling, Magnus, take my hand. Magnus. I couldn't see her, so I couldn't comply. Nor did I understand why she wanted to hold hands as we fell to our demise. I shot from the side of a ridge, pinballed off a spruce, and finally rolled to a stop on a more level slope, my head coming to rest against something fuzzy and warm. Through a haze of pain, I found myself staring up at the brown and white face of a goat. Otis. I mumbled. Ba-a-a-a-a, said the goat. I could understand his meaning, not because he was Thor's talking goat Otis, but because regular goat bleats now made as much sense to me as bird chirps. He'd said no, stupid. I'm Theodore. And my belly is not a pillow. Sorry, I mumbled. The goat got to his feet and capered off, depriving me of my comfy head rest. I sat up, groaning. I did a self-check and found nothing broken. Amazing. Frigg really knew how to suggest the safest trails to hurtle down at life-threatening speeds. Samira swooped down from the sky, her green hijab rippling around her face. Magnus, didn't you hear me calling? You didn't have to fall. I was going to fly you both down here. Ah. That awkward moment when you jump out a window because your friend jumped out a window, then you remember that your other friend can fly. When you say it like that, it does make more sense. Where's Mallory? Kale Leech, she shouted from somewhere nearby. I recognized the word, Gaelic for witch or hag, which I assumed Mallory was using as a term of endearment for her newly discovered maternal unit. In case you're curious, the word is pronounced, key followed by clearing a large amount of mucus from your throat. Try it at home, kids. It's fun. Finally, I spotted Mallory. She had fused herself with a blackberry bush, her head wedged firmly between its two largest boughs, its thorny branches woven into her clothes. She was hanging upside down with her left arm bent at a strange angle. Hold on. I yelled, which in retrospect was dumb, since she obviously wasn't going anywhere. Sam and I managed to extricate her from her new fruit-bearing friend. Then I summoned the power of Frey and healed 1,000 small cuts and a fractured bone, though I couldn't do much about her wounded pride or her foul mood. Better? I asked. She spat a leaf from her mouth. Compared to 5 minutes ago? Yeah. Compared to this morning, when I didn't know that Kale Leech was my ma. Not so much. She pulled the walnut from her pocket. It had left quite a bruise against her hip during her tumble down the mountain, but the shell itself was undamaged. Mallory seemed to take this as a personal affront. She stuck the nut in her jacket along with the whetstone, muttering various insults about the walnut's parentage. Sam reached out to pat Mallory's shoulder, then clearly thought better of it. I know you're angry. Yeah. Mallory snapped. What gave it away? But, Frigg, Sam said, as if the name alone was an entire persuasive essay with 3 examples per paragraph and a conclusion. You see the similarities, don't you? Mallory flexed her healed arm. What similarities would those be, Valkyrie? Choose your words carefully. Sam ignored the threat. When she spoke, her voice was full of awe. Frigg's the power behind the throne. Odin's the king, but he's always traveling. Frigg controls Asgard. She does it without Enebco even noticing. You've heard the story about when Odin was exiled, right? Sam looked at me for support. I had no clue what she was referring to, so I said, yep, absolutely. Sam pointed at me like, see? Magnus knows what and up. Odin's brothers Vili and Ve took over in his absence, she said. But to do so, they had to marry Frigg. Different kings. Same queen. Asgard got along just fine, because Frigg was the one in charge. Mallory frowned. You're saying I'm like my ma because I'll hook up with anybody to get power? No. Sam blushed. I'm saying Frigg is always below the radar, never seen, but she is the cement that holds the Aesir together. Mallory tapped her foot. Now you're comparing me to easily ignored cement. I'm saying you're like your mother because you're the Frigg of floor 19. TJ and Halfborn never would have become friends if you hadn't goaded them into it. They used to hate each other. I blinked. They did. True enough, Mallory muttered. When I arrived, ugh. They were insufferable. I mean even more insufferable. Exactly, said Sam. You made them a team. Then, when Odin disguised himself as an Einherji, do you think it was an accident he chose to live on your floor? You're Frigg's chosen agent in Valhalla. The Allfather wanted to see what you were made of. I hadn't thought of L1T that for a while. When I first arrived in Valhalla, Odin had been slumming with us on floor 19 disguised as X the half-troll. X had liked dogs, was good in battle, and never said much. I liked Odin a lot better in that form. Huh, Mallory grunted. You really believe that? I do, Sam said. And when Magnus came along, where did he end up? On your team. Same with Alex. Same with me. Sam spread her hands. So, excuse me if I fangirled a little when I met Frigg, but she has always been my favorite Aesir. She's kind of the anti-Loki. She keeps things together while Loki is trying to pick them apart. And knowing you're her daughter, well, that makes perfect sense to me. I am even more honored to fight at your side. More red splotches appeared on Mallory's face, but this time I didn't think they were from anger. Well, Valkyrie, you've got your father's silver tongue. I don't see any reason to kill you for what you've said. That was Mallory's way of saying thank you. Sam inclined her head. Then let's find Kvasir's mead, shall we? One more thing, I said, because I couldn't help myself. Mallory, if your middle name is Audrey, and your initials are MAK. She raised an index finger. Don't say it, Beantown. We are totally calling you Mac now. Mallory fumed. My friends in Belfast used to call me that. Constantly. That wasn't a no, so I decided we had permission. The next hour we spent trekking across the valley floor. Sam tried to text Alex to let her know we were okay, but she couldn't get a signal. No doubt the Norse god of cell phone service had decreed thou shalt have no bars, and was now laughing at our expense. We walked over a creaky wooden bridge spanning whitewater rapids. We navigated a pasture full of goats who were not Otis. We passed from frigid shadows into baking sunlight as we moved in and out of the woods. All the while, I did my best to tune out the voices of birds, squirrels, and goats, none of whom had anything good to say about us walking through their territory. Slowly, we made our way toward the split waterfall we'd seen from the train. Even in this colossal countryside, it was an easy landmark. We stopped once for lunch consisting only of some trail mix Mallory happened to have, along with a few wild blackberries we picked, and water from a stream so cold it made my teeth hurt. Sam didn't join us, of course. She just did her noon prayers on a carpet of fluffy green grass. I'll say this of L1T Ramadan, it cut down my impulse to whine. Whenever I started thinking I had it rough, I remembered that Samira was doing everything I was doing but without food or water. We trekked up the other side of the valley, using the twin rivers from the waterfall as our guidelines. At last, as the falls loomed close, we heard harsh rasping sounds coming from over the ridge in front of us, whisk, 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 like metal files being scraped across bricks. I recalled the vision Frigg had shown us of 9 burly dudes with scythes. I thought, Magnus, if those guys are over that hill, you might want a plan. So, what exactly is a thrall? I asked my friends. Mallory wiped her brow. Our trip through the valley hadn't done her fair complexion any favors. She'd be suffering a bad case of sunburn if we lived through the day. Like I said earlier, a thrall is a slave. The ones we're going to face, I'm pretty sure they're giants. I tried to square that with what I knew about giants, which, granted, wasn't much. So, Jotuns enslave other Jotuns. Sam wrinkled her nose in distaste. All the time. Humans gave up the practice centuries ago. Some might dispute that, Mallory grumbled. Fair point, Sam agreed. What I mean is, giants do it the way Vikings used to. Clans go to war against one another. They take prisoners of war and declare them personal property. Sometimes, the thralls can earn their freedom, sometimes not. Depends on the master. Then maybe we can free these guys, I suggested. Get them on our side. Mallory snorted. Unbeatable guardians of the mead unless you offer them their freedom, in which case they're pushovers. I'm just saying won't be that easy, Beantown. Let's stop dreaming and start fighting. She led the way over the hill, which struck me as only slightly less reckless than jumping out of a moving train. 33 We devise a hilaribly fabulous plan, so much for strategy. We popped over the ridge and found ourselves at the edge of a wheat field several acres across. The wheat grew taller than us, which would have made it perfect for sneaking through, except that the guys working the field were taller still, 9 giants, all swinging scythes. The setup reminded me of a video game level I'd played with TJ once, but I had no wish to try it with my actual body. Each thrall had an iron collar around his neck. Otherwise they wore nothing but loincloths and a whole lot of muscles. Their bronze skin, shaggy hair, and beards all dripped with perspiration. Despite their size and strength, they seemed to be having a hard time cutting the wheat. The stalks just bent against their scythe blades with a whisking sound like laughter, then sprang back up again. Because of this, the thralls looked almost as miserable as they smelled, and they smelled like half-born Gunderson's sandals. Beyond the field loomed the wishbone-shaped waterfall. In the cliff face that jutted from the middle was a set of massive iron doors. Before you could say darn it, Mallory, the nearest thrall, who had a mop of red hair even more impressive than Miss Keene, sniffed the air, stood up straight, and turned to face us. Ho, ho. The other 8 stopped working and turned toward us as well, adding, ho, ho. Ho, 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 like a flock of strange birds. What have we here? Asked the red-headed thrall. What indeed? Asked another with an impressively tattooed face. What indeed? Asked a third, maybe just in case we hadn't heard the tattooed guy. Kill them. Red polled his buddies. Yes, probably kill them, Tattoo agreed. Hold on. I yelled before they could take a vote, which I had a feeling would be unanimous. We're here for a very important reason which does not entail our deaths, Sam added. Good point, Sam. I kidded vigorously, and the thralls all nodded along, apparently impressed by my earnestness. Tell them why we're here, Mac. Mallory gave me her standard "I'll kill you later with both knives" look. Well, Beantown, we're here to help these fine gentlemen. The nearest thrall, Red, frowned at his scythe. Its curved iron blade was almost as corroded as Jack had been when I first pulled him out of the Charles River. Don't know how you could help, Red said. unless you could harvest the field for us. Master only gives us these dull blades. The others muttered in agreement. And the wheat stalks are as hard as flint, said Tatu. Harder, said another thrall. And the wheat keeps growing back as soon as we cut it. We can only take a break when all the wheat is cut, but we can't ever finish. Red nodded. It's almost like. His face darkened with effort. Like Master doesn't want us to ever take a break. The others nodded, pondering this theory. Ah, yes, your master. Mallory said. Who is your master again? Bawji, said Red. Great Thane of the Stone Giants. He's off in the north getting ready for doomsday. He said this as if Bawji had just gone to the store to get some milk. He is a hard master, Mallory noted. Yes. Tatu agreed. No, Red said. The others chimed in. No. No, not at all. Kind and good. They glanced suspiciously from side to side, as if their master might be hiding in the wheat. Sam cleared her throat. Does Bawji give you any other duties? Oh, yes, said a thrall in the back. We guard the doors. So no one can take Suthung's meat or free Suthung's prisoner. The prisoner? I asked. Suthung. 9 thrall heads nodded solemnly. They would have made an excellent kindergarten class if the teacher could have found large enough coloring books and crayons. Suthung is the master's brother, said Red. He owns the meat and the prisoner in the cave. Another thrall shrieked. You are not supposed to say what is in the cave. Right. Red turned even redder. Suthung owns the meat and the prisoner who may or may not be in the cave. The other thralls nodded, apparently satisfied Red had thrown us off the scent. If anyone tries to get past us, said Tatu, we get to take a break from cutting wheat, just long enough to kill the trespassers. So, Red said, if you are not here to cut the wheat, then do we get to kill you? That would be helpful. We could use a good killing break. Killing break, asked a guy in the back. Killing break, said another. The rest took up the call. 9 giants shouting killing break tended to make me a little jumpy. I thought about pulling out Jack and having him cut the wheat for the thralls, but that would still leave us facing 9 big dudes who were under orders to kill trespassers. Jack might be able to slay 9 giants before they slew us, but I still didn't like the idea of chopping down thralls when I could be chopping down their masters. What if we freed you? I asked. Just for the sake of argument. Would you turn on your master? Would you run away to your homeland? The thralls got dreamy looks in their eyes. We might do those things, Tatu agreed. And would you help us? Sam asked. Or even just leave us alone? Oh, no. Red said. No, first we would kill you. We love killing humans. The other 8 did enthusiastically. Mallory glared at me like I told you so. Also, for the sake of argument, noble thralls, what if we fought you? Could we kill you? Red laughed. That is very funny. No, we are under strong magic spells. Bawji is a great sorcerer. We cannot be killed by anyone except each other. And we like each other, said another thrall. Yes, said a third. The giants started to bring it in for a group hug, then seemed to remember they were holding sides. Well, then. Mallory's eyes gleamed like she had a wonderful idea I was going to hate. I know exactly how we can help you. She fished around in her jacket pocket and brought out the whetstone. Ta-da! The thralls looked less than impressed. It is a rock, Red said. Oh, no, my friend, Mallory said. This whetstone can magically sharpen any blade and make your work much easier. May I show you? She held out her empty hand. After a few minutes of deep thought, Red flinched. Oh, you want my scythe? To sharpen it, Sam explained. So one can work faster. Exactly. Huh. Red handed over his weapon. The scythe was huge, so it took all three of us to do the job. I held the handle. Sam kept the top of the blade flat against the ground while Mallory scraped the whetstone along the edges. Sparks flew. Rust vanished. In a couple of passes, sides of the scythe blade glinted like new in the sunlight. Next scythe, please, Mallory said. Soon, all 9 thralls had shiny sharpened weapons. Now, Mallory said, try them out on your field. The thralls went to work, cutting through the wheat like it was wrapping paper. In a matter of minutes, they had reaped the entire field. Amazing, said Red. Hooray, said Tattoo. The other thralls cheered and hooted. We can finally have water, said one. I can eat lunch, said another. I have needed to pee for 500 years, said a third. We can kill these trespassers now, said a fourth. I hated that guy. Ah, yes. Red frowned at us. Sorry, my new friends, but by helping us, you have clearly trespassed on our master's field, and so you are not our friends and we must kill you. I wasn't a fan of this giantish logic. Then again, we'd just given 9 huge enemies sharper weapons to kill us with, so I wasn't in a position to criticize. Hold on, boys, Mallory shouted. She waggled the whetstone between her fingertips. Before you kill us, you should decide who gets the stone. Red frowned. Who gets the stone? Well, yes, Mallory said. Look, the field is already growing back. Sure enough, the wheat stubble was already up to the giant's ankles. You'll need the whetstone to keep your blades sharp, Mallory continued. Otherwise they'll just get dull again. The wheat will eventually grow back as high as it was before, and you won't have any more breaks. And that would be bad, Red concluded. Right, Mallory agreed. You can't share custody of the stone, either. It can only be owned by one of you. Really, said Tattoo. But why? Mallory shrugged. Those are the rules. Red nodded sagely. I think we can trust her. She has red hair. Well, then. Mallory said. Who gets it? All 9 thralls shouted, me. Tell you what, Mallory said, how about a toss-up? Whoever catches it. That sounds fair, Red agreed. I saw where this was going a little too late. Sam said uneasily, Mallory. Mallory tossed the stone above the thralls' heads. All 9 rushed in to catch it, piling into each other while holding sharp, long, awkward blades. In such a situation, what you end up with is a large pile of dead thralls. Sam stared wide-eyed at the scene. Wow. Mallory, that was. Did you have a better idea? Mallory snapped. I'm not criticizing. I killed 9 giants with 1 stone. Mallory's voice sounded hoarse. She blinked as if sparks from the whetstone were still flying in her eyes. I think that's pretty good for a day's work. Now come on. Let's open those doors. 34 First prize, a giant. Second prize, live giants. I think Mallory was as okay with killing the thralls as she let on. When we failed to open the doors with jack, brute force, or any amount of yelling open sesame, Mallory screamed in rage. She kicked one of the doors, broke her foot, then hopped off cursing and crying. Samira frowned. Magnus, go talk to her. Why me? I didn't like the way Mallory was slashing the air with her knives. Because you can heal her foot, Sam said, annoyingly sensible as usual. And I need time to think about this door problem. That didn't strike me as a trade-off, but I went, Jack floating along next to me, saying, "Ah, Norway. Good memories. Ah, a pile of dead thralls. Good memories." I stopped just out of reach of Mallory's knives. "Hey, Mac, can I heal that foot for you?" She glowered. "Fine. Seems to be heal Mallory's stupid injuries day." I knelt and put my hands on her boot. She cursed when I mended the bones, popping them back into place with a burst of summery magic. I rose warily. "How you doing?" "Well, you just healed me, didn't you?" "I wasn't talking about the foot." I gestured toward the dead thralls. She scowled. "I didn't see any other way." "Did you?" In truth, I didn't. I was pretty sure Mallory's solution was the way we'd been meant to use the whetstone. The gods, or our WYRD, or some twisted sense of Nornish humor had dictated that we would sail halfway across the world, undergo many hardships to win a grey rock, then use it to trick 9 miserable thralls into killing one another. Sam and I couldn't have done it, I admitted. "You're the doer, just like Frigg said." Jack floated over, his blade shuddering and warbling like a handsaw. "Frigg? Oh, man, I don't like Frigg. She's too quiet. Too devious. She's my ma," Mallory grumbled. "Oh, that Frigg," Jack said. "Yeah, she's great." "I hate her," Mallory said. "Gods, me too." Jack commiserated. "Jack," I said, "why don't you go check on Sam? Maybe you can advise her on getting through those doors. Or you could sing to her. I know she'd love that." "Yeah? Cool." Jack zoomed off to serenade Sam, which meant Sam would want to hit me later, except it was Ramadan, so she had to be nice to me. Wow, I was a bad person. Mallory tested her weight on her foot. It seemed to work fine. I did good healing for a bad person. "I'll be okay," she said, without much confidence. "Just been a lot for one day. Learning about Frigg, on top of everything else." I thought about Mallory and Halfborn's constant arguments on the ship. I did not understand their relationship, but I knew they needed each other as much as Hearthstone needed Blitzen or our Viking boat needed to be yellow. It didn't make much sense. It wasn't easy. But it was just the way things had to be. "It's eating him up inside," I told her. "You two arguing?" "Well, he's a fool." She hesitated. "I mean, assuming you're talking ATM_LT Gunderson." "Smooth, Mac," I said. "Shut up, Beantown." She marched off to check on Sam. At the doors, Jack was trying to help by suggesting songs he could sing to inspire new ideas for getting inside, knocking on heaven's door, "I got the keys," or "break on through, to the other side, dot." "How about none of the above?" Sam said. "None of the above?" Jack mused. "Is that by Stevie Wonder?" "How's it going, guys?" I asked. I didn't know if it was physically possible to strangle a magic sword, but I didn't want to see Sam try. "Not well," she admitted. "There's no lock. No hinges. No keyhole. Jack refuses to try cutting through the iron." "Hey," Jack said. "These doors are a masterpiece. Look at that craftsmanship. Besides, I'm pretty sure they're magic. Sam rolled her eyes. If we had a drill, maybe we could make a hole in the iron and I could slither through as a snake. But since we don't have a drill from the other side of the doors, a woman's voice called, "Have you tried prying apart the seam?" We all jumped back. The voice had sounded very close to the door, as if the woman had been listening with her ear pressed to the metal. Jack quivered and glowed. She speaks. Oh, beautiful door, speak again. I'm not the door, said the voice. I am Gunlod, daughter of Sutung. Oh, Jack said. That's disappointing. Mallory put her mouth to the door. You're Sutung's daughter? Are you guarding the prisoner? No, Gunlod said. I am the prisoner. I've been locked in here all by myself for. Actually, I've lost track of time. Centuries. Years. Is longer, turned to my friends and used sign language, which was helpful even when there wasn't a hearthstone around. Trap? Mallory made a V and whacked the back of her hand against her forehead, meaning stupid. Orda. Not much choice, Sam signed. Then she called through the doors, Miss Gunlod, I don't suppose there's a latch on the inside? Or a bolt you could turn? Well, it wouldn't be a very good prison if my father put a latch or a bolt where I could reach it. He usually just yanks the doors open with my Uncle Baji. It takes both of them with their supergiant strength. You don't have two people out there with supergiant strength, by chance? Sam sized me up. I'm afraid not. I stuck out my tongue at her. Miss Gunlod, is Kvasir's meat in there with you, by chance? A little, she said. Most of it was stolen by Odin a long time ago. She sighed. What a charmer he was. I let him get away, which of course is why my father locked me up. But there's still some left at the bottom of the last vat. It's my father's most prized possession. I suppose you want it? That would be great, I admitted. Mallory elbowed me in the ribs. If you could help us, Miss Gunlod, we'd be happy to free you, too. How sweet, said Gunlod. But I'm afraid my freedom is impossible. My father and my uncle have bound my life force to this cave. That's part of my punishment. I would die if I tried to leave. Sam winced. That seems a bit harsh. Yes. Gunlod sighed. Though I did give the most valuable elixir in the 9 worlds to our greatest enemy, so, there's that. My son tried to undo the spell on the cave, but even he failed. And he's the god Bragi. Mallory's eyes widened. Your son is Bragi, god of poetry. That's him. Gunlod's voice filled with pride. He was born here, 9 months after Odin visited me. I may have mentioned, Odin was a charmer. Bragi, I said. Is he Bragi? Mallory signed, don't ruin things, idiot. Magnus is only kidding. Of course he knows that brag literally means to recite poetry. Which is why Bragi is a lovely name. Bragging is a fantastic skill. I blinked. Right, I knew that. So anyway, Miss Gunlod, you said something about prying the seam. Yes, I think it might be possible, she said. With 2 blades, you might be able to wedge the doors apart just enough for me to get a glimpse of your faces, have a breath of fresh air, maybe see sunlight again. That would be quite enough for me. Do you still have sunlight? For now, yeah, I said, though Ragnarok may be coming up soon. We're hoping to use the mead to stop it. I see, Gunlod said. I think my son Bragi would approve of that. Then if we manage to pry the doors apart, I said, do you think you could pass us the mead through the opening? Yes. I have an old garden hose here. I could siphon the mead from the vat, as long as you have a container to put it in. I wasn't sure why Gunlod would have an old garden hose lying around in her cave. Maybe she grew mushrooms in there, or maybe the hose was to activate her slip and slide. Sam pulled a canteen from her belt. Of course the fasting girl was the only one who had remembered to bring water. I've got a container, Gunlod. Wonderful. Gunlod said. Now you'll need 2 blades thin and very strong. Otherwise they'll break. Don't look at me. Jack said. I'm one thick blade, and I'm too young to break. Mallory sighed. She unsheathed her knives. Miss Gunlod, it so happens I have 2 thin, supposedly unbreakable daggers. You might want to step back from the doors now. Mallory jammed the points of her weapons into the seam. They were just narrow enough to wedge inside, almost up to the hilts. Then Mallory pushed the grips away from each other, prying the doors apart. With a vast creaking sound, the doors parted, forming a V-shaped crack no more than an inch wide where the knives crossed. Mallory's arms trembled. She must have been using all her energy strength to keep the seam open. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. Hurry, she grunted. On the other side of the doors, Gunlod's face appeared pale but beautiful, icy blue eyes framed by wisps of golden hair. She inhaled deeply. Oh, fresh air and sunlight. Thank you so much. No problem, I said. So, about that old hose. Yes. I've got it ready. Through the crack, she fed the end of an old black rubber hose. Sam fitted into the mouth of her canteen, and liquid began gurgling into the metal container. After so many challenges trying to win the mead of Kvasir, I hadn't expected the sound of victory to make me want to find a urinal. Okay, that's it, Gunlod said. The hose retracted. Her face reappeared. Good luck stopping Ragnarok. I hope you become wonderful braggers. Thanks, I said. Are you sure we can't try to free you? We've got a friend back at our ship who's good with magic. Oh, you'd never have time, Gunlod said. Baji and Suthung will be here any minute. Sam squeaked, what? Didn't I mention the silent alarm? Gunlod asked. It triggers as soon as you start messing with the doors. I imagine you have 2, maybe 3 minutes before my father and uncle swoop down on you. You should hurry. Nice meeting you. Mallory pulled her knives out of the seam. The doors clunked together once more. And that, she said, wiping her brow, is why I don't trust nice people. Guys. I pointed north, toward the tops of the mountains. Gleaming in the Norwegian sunlight, growing larger by the second, were the forms of 2 massive eagles. Tyra-if I get an assist from the murder I said, which was usually how I started conversations about ways to save our butts from certain destruction. Any ideas? Drink the mead. Mallory suggested. Sam rattled her canteen. Sounds like there's only 1 swig in here. If it doesn't work fast enough, or it wears off before Magnus faces Loki. A squadron of tiny T.J.S started bayoneting my gut. Now that we'd gotten the mead, my looming challenge with Loki felt too real, too imminent. I forced that fear to the back burner. I had more immediate problems. I don't think poetry is going to help with these guys, I said. Jack, what are our odds in combat? Jack said. Baji and Suthung. I know them by reputation. Strong. Bad. I can take down one of them, most likely, but both at once, before they manage to squash you all flat. Can we outrun them? I asked. Outfly them? Get back to the ship for reinforcements. Sadly, I already knew the answer. Watching the eagles fly, seeing how big their forms had gotten in the past minute, I knew they'd be on us soon. These guys were fast. Sam slung the canteen over her shoulder. I might be able to outfly them, at least as far as the ship, but carrying 2 people? Impossible. Carrying even one will slow me down. Then we divide and conquer, Mallory said. Sam, take the mead. Fly back to the ship. Maybe one giant will follow you. If not, well, Magnus and I will do our best against both of them. At least you'll get the mead back to the others. Somewhere off to my left, a little voice chirped, the redhead is smart. We can help. In a nearby tree sat a murder of crows. That's what you call a group of them. You learn useless facts like that in Valhalla. Guys, I told my friends, those crows claim they can help. Claim. Squawked another crow. You don't trust us? Send your 2 friends back to the ship with the mead. We'll give you a hand here. All we ask for in return is something shiny. Anything will do. I related this to my friends. Mallory glanced toward the horizon. The giant eagles were getting awfully close. But if Sam tries to carry me, I'll slow her down the walnut. Sam said. Maybe you can fit inside. Oh, no. We're wasting time. Sam said. Gah. Mallory fished out the shell and opened the halves. How do one? Imagine a silk scarf getting sucked into the nozzle of a vacuum cleaner, disappearing with a rude slurp. That's pretty much what happened to Mallory. The walnut closed and dropped to the ground, a tiny voice inside yelling Gaelic curses. Sam snatched up the nut. Magnus, you sure about this? I'm fine. I've got Jack. You've got Jack. Jack sang. Sam shot skyward, leaving me with just my sword and a flock of birds. I looked at the crows. Okay, guys, what's the plan? Plan? Cawed the nearest crow. We just said we'd help. We do have a plan, per se stupid misleading crows. Also, what kind of bird uses the term per se? Since I didn't have time to murder the entire murder, I contemplated my limited options. Fine. When I give you guys the signal, fly in the nearest giant's face and try to distract him. Sure, chirped a different crow. What and the signal? Before I could think of one, a huge eagle plummeted down and landed in front of me. The only good news, if you could call it that, the other eagle kept flying, pursuing Sam. We had divided. Now we needed to conquer. I hoped the eagle in front of me would morph into a small, easy-to-defeat giant, preferably one who used Nerf weapons. Instead, he rose to 30 feet tall, his skin like chipped obsidian. He had Gunlod's blonde hair and pale blue eyes, which looked very strange with the rocky volcanic skin. Ice and snow flecked his whiskers like he'd been face diving in a box of frosted flakes. His armor was stitched from various hides, including some that looked like endangered species, zebra, elephant, einherji. In the giant's hand glittered an onyx double-sided axe. Who dares steal from the mighty Suttung? He bellowed. One just flew in from Nibelheim, and boy, are my arms tired. I couldn't think of any response that did not involve high-pitched screaming. Jack floated right up to the giant. I don't know, man, he volunteered. Some dude just swiped your meat and took off that way. I think he said his name was Hrungnir. Jack pointed in the general direction of York, England. I thought that was a pretty good fake out, but Suthung only frowned. Nice try, he rumbled. Hrungnir would never dare cross me. You are the thieves, and you have pulled me away from important work. We are about to launch the great ship Naglfar. I can't be flying home every time the alarm goes off. So Naglfar is close, then? I asked. Oh, not too far, Suthung admitted. Once you cross into Jotunheim, you follow the coast to the border of Nibelheim and... He scowled. Stop trying to trick me. You are thieves and you must die. He raised his axe. Wait. I yelled. Why? Demanded the giant. Yeah, why? Demanded Jack. I hated it when my sword sided with a giant. Jack was ready to fight, but I had bad memories of Hrungnir, the last stone giant we'd faced. He hadn't been an easy slice and dice. Also, he exploded on death. I wanted every advantage I could get against Suthung, including the use of my murder of unhelpful crows, for whom I had not yet thought of a signal. You claim we're thieves, I said, but how'd you get that mead, thief? Suthung kept his axe suspended over his head, giving us an unfortunate view of his blonde underarm hair in his obsidian armpits. I am no thief. My parents were slain by two evil little dwarves, Fjöller and Jallar. Ah, I hate those guys, I said. Right. Suthung agreed. I would have slaughtered them as payback, but they offered me Kvasir's meat instead. It is mine by right of Wergild. Oh. That kind of took the wind out of my argument. Still, that mead was created from the blood of Kvasir, a murdered god. It to the gods. So you would make things right, the giant summed up, by stealing the mead yet again for yourself? And killing my brother's thralls in the process. I may have mentioned that I don't like giant logic. Maybe. I said. Then, in a stroke of genius, I thought of a signal for my avian allies, eat crow. Sadly, the crows were slow to recognize my brilliance. Suthung yelled, die. Jack tried to intercept the axe, but it had gravity, momentum, and the force of a giant behind it. Jack did not. I dove aside as the axe split the field where I'd been standing. Meanwhile, the crows had a leisurely conversation. Why did he say eat crow? One cawed. If an idiomatic expression, another explained. It means, to admit you were wrong. Yes, but why did he say it? Asked a third. Rawr. Suthung yanked his axe from the ground. Jack flew into my hand. We can take him together, Senor. I really hope those were not going to be the last words I ever heard. Crows, one of the crows said. Hey, wait a minute. We're crows. I bet that was the signal. Yes. I yelped. Get him. Okay. Jack yelled happily. We will. Suthung raised his axe over his head once more. Jack pulled me into battle as the murder of crows rose from their tree and swarmed Suthung's face, pecking at his eyes and nose and frosted flakes beard. The giant roared, stumbling and blind. Ha, ha. Jack yelled. We have you now. He yanked me forward. Together, we plunged Jack into the giant's left foot. Suthung howled. His axe slipped from his hands, the heavy blade impaling itself in the skull of its owner. And that, kids, is why you should never use a battle axe without wearing your safety helmet. The giant fell with a thunderous thud, right on top of the pile of thralls. The crows settled on the grass around me. That wasn't very chivalrous, one remarked. But you re a Viking, so I guess chivalry doesn't apply. You're right, Godfrey, another agreed. Chivalry was more of a late medieval concept. A third crow cawed, you re both forgetting about the Normans, Bill. Just stop, said Godfrey. No one cares about your doctoral thesis on the Norman invasion. Shiny things? Asked the second crow. We get shiny things now? The entire murder peered at me with beady, greedy black eyes. I only had one shiny thing. Jack, who was presently doing his victory dance around the giant's corpse, singing, "Who killed a giant? I killed a giant." "Who's a giant killer?" "I'm a giant killer." As tempting as it was to leave him with the crows, I thought I might need my sword the next time a giant had to stabbed in the foot. Then I glanced at the pile of dead thralls. "Right over there," I told the crows. 9 extremely shiny scythe blades. "Will those do?" Said Bill. "I'm not sure where we'd put them." "We could rent a storage unit," suggested Godfrey. "Good idea," said Bill. "Very well, dead mortal boy. It was nice doing business with you. Just be careful," I warned. "Those blades are sharp." "Oh, don't worry about us," squawked Godfrey. "You've got the most dangerous path ahead of you. You 11 only find one friendly port between here and the ship of the dead, if you can even call the fortress of Skadi friendly." I shivered, remembering what Njord had told me about his estranged wife. "If a wretched place," Bill cawed. "Cold, cold, cold. And no shiny things, like, at all. Now if you 11 excuse us, we have to start picking our way through all this carrion to get at those shiny blades." "I love our job," said Godfrey. "Agreed," squawked the other crows. They fluttered over to the pile of bodies and went to work, which was not something I wanted to watch. Before the murder could murder themselves on the scythe blades and blame me for it, Jack and I began our long hike back to the Big Banana. Theron 6, the Ballad of Half-Born, Hovel hero. Our crew had taken care of the other giant. I could tell because of the badly hacked up, decapitated giant body sprawling on the beach next to our dock. His head was nowhere to seen. A few fishermen made their way around the corpse, holding their noses. Maybe they thought the giant was a dead whale. Samira stood grinning on the dock. "Welcome back, Magnus." We were getting worried. I tried to match her smile. "Nah. I'm fine." I explained what had happened with the crows and Suttung. The hike to the ship had actually been pleasant, just me and Jack enjoying the meadows and rural back roads of Norway. Along the way, goats and birds had made critical comments about my personal hygiene, but I couldn't blame them. I looked like I'd trekked through half the country and rolled down the other half. "Kid." Blitzen came running down the gangplank, Hearthstone right behind him. "I'm glad you're okay. Oh, yikes." Blitz stepped back hastily. "You smell like that dumpster on Park Street." "Thanks," I said. That's the smell I was going for. I couldn't tell much about Blitz's condition since he wore his anti-sun netting, but he sounded cheerful enough. Hearthstone looked much better, like a solid day of sleep had taken the edge off our experiences in Alfheim. The pink and green scarf from Alex looped jauntily across his black leather lapels. "Stone was useful," he signed. I thought about the pile of dead bodies we'd left in the valley. "We got the mead," I signed. "Couldn't have done it without the whetstone." Hearth nodded, apparently satisfied. "You do smell, though." "So I've been told." I gestured at the corpse of the giant. "What happened here?" That, Sam said, her eyes twinkling, was all Halfborn Gunderson. She yelled toward the deck of the ship, Halfborn. The berserker was having a heated conversation with TJ, Alex, and Mallory. He looked relieved to come to the railing. Ah, there he is. Halfborn said. Magnus, would you please explain to TJ that those thralls had to die? He's giving Mac a hard time about it. 3 things struck me about this: the nickname Mac had been officially adopted. Halfborn was defending Mallory Keene. And, oh, right. It figured that TJ, being the son of a freed slave, might have a wee bit of a problem with us slaughtering 9 thralls. They were slaves, TJ said, his voice heavy with anger. I get what happened. I get the reasoning. But still. You guys killed them. You can't expect me to be okay with that. They were Jotuns. Halfborn said. They weren't even human. Blitz cleared his throat. A gentle reminder, Berserker. Hearth and I aren't human, either. Ah, you know what I mean. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mac did the right thing. Don't defend me, Mallory snapped. That makes it so much worse. She faced Thomas Jefferson Jr. I'm sorry it had to happen that way, TJ. I really am. It was a bloody mess. TJ hesitated. Mallory so rarely apologized that when she did, it carried a lot of force. TJ gave her a grudging nod, not like everything was okay, but like he would at least consider her words. He glared at Halfborn, but Mallory put her hand on the infantryman's shoulder. I remembered what Sam had said about TJ and Halfborn once being enemies. Now I could see just how much they needed Mallory to keep them on the same team. I'm going below. TJ glanced over at the corpse of the giant. The air is fresher down there. He marched off. Alex puffed out her cheeks. Honestly, I don't see that you guys had much choice. But you'll have to give TJ some processing time. He was already pretty miffed since we spent our morning searching Flam and found nothing but tourists and troll souvenirs. Blitzen grunted. At least we have the mead now. So this wasn't all for nothing. I hoped he was right. Whether I could defeat Loki in a fighting. That remained to be seen, and I had the feeling that no matter how magical the mead was, my success would depend on me. Alas, me was my least favorite person to depend on. But what about this giant? I asked, anxious to change the subject. He's Bocce, right? How did you kill him? Everybody looked at Halfborn. Oh, come on. Halfborn protested. You guys helped a lot. Hearthstone signed, Blitz and I slept through it. TJ and I tried to fight him, Alex admitted. But Bocce dropped a building on us. She pointed down the shoreline. I hadn't noticed it before, but one of the lovely blue cottages of Flam had been scooped up from its spot on Main Street, which now had a gaping hole like a missing tooth, and slammed onto the beach, where the cottage had collapsed like a deflated bouncy house. What the locals made of this, I had no idea, but nobody seemed to be running around town in a panic by the time I got back to the ship, Sam said. The giant was only 30 seconds behind me. I had just enough energy left to explain what was happening. Halfborn took it from there. The berserker glowered. It wasn't so much. Not so much. Sam turned to me. Bocce landed in the middle of town, turned into giant form, and started stomping around and yelling threats. He called Flam a dirty hovel, Halfborn grumbled. Nobody says that about my hometown. Halfborn charged him, Sam continued. Bocce was like 40 feet tall, 45, Alex corrected, and he had this glamour cast over him, so he looked extra terrifying. Like Godzilla? Alex considered. Or maybe my dad. I have trouble telling them apart. But Halfborn just charged right in, Sam continued, yelling for Flam. Not the best war cry, Gunderson admitted. Luckily for me, the giant wasn't as strong as he looked. Alex snorted. He was plenty strong. You just went. Well, berserk. Alex cupped her hand like she was telling me a secret. This guy is scary when he goes into full berserker mode. He literally hacked the giant's feet out from under him. Then, when Bocce fell to his knees, Halfborn went to work on the rest of Gunderson. Harumph. Now, Fierro, you wired off his head. It went flying. He gestured into the fjord somewhere out there. Bocce was almost dead by that point, Alex insisted. He was in the process of falling over. That's the only reason the head flew so far. Well, Halfborn said, he's dead. That's all that matters. Mallory spat over the side of the boat. And I missed the whole thing, because I was stuck inside the walnut. Yes, Halfborn muttered. Yes, you did. Was it my imagination, or did Halfborn sound disappointed that Mallory had missed his moment of glory? Once you're in the walnut, Mallory said, you can't get out until somebody lets you out. Sam didn't remember I was in there for, like, 20 minutes. Oh, come on, Sam said. It was more like 5. Felt longer. Nodded. I imagine time goes slower when you're inside a nut. Shut up, oaf, Mallory growled. Halfborn grinned. So are we making sail, or what? Time's wasting. The temperature dropped as we sailed into the sunset. Amidships, Sam did her evening prayer. Hearthstone and Blitzen sat at the prow, gazing in quiet awe at the fjord walls. Mallory went below to check on TJ and cook up some dinner. I stood at the rudder next to Halfborn Gunderson, listening to the sail ripple in the wind and the magical oars swish through the water in perfect time. I'm fine, Halfborn said. I glanced over. His face was blue in the evening shadows, like he'd painted it for combat, as he sometimes did. You were going to ask if I was okay, he said. That's why you're standing here, right? I'm fine. Ah. Good. I'll admit it was strange walking through the streets of Flam, thinking about how I grew up there in a little hut with just my mom. Prettier place than I remembered. And I may have wondered what would have happened if I'd stayed there, gotten married, had a life. Right. And when Bocce insulted the place, I lost it. I wasn't expecting to have any. You know, feelings about being home. Sure. It's not like I expect anybody to write a ballad about me saving my hometown. He tilted his head as if he could almost hear the melody. I'm glad to be out of that place again. I don't regret my choices when I was alive, even if I did leave my mom behind and never saw her again. Okay. And Mallory meeting her own mother, that didn't raise any particular emotions in me. I'm just glad Mac found out the truth, even if she did run off on a wild train ride without telling us, and could have gotten herself killed, and I never would have known what happened to her. Oh, and you and Sam, too, of course. Of course. Halfborn hit the rudder handle. But curse that vixen. What was she thinking? The daughter of Frigg. Halfborn's laugh sounded a little hysterical. No wonder she's so. He waved his hand, making signs that could have meant almost anything, exasperating. Fantastic. Angry. Food processor? I said. Halfborn patted my shoulder. Thanks, Magnus. I'm glad we had this talk. You're alright, for a healer. Appreciate it. Take the rudder, will you? Just stay in the middle of the fjord and watch out for krakens. Krakens? I protested. Halfborn nodded absently and went below, maybe to check on dinner, or Mallory and TJ, or simply because I smelled bad. By full dark, we'd reached the open sea. I didn't crash the ship or release any krakens, which was good. I did not want to be that guy. Samira came aft and took over rudder duty from me. She was chewing medjool dates with her usual expression of post-fast ecstasy. How are you holding up? I shrugged. Considering the kind of day we've had. Good, I guess. She raised her canteen and sloshed around Kvasir's mead. You want to take charge of this? Smell it or sip it or something, just to test it? The idea made me nauseous. Keep it for now, please. I'll wait until I absolutely have to drink it. Sensible. The effect might not be permanent. It's not just that, I said. I'm afraid I'll drink it and it won't be enough. That I still won't be able to beat Loki. Sam looked like she wanted to give me a hug, though hugging a boy wasn't something a good Muslima would ever do. I wonder the same thing, Magnus. Not about you, but about me. Who knows if I'll have the strength to face my father again? Who knows if any of us will? Is that supposed to boost my morale? Sam laughed. All we can do is try, Magnus. I choose to believe that our hardships make us stronger. Everything we've been through on this voyage, it matters. It increases our chances of victory. I glanced toward the prow. Blitzen and Hearthstone had fallen asleep side by side in their sleeping bags at the base of the dragon figurehead. It seemed a strange place to sleep, given our adventure in Alfheim, but they both seemed at peace. I hope you're right, Sam, I said. Because some of it's been pretty rough. Sam sighed as if letting go of all the hunger, thirst, and curse words she'd kept inside while fasting. I know. I think the hardest thing we can ever do is see someone for who they really are. Our parents. Our friends. Ourselves. I wondered if she was thinking about Loki, or maybe herself. She could have been talking about any of us on the ship. None of us were free of our pasts. During the voyage, we'd looked into some pretty harsh mirrors. My moment at the mirror was yet to come. When I faced Loki, I was sure he'd delight in magnifying my every fault, stripping bare my every fear and weakness. If he could, he would reduce me to a sniveling grease spot. We had until tomorrow to reach Naglfar, Frigg had said. Or the next day at the latest. I found myself wavering, almost wishing we would miss the deadline so I wouldn't have to face Loki one-on-one. But no. My friends were counting on me. For the sake of everybody I knew, everybody I didn't know. Point 1 had to delay Ragnarok as long as possible. I had to give Sam and Amir a chance at a normal life, and Annabeth, and Percy, and Percy's baby sister, Estelle. They all deserved better than planetary destruction. I said good night to Sam, then spread my own sleeping bag out on the deck. I slept fitfully, dreaming of dragons and thralls, of falling down mountains and battling clay giants. Loki's laughter echoed in my ears. Over and over, the deck turned into a gruesome patchwork of dead men's keratin, enfolding me in a disgusting toenail cocoon. Good morning, said Blitzen, jolting me awake. The morning was bitter cold and steel gray. I sat up, breaking a sheet of ice that had formed on my sleeping bag. Off our starboard side, snow-capped mountains loomed even taller than the fjords of Norway. All around us, the sea was a broken-up puzzle of ice blocks. The deck was completely glazed in frost, turning our bright yellow warship the color of weak lemonade. Blitzen was the only other person on deck. He was bundled up, but he wasn't wearing any sun protection, despite the fact that it was clearly daytime. That could only mean one thing. We're not in Midgard anymore, I guessed. Blitzen smiled wearily, no humor in his eyes. We've been in Jotunheim for hours now, kid. The others are below, trying to stay warm. You. Well, being the son of the summer god, you're more resistant to cold, but even you are going to start having trouble soon. Judging from how fast the temperature is dropping, we're getting close to the borders of Nibelheim. I shivered instinctively. Nibelheim, the primordial realm of ice, one of the few worlds I hadn't yet visited, and one I wasn't anxious to explore. How will we know when we're there? I asked. The ship lurched with a juddering noise that loosened my joints. I staggered to my feet. The big banana was dead in the water. The surface of the sea had turned to solid ice in every direction. I'd say we're here. Blitz sighed. Let's hope Hearthstone can summon some magical fire. Otherwise we're all going to freeze to death within the hour. 37 Alex bites me face off. I have died many painful deaths. I've been impaled, decapitated, burned, drowned, crushed, and thrown off the terrace of floor 103. I prefer all of those to hypothermia. After only a few minutes, my lungs felt like I was breathing glass dust. We got all hands on deck, another nautical term I finally understood to deal with the ice problem, but we had little success. I sent Jack out to break up the flow in front of us, while Halfborn and TJ used pole axes to chip away at the port and starboard sides. Sam flew ahead with the rope and tried to tug us along. Alex turned into a walrus and pushed from behind. I was too cold to make any jokes about how nice she looked with tusks, whiskers, and flippers. Hearthstone summoned a new rune. He explained this was Kanaz, the torch, the fire of life. Instead of disappearing in a flash, like most runes did, Kanaz continued to burn above the foredeck, a floating bend of fire 5 feet high, melting the frost on the deck and rigging. Kanaz kept us warm enough to avoid instant death, but Blitz fretted that sustaining the rune for an extended period would also burn up Hearth's energy. A few months ago, expending so much energy would have killed him. Now he was stronger. Still, I worried, too. I found a pair of binoculars in the supplies and scanned the mountains for any promise of shelter or harbor. I saw nothing but sheer rock. I didn't realize my fingers were turning blue until Blitz pointed it out. I summoned a little Frey warmth into my hands, but the effort made me dizzy. Using the power of summer here was like trying to remember everything that happened on my first day of elementary school. I knew summer still existed, somewhere, but it was so distant, so vague, I could barely conjure a memory of it. Blitz, why you don't look affected, I noted. He scratched the ice from his beard. Dwarves do well in the cold. You and I will be the last ones to freeze to death. But that's not much comfort. Mallory, Blitz, and I tried using oars to push away the ice as Halfborn and TJ broke it up. We alternated duties, going below decks 2 or 3 at a time to warm up, though below wasn't much warmer. We would have made faster time just getting out and walking, but Walrus Alex reported that the ice had some nasty thin spots. Also, we had nowhere to shelter. At least the ship offered supplies and some cover from the wind. My arms started to go numb. I got so used to shivering I couldn't tell whether it had started to snow or my vision was blurred. The fiery rune was the only thing keeping us alive, but its light and heat slowly faded. Hearthstone sat cross-legged beneath the Kanaz, his eyes closed in intense concentration. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow and froze as soon as they splattered on the deck. After a while, even Jack started to act glum. He no longer seemed interested in serenading us or joking about doing icebreaker activities. "And this is the nicest part of Niflheim," he grumbled. "You should see the cold regions." I'm not sure how much time passed. It seemed impossible that there had been any life before this one, breaking ice, pushing ice, shivering, dying. Then, at the prow, Mallory croaked, "Hey! Look!" In front of us, the swirling snow thinned. Only a few hundred yards ahead, jutting from the main line of cliffs, was a jagged peninsula like the blade of a corroded axe. A thin line of black gravel beach hugged the base. And toward the top of the cliff, were those fires flickering? We turned the ship in that direction, but we didn't make it far. The ice thickened, cementing our hull in place. Above Hearth's head, the Knaz rune guttered weakly. We all gathered on the deck, solemn and silent. Every blanket and extra piece of clothing in the hold had been wrapped around us. Walk for it," Blitz suggested. Even he was starting to stutter. We pair up for warmth. Get across the ice to the shore. Maybe we find shelter. It wasn't so much a survival plan as a plan for dying in a different place, but we grimly went to work. We shouldered all the supplies. We couldn't live without some food, water, the canteen of Kvasir's mead, our weapons. Then we climbed onto the ice and I folded the big banana into a handkerchief, because dragging the ship along behind us would have been, well, a drag. Jack volunteered to float in front of us and test the ice with his blade. I wasn't sure whether that would make things more or less dangerous for us, but he refused to go back into pendant form, because the after effects of his extra exertion would have killed me. He's thoughtful that way. As we paired up, somebody's arm curled around my waist. Alex Fierro wedged herself next to me, wrapping a blanket around our heads and shoulders. I looked at her in amazement. A pink wool scarf covered her head and mouth, so all I could see were her two-toned eyes and some wisps of green hair. Shut up, she stammered. You're warm and summery. Jack led the way across the ice. Behind him, Blitzen did his best to prop up Hearthstone, who stumbled along with the rune of Knaz above him, though its heat was now more like a candle's than a bonfire's. Sam and Mallory followed, then TJ and Halfborn, and finally Alex and me. We trudged across the frozen sea, making our way toward that outcropping of rock, but our destination seemed to get farther away with every step. Could the cliff be a mirage? Maybe distance was fluid on the borders of Niflheim and Jotunheim. Once, in the hall of Utgard Loki, Alex and I had rolled a bowling ball all the way to the White Mountains in New Hampshire, so I supposed anything was possible. I couldn't feel my face anymore. My feet had turned to 1-gallon boxes of squishy ice cream. I thought how sad it would be to come as far as we had, facing so many gods, giants, and monsters, only to keel over and freeze to death in the middle of nowhere. I clung to Alex. She clung to me. Her breath rattled. I wished she still had her walrus blubber, because she was all skin and bone, as wiry as her garrote. I wanted to chide her, eat. You're wasting away. I appreciated her warmth, though. Under any other circumstances, she would have killed me for getting this close. Also, I would have freaked out from so much physical contact. I considered it a personal triumph that I'd learned to hug my friends once in a while, but I wasn't usually good with closeness. The need for warmth, and maybe the fact that this was Alex, made it okay somehow. I concentrated on her scent, a sort of citrusy fragrance that made me think of orange groves in a sunny valley in Mexico. Not that I'd ever been to a place like that, but it smelled nice. Guava juice, Alex croaked. What? I asked. Roof deck. Be back be-bay. That was nice, clinging to good memories, I realized. Trying to stay alive. Why yeah, I agreed. York, she said. Mr. C.H. Chippy. You didn't know what tea takeaway meant. I hate you, I said. Keep tea talking. Her laugh sounded more like a smoker's cough. When you returned from Alfheim. The look on your face when I took B back my pink glasses. B, but you were glad to see me. Why, you have some entertainment value. Struggling to walk on the ice, our heads so close together, I could almost imagine Alex and I were a clay warrior with two faces, a twin being. The thought was comforting. Maybe 50 yards from the cliff, the Knaz rune sputtered out. Hearth stumbled against Blitz. The temperature plummeted further, which I didn't think was possible. My lungs expelled their last bit of warmth. They screamed when I tried to inhale. Keep going. Blitz yelled back to us hoarsely. I am not dying in this outfit. We obliged, marching step by step toward the narrow gravel beach, where at least we could die on solid ground. Blitz and Hearth were almost at the shore when Alex stopped abruptly. I didn't have any energy left either, but I thought I should try to sound encouraging. We have to keep going. I looked over. We were nose to nose under the blankets. Her eyes glinted, amber and brown. Her scarf had dipped below her chin. Her breath was like limes. Then, before I even knew what was happening, she kissed me. She could have bitten off my mouth and I would have been less surprised. Her lips were cracked and rough from the cold. Her nose fit perfectly next to mine. Our faces aligned, our breath mixed. Then she pulled away. I wasn't going to die without doing that, she said. The world of primordial ice must not have frozen me completely, because my chest burned like a coal furnace. Well. She frowned. Stop gaping and let's move. We trudged toward the shore. My mind wasn't working properly. I wondered if Alex had kissed me just to inspire me to keep going, or to distract me from our imminent deaths. It didn't seem possible she'd actually wanted to kiss me. Had ever the case, that kiss was the only reason I made it to shore. Our friends were already there, huddled against the rocks. They hadn't seemed to notice the kiss between Alex and me. Why would they? Everyone was too busy freezing to death. I have gunpowder, TJ stuttered. C could make a fire. Unfortunately, we had nothing to burn except our clothes, and we needed those. Blitz looked miserably at the cliff face, which was sheer and unforgiving. I'll try to shape the rock, he said. Maybe I can dig us a cave. I'd seen Blitz mold solid rock before, but it took a lot of energy and concentration. Even then, he'd only been making simple handholds. I didn't see how he'd have the strength to dig an entire cave. Nor was that going to save us. But I appreciated his stubborn optimism. He'd just dug his fingers into the stone when the entire cliff rumbled. A line of blazing light etched the shape of a door, 20 feet square, that swung inward with a deep grinding noise. In the opening stood a giantess as terrible and beautiful as the Nibelheim landscape. She was 10 feet tall, dressed in white and gray furs, her brown eyes cold and angry, her dark hair braided in multiple strands like a cat o' nine tails whip. Who dares rock shape my front door? She asked. Blitz gulped. Why should I not kill you all? the giantess demanded. Or perhaps, since you look half dead already, I'll just close my door and let you freeze. Wait. I croaked. SK Skadi. You're Skadi, right? Gods of Asgard, I thought, please let this be Skadi and not some random giantess named Gertrude the Unfriendly. I'm M. Magnus Chase, I continued. Njord is my grandfather. He sent me to find you. A variety of emotions rippled across Skadi's face, irritation, resentment, and maybe just a hint of curiosity. All right, frozen boy, she growled. That gets you in the door. Once you've all thought out and explained yourselves, I'll decide whether or not to use you for archery targets. 38 Skadi knows all, shoots all. I didn't want to let go of Alex. Or maybe I just physically couldn't. 2 of Skadi's Jotun servants literally had to pull us apart. One of them carried me up a winding set of stairs into the fortress, my body still hunched in hobbling old man position. Compared to outside, Skadi's hall felt like a sauna, though the thermostat probably wasn't set much higher than freezing. I was carried through high stone corridors with vaulted ceilings that reminded me of the big old churches in Back Bay, great places to warm up in when you're homeless in winter. Occasionally a booming sound echoed through the fortress, like someone was cannons in the distance. Skadi barked orders to her servants, and we were all taken to separate rooms to get cleaned up. A Jotun manservant, giant servant, lowered me into a bath so hot I hit a high note I hadn't been able to sing since 4th grade. While I soaked, he gave me something to drink, a vile herbal concoction that burned my throat and made my fingers and toes spasm. He hauled me out of the bath, and by the time he got me dressed in a white wool tunic and breeches, I had to admit I felt almost okay again, even with Jack now hanging back on my neck chain as a runestone. The color of my toes and fingers had returned to pink. I could feel my face. My nose had not fallen off from frostbite, and my lips were right where Alex had left them. You'll live, the Jotun grumbled, like this was a personal failure on his part. He gave me comfortable fur shoes and a thick warm cloak, then led me out to the main hall, where my friends were waiting. The hall was standard Viking for the most part, a rough-hewn stone floor covered with straw, a ceiling made from spears and shields, 3 tables in a U-shape around a central fire, though Skadi's flames burned white and blue and seemed to give off no heat. Along one side of the hall, a row of cathedral-size windows opened onto a blizzard-blurred vista. I saw no glass in the windows, but the wind and snow didn't trespass inside. At the center table, Skadi sat on a throne carved from yew wood and overlaid with furs. Her servants bustled around, putting out platters of fresh bread and roasted meat, along with steaming mugs that smelled like hot chocolate. Suddenly I liked Skadi a lot more. My friends were all dressed like me, in white wool, so we looked like a secret society of very clean monks, the Fellowship of the Bleach. I'll admit I scanned for Alex first, hoping to sit next to her, but she was on the far bench, wedged between Mallory and Halfborn with TJ at the end. Alex caught me. She mimicked my gawping face like, "What are you looking so?" It was back to normal, then. One life and death kiss, and we returned to our regularly scheduled snark. Great. I sat next to Blitzen, Hearthstone, and Sam, which was just fine. We all dug into our dinner, except for Sam. She hadn't bathed since that was also against Ramadan rules, but she'd changed clothes. Her hijab had shifted color to match her white outfit. Somehow, she managed not to stare longingly at everyone else's food, which convinced me beyond a doubt that she had superhuman endurance. Skadi lounged on her throne, her cat-o'-nine-tails hair draped over her shoulders, her fur cloak making her look even larger than she was. She spun an arrow on top of her knee. Behind her, the wall was lined with racks of equipment, skis, bows, quivers of arrows. I guessed she was a fan of cross-country archery. "Welcome, travelers," said our host, to Thrymheimr in your language, Thunderhome. As if on cue, a rumble shook the room, the same boom I'd heard when deeper in the fortress. Now I knew what it was: snow thunder. You heard it in Boston sometimes when a snowstorm mixed with a thunderstorm. It sounded like firecrackers going off inside a cotton pillow, if you magnified that sound by a million. Thunderhome. Halfborn nodded gravely. A good name, considering, you know. The constant thunder boomed again, rattling the plates on the table. Mallory leaned over to Alex. "I can't reach Gunderson. Hit him for me, will you?" Despite the huge size of the hall, the acoustics were perfect. I could hear every whisper. I wondered if Scatty had designed the place with that in mind. The giantess wasn't eating from the plate in front of her. Best case scenario, she was fasting for Ramadan. Worst case scenario, she was waiting until we were sufficiently fattened up so she could enjoy us as her main course. She tapped her arrow on her knee while studying me intently. "So, you're one of Njord's, she mused. "Child of Frey, I suppose." "Yes, ma'am." I wasn't sure if lady or miss or huge scary person was the appropriate title, but Scatty didn't kill me, so I figured I hadn't offended her. Yet. I can see the resemblance. She wrinkled her nose, as if the similarity was not a point in my favor. Njord wasn't the worst husband. He was kind. He had beautiful feet. Outstanding feet, Blitz agreed, wagging a pork rib for emphasis. But we just couldn't get along, Scatty continued. Irreconcilable differences. He didn't like my haul. Can you believe it? Hearthstone signed, "You have a beautiful haul." The gesture for beautiful was circling your hand in front of your face, then spreading your fingertips apart like poof. The first few times I saw it, I thought Hearth was saying "This thing makes my face explode." "Thank you, elf," said Scatty, "because all the best Jotuns understand ASL. Certainly, Thunderhome is better than Njord's seaside palace. All those gulls constantly screeching, I couldn't stand the noise." Snow thunder shook the room again. "Yes," Alex said, "no peace and quiet, like here." "Exactly," said Scatty. "My father built this fortress, may his soul rest with Ymir, the first giant. Now Thrymheimr is mine, and I don't intend to leave it. I've had my fill of the Aesir." She leaned forward, still holding that wicked barbed arrow. "Now tell me, Magnus Chase, why did Njord send you to me? Please tell me he doesn't still illusions about us getting back together. Why me? I thought." Scatty seemed okay. I'd met enough giants to know they weren't all bad, any more than all gods were good. But if Scatty was done with the Aesir, I wasn't sure she'd welcome us going after Loki, who was, of course, the Aesir's main enemy. I definitely didn't want to tell her that my grandfather, the god of seaside pedicures, still pined for her. On the other hand, some gut instinct told me Scatty would see through any lies or omissions as easily as she heard every whisper in this hall. Thrymheimr was not a place for hiding secrets. Njord wanted me to see how you felt about him, I admitted. She sighed. "I don't believe this. He didn't send you with flowers, did he? I told him to stop it with the bouquets." "No flowers," I promised, suddenly sympathizing with all the Inuit Nibelheim delivery people she had probably shot dead. "And Njord's feelings aren't the main reason we're here. We've come to stop Loki." The servants all stopped what they were doing. They glanced at me, then at their mistress, as if thinking, well, this should be interesting. My friends watched me with expressions that ranged from "you got this, Blitzen," to "please don't screw up as much as usual, Alex." Scatty's dark eyes glittered. "Go on." "Loki is getting his ship Naglfar ready to sail," I said. "We're here to stop him, recapture him, and bring him back to the Aesir so we don't have to fight Ragnarok, like, tomorrow." Another peal of thunder shook the mountain. The giantess's face was impossible to read. I imagined her sending her arrow across the room and embedding it in my chest like a mistletoe dart. Instead, she threw back her head and laughed. "Is that why you're carrying Kvasir's mead? You intend to challenge Loki to a fighting?" I gulped. Yeah. How do you know we have Kvasir's mead?" My second, unspoken, question was, "And are you going to take it away from IIS?" The giantess leaned forward. "I am fully aware of everything that happens in my hall, Magnus Chase, and everyone who passes through it. I have taken inventory of your weapons, your supplies, your powers, your scars." She scanned the room, her eyes resting on each of us not with sympathy, more like she was picking targets. "I also would have known if you'd lied to me. Be glad you did not. So, tell me, why should I let you continue your quest? Persuade me not to kill you." Halfborn Gunderson wiped his beard. "Well, for one thing, Lady Skadi, killing us would be a lot of trouble. If you know our abilities, you know we're excellent fighters. We'd give you quite a challenge." An arrow thudded into the table an inch from Halfborn's hand. I didn't even see how it happened. I looked back at Skadi. She suddenly had a bow in her hand, a second arrow already nocked and ready to fly. Halfborn didn't flinch. He set down his hot chocolate and belched. "Lucky shot." "Ha." Skadi lowered her bow, and my heart started pumping blood again. "So you have bravery. Or foolhardiness, at least. What else can you tell me?" "That we're no friends of Loki's," Samira volunteered. "And neither are you." Skadi raised an eyebrow. "Vmat makes you say so. If you were a friend of Loki's, we would already be dead." Sam gestured toward the windows. "The harbor of Naglfar is close, isn't it? I can sense my father nearby. You don't like Loki gathering his army right on your doorstep. Let us continue our quest, and we can take my father off the board." Alex nodded. "Yes, we can." "Interesting," Skadi mused. "Two children of Loki sit at my dinner table, and you both seem to hate Loki even more than I do. Ragnarok makes strange allies." TJ clapped once, so loudly we all flinched, except for Hearth. "I knew it." He grinned and pointed at Skadi. "I knew this lady had good taste. Hot chocolate this tasty? A hall this awesome? And her servants don't wear thrall collars." Skadi curled her lip. "No, ain hergy. I detest the keeping of slaves." "See." TJ gave Halfborn a told you so look. More thunder rattled the plates and cups, as if agreeing with TJ. The berserker just rolled his eyes. "I knew this lady hated Loki," TJ summed up. "She's a natural Union supporter." The giantess frowned. "I am not sure what that means, my very enthusiastic guest, but you are right, I am no friend of Loki's. There was a time when he didn't seem so bad. He could make me laugh. He was charming. Then, during the fighting in Agir's hall, Loki insinuated that he had shared my bed." Skadi shuddered at the memory. "In front of all the other gods, he slighted my honor. He said horrible things. And so, when the gods bound him in that cave, I was the one who found the serpent and set it over Loki's head. She smiled coldly. The Aesir and Vanir were satisfied just to bind him for eternity, but that wasn't enough for me. I wanted him to experience the drip, drip, drip of poison in his face for the rest of time, just the way his words had made me feel. I decided I would not be slighting Skadi's honor anytime soon. Well, ma'am. Blitz tugged at his wool tunic. He was the only one of us who didn't look comfortable in his new threads, probably because the outfit did not allow him to wear an ascot. Sounds like you gave the villain just what he deserved. Will you help us, then? Skadi set her bow across the table. Let me understand this, you, Magnus Chase, plan to defeat Loki, the silver-tongued master of insults, in a verbal duel. Right. She looked like she was waiting for me to wax poetic about my prowess with verbs and adjectives and whatnot. Honestly, that one-word answer was all I could manage. Well, then, Skadi said, it's a very good thing you have Kvasir's mead. My friends all nodded. Thanks a lot, friends. You were also wise not to drink it yet, Skadi continued. You have such a small amount, there is no telling how long its effect will last. You should drink it in the morning, just before you leave. That should allow enough time for the mead to take effect before you face Loki. Then you know where he is. I asked. He's that close. I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or petrified. Skadi nodded. Beyond my mountain there lies a frozen bay where Naglfar sits at her moorings. In giant terms, it is only a few good strides away. What is that in human terms? Asked Mallory. It won't matter, Skadi assured her. I will give you skis to speed you on your way. Hearth signed, skis. I'm not so good on skis, Blitz muttered. Skadi smiled. Fear not, Blitzen, son of Freya. My skis will look good on you. You will have to reach the ship before midday tomorrow. By then, the ice blocking the bay will be sufficiently melted for Loki to sail into open waters. If that happens, nothing will be able to stop Ragnarok. I met Mallory's eyes across the hearth fire. Her mom, Frigg, had been right. By the time we set foot on Naglfar, if we reached it, 48 hours would have passed since Flam. If you manage to board the ship, Skadi said, you will somehow have to make your way through legions of giants and undead. They will, of course, try to kill you. But if you succeed in getting face to face with Loki and issuing your challenge, he will be honor-bound to accept. The fighting will stop long enough for the flighting. So, Alex said, it'll be cake, then. Skadi's cat-o'-nine-tails hair slithered across her shoulders as she regarded Alex. You have an interesting definition of cake. Assuming Magnus somehow defeats Loki in a flighting, and weakens him enough to capture. How will you imprison him? Mallory said. We have a walnut shell. Skadi nodded. That is good. A walnut shell might do it. So, if I defeat Loki in the flighting, I said, and we do the walnut shell, etc. Then we shake hands with Loki's crew, everybody says good game, and they let us go, right? Skadi snorted. Hardly. The ceasefire will end as soon as the contest is over. Then, one way or another, the crew will kill you. Well, then, Halfborn said. VVH, why don't you come with us, Skadi? We could use an archer in our group. Skadi laughed. This one amuses me. Yeah, that feeling wears off quickly, Mallory muttered. The giantess rose. Tonight you will stay in my hall, little mortals. You can sleep peacefully knowing that there is nothing to fear in Thunder Home. But in the morning she pointed to the white abyss beyond her windows. Out you go. The last thing I want is to get Njord's hopes up by pampering his grandson. 39 I become as poetic as a poetic person. Despite Scatty's promise, I didn't sleep peacefully. The coldness of the chamber and the constant booming didn't help. Nor did the knowledge that in the morning Scatty was apparently going to fit us with skis and throw us out a window. Also, I kept thinking about Alex Fierro. You know, maybe just a little. Alex was a force of nature, like the snow thunder. She struck when she felt like it, depending on temperature differentials and storm patterns I couldn't possibly predict. She shook my foundations in a way that was powerful but also weirdly soft and constrained, veiled in blizzard. I couldn't assign any motives to her. She just did what she wanted. At least, that's how it felt to me. I stared at the ceiling for a long time. Finally, I got out of bed, used the wash basin, and changed into new wool clothes, white and gray, the colors of snow and ice. My runestone pendant hung cold and heavy on my neck, like Jack was catching some winks. I gathered my few supplies, then wandered into the corridors of Thunder Home, hoping I didn't get killed by a startled servant or a random arrow. In the great hall, I found Sam at prayer. Jack hummed against my collarbone, informing me in a sleepy, irritated tone that it was 4 in the morning, Nibelheim Standard Time. Sam had laid her prayer rug facing the huge open windows. I guess the blur of white outside made a blank screen to stare at while you meditated on God or whatever. I waited until she finished. I'd come to recognize her routine by now. A moment of silence at the end, a sort of peaceful settling that even the thunder couldn't disturb. Then she turned and smiled. "Good morning," she said. "Hey. You're up early." I realized that was a stupid thing to say to a Muslim. If you're observant, you never sleep late, because you have to be up for prayers before first light. Being around Sam, I'd started to pay more attention to the timing of dawn and dusk, even when we were in other worlds. "I didn't sleep much," she said. "I figured I would get in a good meal or two." She patted her stomach. "How do you know prayer times in Jotunheim?" I asked. "Or wear Mecca hat?" "I take my best guess." "That's allowed. It's the intention that counts." I wondered if the same would be true of my coming challenge. Maybe Loki would say, "Well, Magnus, you really sucked at flighting, but you did your best and it's the intention that counts, so you win." "Hey." Sam's voice jarred me out of my thoughts. "You'll do fine." "You're awfully calm," I noted. "Considering. You know, today's the day." Sam adjusted her hijab, which was still white to match her outfit. "Last night was the 27th night of Ramadan. Traditionally, that's the night of power." I waited. "Is that when you get supercharged?" She laughed. "Sort of. It commemorates Muhammad receiving his first revelation from the angel Gabriel. Knows exactly which night it is, but it's the holiest of the year. Wait, it's your holiest night, and you don't know when it is?" Sam shrugged. "Most people go with the 27th, but yet. It's one of the nights of the last 10 days of Ramadan. Not knowing keeps you on your toes. Anyway, last night it just felt right. I stayed up praying and thinking, and I just felt confirmed. Like there is something bigger than all this, Loki, Ragnarok, the ship of the dead. My dad may have power over me because he's my dad. But he's not the biggest power. Allahu Akbar. I knew that term, but I'd never heard Sam use it before. I'll admit it gave me an instinctive jolt in the gut. The news media loved to talk about how terrorists would say that right before they did something horrible and blew people up. I wasn't going to mention that to Sam. I imagined she was painfully aware. She couldn't walk the streets of Boston in her hijab most days without somebody screaming at her to go home, and, if she was in a bad mood, she'd scream back, "I'm from Dorchester." "Yeah," I said. "That means God is great, right?" Sam shook her head. "That's a slightly inaccurate translation. It means God is greater." "Then what?" "Everything. The whole point of saying it is to remind yourself that God is greater than whatever you are facing, your fears, your problems, your thirst, your hunger, your anger. Even your issues with a parent like Loki." She shook her head. "Sorry, that must sound really hokey to an atheist." I shrugged, feeling awkward. I wished I could have Sam's level of faith. I didn't, but it clearly worked for her, and I needed her to be confident, especially today. "Well, you sound supercharged." "That's what counts." "Ready to kick some undead butt?" "Yep." She smirked. "VV had about you. Are you ready to face Alex?" I wondered if God was greater than the punch in the stomach Sam had just given me. What do you mean?" "Oh, Magnus," she said. "You are so emotionally nearsighted it's almost cute." Before I could think of some clever way not to respond to that, perhaps by shouting, "Look over there!" and running away, Scatty's voice boomed through the hall. "There are my early risers." The giantess was dressed in enough white fur to outfit a family of polar bears. Behind her, a line of servants trudged in carrying an assortment of wooden skis. "Let's rouse your friends and get you on your way." Our friends were not thrilled about getting up. I had to pour ice water on half-born Gunderson's head twice. Blitz grumbled something about ducks and told me to go away. When I tried to shake Hearth awake, he stuck one hand above the covers and signed, "I am not here." TJ out of bed screaming, "Charge!" Fortunately he wasn't armed, or he would have run me through. Finally, everybody assembled in the main hall, where Scatty's servants set out our last meal, our breakfast of bread, cheese, and apple cider. "This cider was made from the apples of immortality," Scatty said. "Centuries ago, when my father kidnapped the goddess Idun, we fermented some of her apples into cider. It's quite diluted. It won't make you immortal, but it will give you a boost of endurance, at least long enough to get through the wilds of Nibelheim." I drained the cup. The cider didn't make me feel particularly boosted, but it did tingle a little. It settled the crackling and popping in my stomach. After eating, we tried on our skis with varying degrees of success. Hearthstone waddled around gracefully in his, who knew elves could waddle gracefully, while Blitz tried in vain to find a pair that matched his shoes. "Do you have anything smaller?" he asked. "Also, maybe in a dark brown? Like a mahogany." Scatty patted him on the head, which wasn't something dwarves appreciated. Mallory and Halfborn shuffled around with ease, but both of them had to help TJ stay on his feet. "Jefferson, I thought you grew up in New England," Halfborn said. "You never skied." "I lived in a city," TJ grumbled. "Also, I'm black." There weren't a lot of black guys skiing down the Boston waterfront in 1861. Sam looked a little awkward on her skis, but since she could fly, I wasn't too worried about her. As for Alex, she sat by an open window putting on a pair of hot pink ski boots. Had she brought them with her? Had she tipped a servant a few kroner to find her a pair in Scatty's supply closet? I had no idea, but she wouldn't be skiing off to her death in bland white and gray. She wore a green fur cloak. Scatty must have skinned a few Grinches to make it over her mauve jeans and green and pink sweater vest. To top off the look, she wore an Amelia Earhart-style aviator's cap with her pink sunglasses. Just when I thought I'd seen all the outfits nobody but Alex could pull off, she pulled off a new one. As she adjusted her skis, she paid no attention to the rest of us. And by the rest of us, I mean me. She seemed lost in her thoughts, maybe considering what she would say to her mother, Loki, before she attempted to garrote his head off. At last we were all in skis, standing in pairs next to the open windows like a group of Olympic jumpers. "Well, Magnus Chase," Scatty said, "all that remains is the drinking of the mead." Sam, standing on my left, offered me the canteen. Oh. I wondered if it was safe to drink mead before operating skis. Maybe the laws were more lax out here in the hinterlands. "You mean now?" "Yes," Scatty said. "Now." I uncapped the canteen. This was the moment of truth. We'd ventured across worlds and nearly died countless times. We'd feasted with Aegir, battled pottery with pottery, slain a dragon, and siphoned mead with an old rubber hose just so I could drink this honeyed blood beverage, which would hopefully make me poetic enough to talk smack about Loki. I saw no point in doing a taste test. I chugged down the mead in 3 big gulps. I was expecting the taste of blood, but Kvasir's mead tasted more like, well, mead. It certainly didn't burn like dragon's blood, or even tingle like Scatty's cider of not quite immortality. "How do you feel?" Blitz asked hopefully. "Poetic." I burped. "I feel okay." "That's it?" Alex demanded. "Say something impressive. Describe the storm." I gazed out the windows into the blizzard. "The storm looks white. Also cold." Halfborn sighed. "We're all dead. Good luck, heroes." Scatty called. Then her servants pushed us out the windows into the void. 41 Get a collect call from hell. We hurtled through the sky like things that hurtle through the sky. The wind whipped my face. The snow blinded me. The cold was so bad it made me cold. Okay, yeah, the meat of poetry definitely wasn't working. Then gravity took hold. I hated gravity. My skis scraped and hissed against packed snow. I hadn't been skiing in a long time. I'd never done it careening down a 45-degree slope in sub-zero temperatures and blizzard conditions. My eyeballs froze. The cold seared my cheeks. Somehow, I avoided a wipeout. Each time I started to wobble, my skis auto-corrected, keeping me upright. Off to my right, I caught a glimpse of Sam flying along, her skis 6 feet above the ground. Cheater. Hearthstone zipped past on my left, signing, "On your left," which was not very helpful. In front of me, Blitzen fell out of the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs. He hit the snow and immediately executed a series of dazzling slaloms, figure eights, and triple flips. Either he was a much better skier than he'd let on, or his magical skis had an evil sense of humor. My knees and ankles burned with strain. The wind ripped straight through my super heavy giant weave clothes. I figured any minute I would stumble more than my magical skis could compensate for. I'd hit a boulder, break my neck, and end up sprawled across the snow like. Forget it. I'm not even trying that one. Suddenly the slope evened out. The blizzard abated. Our speed decreased, and all 8 of us slid to a gentle stop like we'd just finished the bunny slope at Mount Easy McWeak Sauce. Hey, that was a simile. Maybe my usual just average skill with description was coming back. Our skis popped off of their own accord. Alex was the first one back in motion. She ran ahead and took cover behind a low stone ridge that cut across the snow. I suppose that made sense, since she was the most colorful target within 5 square miles. The rest of us joined her. Our riderless skis turned around and zipped back up the mountain. So much for an exit strategy. Alex looked at me for the first time since last night. You'd better start feeling poetic soon, Chase. 'Cause you're out of time. I peeked over the ridge and saw what she meant. A few hundred yards away, through a thin veil of sleet, aluminum gray water stretched to the horizon. At the near shore, rising from the icy bay, was the dark shape of Naglfar, the ship of the dead. It was so huge that if I hadn't known it was a sailing vessel, I might have thought it was another promontory like Skadi's mountain fortress. Its mainsail would have taken several days to climb. Its massive hull must have displaced enough water to fill the Grand Canyon. The deck and gangplanks swarmed with what looked like angry ants, though I had a feeling that if we were closer, those shapes would have resolved into giants and zombies, thousands upon thousands of them. Before, I'd only seen the ship in dreams. Now, I realized how desperate our situation was, 8 people facing an army designed to destroy worlds, and our hopes hinged on me finding Loki and calling him some bad names. The absurdity of it might have made me feel hopeless. Instead, it made me angry. I didn't feel pedantic, exactly, but I did feel a burning in my throat, the desire to tell Loki exactly what I thought of him. Some choice colorful metaphors sprang to mind. "I'm ready," I said, hoping I was right. "How do we find Loki without getting killed?" "Frontal charge," TJ suggested. "I'm kidding," TJ said. "Clearly, this calls for diversionary tactics. Most of us should find a way to the front of the vessel and attack. We cause a disturbance, draw as many of those baddies as we can away from the gangplanks, give Magnus a chance to get aboard and challenge Loki." "Wait a second, I agree with Union Boy," said Mallory. "Yep. Halfborn heft his battleaxe. Battleaxe is thirsty for Jotun blood." "Hold on," I said. "That's suicide." "Nah," Blitz said. "Kid, we've been talking about this, and we've got a plan. I brought some dwarven ropes. Mallory's got grappling hooks. Hearth's got his rune stones. With luck, we can scale the prow of that ship and start making chaos." He patted one of the supply bags he'd carried from the big banana. "Don't worry, I've got some surprises in store for those undead warriors. You sneak up the aft gangway, find Loki, and demand a duel. Then the fighting should stop. We'll be fine." "Yeah," Halfborn said. "Then we'll come watch you beat that Meinfridra at insults." "And I'll throw a walnut at him," Mallory finished. "Give us 30 minutes or so to get in position. Sam, Alex, take good care of our boy." "We will," Sam said. Even Alex did not complain. I realized I'd been completely outmaneuvered. My friends had united on a plan to maximize my chances, regardless of how dangerous it might be for them. Guys_Hearth signed, "Time is wasting. Here. For you." From his pouch, he handed me Uthula, the same runestone we'd taken from Andirn's cairn. Lying in my palm, it brought back the smell of rotting reptile flesh and burnt brownies. "Thanks," I said, "but why this particular rune? Does not just mean inheritance," Hearth signed. "Uthula symbolizes aid on a journey. Use it once we are gone. It should protect you." He shrugged. "Don't ask me. I'm just the sorcerer." "All right, then," TJ said. "Alex, Sam, Magnus will see you on that ship. Before I could object, or even thank them, the rest of the group trundled off through the snow. In their Jotunish white clothes, they quickly disappeared into the terrain. Turned to Alex and Sam. "How long have you all been planning this?" Despite her cracked and bleeding lips, Alex grinned. ATM_1T as long as you've been clueless. So, a while. We should get going, Sam said. Shall we try your rune? I looked down at Uthila. I wondered if there was some connection between inheritance and aid on a journey. I couldn't think of any. I didn't like where this rune came from or what it for, but I supposed it made sense that I'd have to use it. We'd earned it with a lot of pain and suffering, the same way we'd earned the mead. Do I just throw it in the air? I wondered. I imagine Hearth would say. Alex continued in sign language, "Yes, you idiot." I was pretty sure that wasn't what Hearth would say. I tossed the rune. The Uthila dissolved in a wisp of snow. I hoped it would reappear in Hearth's rune bag after a day or two, the way runes usually did after he used them. I definitely didn't want to buy him a replacement. Nothing happened, I noted. Then I glanced to either side of me. Alex and Sam had disappeared. Oh, gods, I vaporized you. I tried to stand up, but unseen hands grabbed me from either side and dragged me back down. I'm right here, Alex said. Sam. Here, Sam confirmed. It seems the rune made us invisible. I can see myself, but not you guys. I glanced down. Sam was right. I could see myself just fine, but the only sign of my two friends was their impressions where they sat in the snow. I wondered why Uthila had chosen invisibility. Was it drawing on my personal experience, feeling invisible when I was homeless? Or maybe the magic was shaped by Hearthstone's family experience. I imagined he'd wished he were invisible to his father for most of his childhood. VV had ever the case, I didn't intend to waste this chance. Let's get moving, I said. Hold hands, Alex ordered. She took my left hand with no particular affection, as if I were a walking stick. Sam did not take my other hand, but I suspected it wasn't for religious reasons. She just liked the idea of Alex and me holding hands. I could almost hear Sam smiling. Okay, she said, let's go. We trudged along the stone ridge, heading for the shore. I worried about leaving a trail of footprints, but the snow and wind quickly blew away all traces of our passage. The temperature and wind were as bitter as the day before, but Scatty's apple cider must have been working. My breathing didn't feel like I was inhaling glass. I didn't have the need to check my face every few seconds to make sure my nose hadn't fallen off. Over the howl of the wind and the boom of glaciers calving into the bay, other sounds reached us from the deck of Naglfar, chains clanking, beams creaking, giants barking orders, and the boots of last-minute arrivals tromping across the fingernail deck. The ship must have been very close to sailing. We were about 100 yards from the dock when Alex yanked on my hand. Down, you idiot. I dropped in place, though I didn't see how we could hide much better than being invisible. Emerging from the wind and snow, passing within 10 feet of us, a troop of ghoulish soldiers marched toward Naglfar. I hadn't seen them coming, and Alex was right, I didn't want to trust that invisibility would keep me hidden from these guys. Their tattered leather armor was glazed with ice. Their BC keys were nothing but desiccated bits of flesh clinging to bones. Blue spectral light flickered inside their rib cages and skulls, making me think of birthday candles parading across the worst birthday cake ever. As the undead tromped past, I noticed that the soles of their boots were studded with nails, like cleats. I remembered something half-born Gunderson had once told me, because the road to Helheim was icy. The dishonored dead were buried with nailed shoes to keep them from slipping along the way. Now those boots were marching their owners back to the world of the living. Alex's hand shivered in mine. Or maybe I was the one shivering. At last the dead passed us, heading for the docks and the ship of the dead. I got unsteadily to my feet. Allah defend us, Sam muttered. I desperately hoped that if the big guy was real, Sam had some pull with him. We were going to need defending. Our friends are facing that, Alex said. We've got to hurry. She was right again. The only thing that would make me want to go aboard a ship filled with thousands of those zombies was knowing that if we didn't, our friends would fight them alone. That wasn't going to happen. I stepped into the tracks left by the dead army, and immediately, whispering voices filled my head. Magnus. Magnus. Pain spiked my eyes. My knees buckled. I knew these voices. Some were harsh and angry, others kind and gentle. All of them echoed in my mind, demanding attention. One voice was my mother's. I staggered. Hey, Alex hissed. What are you? Wait, what is that? Did she hear the voices, too? I turned, trying to pinpoint their source. I hadn't seen it before, but about 50 feet away, in the direction from which the zombies had come, a dark square hole had appeared in the snow, a ramp leading down into nothingness. Magnus, whispered Uncle Randolph's voice. I'm so sorry, my boy. Can you ever forgive me? Come down. Let me see you once more. Magnus, said a voice I'd only heard in dreams, Caroline, Randolph's wife. Please forgive him. His heart was in the right place. Come, darling. I want to meet you. Are you our cousin? Said the voice of a little girl, Emma, Randolph's older daughter. My daddy gave me an Uthalaroon, too. Would you like to see it? Most painful of all, my mom called. Come on, Magnus. In the cheerful tone she used to use when she was encouraging me to hurry up the trail so she could share an amazing vista with me. Except now there was a coldness to her voice, as if her lungs were filled with freon. Hurry. The voices tore at me, taking little pieces of my mind. Was I 16? Was I 12 or 10? Was I in Nibelheim or the Blue Hills or on Uncle Randolph's boat? Alex's hand dropped from mine. I didn't care. I stepped toward the cave. Somewhere behind me, Sam said, guys. She sounded concerned, on the edge of panic, but her voice didn't seem any more real to me than the whispering spirits. She couldn't stop me. She couldn't see my footprints on the trampled path left by the zombie soldiers. If I ran, I could make it down that icy road and plunge into Helheim before my friends knew what had happened. The thought thrilled me. My family was down there. Hel, the goddess of the dishonored dead, had told me as much when I'd met her on Bunker Hill. She'd promised I could join them. Maybe they needed my help. Jack pulsed warmly against my throat. Was he doing that? Off to my left, Alex muttered, No. No, I won't listen. Alex. Sam said. Thank God. Where's Magnus? Why did Sam sound so concerned? I had a vague recollection that we were in Nibelheim for a reason. I probably shouldn't be diving into Helheim right now. That would probably kill me. The whispering voices got louder, more insistent. My mind fought against them. I resisted the urge to run toward that dark ramp. I was invisible because of the Uthalaroon, the rune of inheritance. Mad if this was the downside of its magic? It was allowing me to hear the voices of my dead, pulling me into their realm. Alex found my hand again. Got him. I fought down a surge of irritation. Why? I croaked. I know, Alex said, her voice surprisingly gentle. I hear them, too. But you can't follow them. Slowly the dark ramp closed. The voices stopped. The wind and snow. To erase the tracks of the zombies. You guys okay? Sam called, her voice an octave higher than usual. Yeah, I said, not feeling very okay. I'm sorry about that. Don't be. Alex squeezed my fingers. I heard my grandfather. I'd almost forgotten what he sounded like. And other voices. Adrian. She choked on the I almost didn't dare ask. Who? A friend, she said, loading the word with all sorts of possible meanings. Committed suicide. Her hand went limp in mine, but I didn't let her go. I was tempted to reach out with my power, to try to heal her, to share the backwash of pain and memories that would flood my head from Alex's past. But I didn't. I hadn't been invited there. Sam was silent for a count of 10. Alex, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear anything. Be glad, I said. Yeah, Alex agreed. Part of me was still resisting the urge to run across the snow, fling myself down, and claw at the ground until the tunnel reopened. I'd heard my mother. Even if it was just a cold echo. Or a trick. A cruel joke from hell. Turned toward the sea. Suddenly I was more afraid of staying on solid ground than I was of boarding the ship of the dead. Let's go, I said. Our friends are counting on us. 40ONC1 call a timeout. The gangplank was made of toenails. If that isn't enough to gross you out, then no amount of Kvasir's mead will help me give you a sufficiently disgusting description. Though the ramp was 50 feet wide, it had so much traffic we had trouble finding an opening. We timed our ascent to follow a troop of zombies aboard, but I almost got stepped on by a giant carrying a stack of spears. Once at the top, we ducked to one side, pressing ourselves against the railing. In person, the ship was even more horrible than in my dreams. The deck seemed to stretch out forever, a glistening patchwork of yellow, black, and gray nail plates, like the hide of some armored prehistoric creature. Hundreds of giants bustled about, almost human size in comparison with the vessel, stone giants, mountain giants, frost giants, hill giants, and a few nattily dressed fellows who might have been metropolitan giants, all coiling ropes, stacking weapons, and shouting at each other in a variety of Jotun dialects. The undead were not so industrious. Taking up most of the vast deck, they stood at attention in ranks of ghostly white and blue, tens of thousands, like they were waiting for a parade review. Some were mounted on zombie horses. Others had zombie dogs or wolves at their side. A few even had zombie birds of prey perched on their skeletal arms. They all seemed perfectly content to stand in silence until further orders. Many of them had waited centuries for this final battle. I supposed they figured a little longer wouldn't hurt. The giants did their best to avoid the undead. They stepped gingerly around the legions, cursing them for being in the way, but didn't touch them or threaten them directly. I imagined I might feel the same way if I found myself sharing a ship with a horde of strangely well-behaved, heavily armed rodents. I scanned the deck for Loki. I spotted nobody in a bright white admiral's uniform, but that meant nothing. In those vast crowds, he could have been anywhere, disguised as anyone. Or he could have been below decks, having a leisurely pre-Ragnarok breakfast. So much for my plan of walking right up to him unopposed and saying hi. I challenge you to a duel of name-calling, stupid head. On the foredeck, maybe half a mile away, a giant paced back and forth, waving an axe and shouting orders. He was too far off for me to make out many details, but from my dreams I recognized his hunched, gaunt form and his elaborate rib-cage shield. He was Hrym, captain of the vessel. His voice carried over the din of crashing waves and growling Jotuns. "Make ready, you cow-footed cowards. The passage is clear. If you don't move faster, I'll feed you to Garm." Then, somewhere behind the captain, toward the prow, an explosion shook the boat. Screaming, smoking giants tumbled through the air like acrobats shot from cannons. "We're under attack," someone yelled. "Get them." Our friends had arrived. I couldn't see them, but over the din of confusion, I heard the brassy tones of a reveille from a bugle. I could only assume TJ had found the instrument under his firing caps, marksman's glasses, and hardtack. Above Captain Hrym, a golden rune blazed in the sky, Thurisaz, the sign for destruction, but also the symbol of the god Thor. Hearthstone couldn't have picked a better rune to strike fear and confusion into a bunch of giants. Lightning blasted from the rune in every direction, frying giants and undead alike. More giants swarmed the upper deck. Not that they had much choice. The ship was so packed with troops that the crowds pushed the front lines forward whether they wanted to go or not. An avalanche of bodies choked ramps and stairways. A mob overtook Captain Hrym and carried him along as he waved his axe his head and yelled to no effect. The undead legions mostly stayed in their ranks, but even they turned their heads toward the chaos, as if mildly curious. Next to me, Sam muttered, "Now or never." Alex let go of my hand. I heard the hissing sound of her garrote being pulled from her belt loops. We started forward, occasionally touching each other's shoulders to keep our bearings. I ducked as a giant strode over me. We wove our way through a legion of zombie cavalry, their spears bristling with frosty light, their horses' dead white eyes staring at nothing. I heard a war cry that sounded as if it had come from half-born Gunderson. I hoped he hadn't taken his shirt off like he normally did in combat. Otherwise he might catch cold while he fought to the death. Another rune over the prow, Isa, ice, which must have been easy to cast in Nibelheim. A wave of frost surged across Naglfar's port side, turning a whole swath of giants into ice sculptures. In the grey morning light, I caught the glint of a small bronze object flying toward Captain Hrym, and I thought one of my friends had lobbed a grenade. But instead of exploding, the grenade enlarged as it fell, expanding to an impossibly large size, until the captain and a dozen of his nearest Jotun friends disappeared under a metal duct the size of a Starbucks store. Near the starboard rail, another bronze mallard ballooned into pushing a battalion of zombies into the sea. Giants screamed and fell back in chaos, as one does when large metal ducks rain from the sky. "Expando ducks," I said. Blitz outdid himself. "Keep going," Alex said. "We're close now." Perhaps we shouldn't have spoken. In the nearest line of zombie warriors, a Thane with golden armbands turned his wolf-faced helmet in our direction. A snarl rattled in his rib cage. He said something in a language I didn't know, his voice wet and hollow like water dripping in a coffin. His men drew rusted swords from moldy sheaths and turned to face us. I glanced at Sam and Alex. They were visible, so I assumed I was, too. Like some sort of bad joke, the kind of magical protection you'd expect from Mr. Alderman, our Uthula cover had broken in the exact center of the ship's main deck in front of a legion of undead. Zombies encircled us. Most of the giants were still running forward to deal with our friends, but a few Jotuns noticed us, yelled in outrage, and came to join the killing party. "Well, Sam," Alex said. "It's been nice knowing you." "What about me?" I asked. "Jury's still out." She turned into a mountain lion and lunged at the Dragrathane, biting his head clean off, then moved through the ranks, changing form effortlessly from wolf to human to eagle, each one deadlier than the last. Sam pulled out her Valkyrie spear. With searing light, she blasted through the undead, burning dozens at a time, but hundreds more pressed forward, their swords and spears bristling. I drew Jack and yelled, "Fight!" "Okay," he yelled back, sounding just as panicked as I was. He whirled around me, doing his best to keep me safe, but I found myself with a problem particular to children of Frey. Einherjar have a saying, "Kill the healer first." This military philosophy was perfected by seasoned Viking warriors who, once in Valhalla, learned to play video games. The idea is simple: you target any guy in the enemy's ranks who can heal your opponent's wounds and send them back into combat. Kill the healer, and the rest die sooner. Besides, the healer is probably soft and squishy and easy to eliminate. Evidently giants and zombies also knew this pro tip. Maybe they played the same video games Einherjar did while waiting for Doomsday. Somehow, they pegged me for a healer, ignored Alex and Sam, and crowded toward me. Arrows flew past my ears. Spears jabbed at my belly. Axes hurtled between my legs. The quarters were much too close for so many combatants. Most of the Dragra weapons found Dragra targets, but I supposed zombies didn't worry too much about friendly fire. I did what I could to look fighterly. With my Einherji strength, I punched straight through the nearest zombie's chest cavity, which was like punching through a vat of dry ice. Then, as he fell, I grabbed his sword and impaled his nearest comrade. "Who needs a healer now?" I yelled. For about 10 seconds, we seemed to be doing okay. Another rune exploded. Another Expando duck visited mallard-shaped destruction upon our enemies. From the prow came the sharp report of T.JS 1861 Springfield. I heard Mallory cursing in Gaelic. Halfborn Gunderson yelled, "1 a.m. Halfborn of Flam." To which a dimwit giant replied, "Flam. A dump. Rarg." Halfborn's howl of anger shook the boat, followed by the sound of his battle axe plowing through rows of bodies. Alex and Sam fought like twin demons, Sam's blazing spear and Alex's razor-sharp garrote scything through the undead with equal speed. But with so many enemies surrounding us, it was only a matter of time before a hit connected. The butt of a spear caught me on the side of my head and I crumpled to my knees. "Senor!" Jack shouted. I saw a zombie's axe blade hurtling toward my face. I knew Jack wouldn't have time to stop it. With all the poetic prowess of a Kvasir's mead drinker, I thought, well, this sucks. Then something happened that was not my death. Angry pressure built in my stomach, a certainty that all this fighting had to stop, must stop if we were going to complete our mission. I roared even louder than Halfborn Gunderson. Golden light exploded outward in all directions, blasting across the deck of the ship, ripping swords from their owners' hands, turning projectiles in midair and sending them hurtling into the sea, stripping entire battalions of their spears and shields and axes. I staggered to my feet. The fighting had stopped. Every weapon within the sound of my voice had been violently blasted out of its owner's reach. Even Jack had gone flying somewhere off the starboard side, which I imagined I'd be hearing about later if I survived. Everyone on the ship, friend and enemy, had been disarmed by the Peace of Frey, a power I'd only managed to invoke once before. Wary giants and confused zombies backed away from me. Alex and Sam ran to my side. My head throbbed. My vision swam. One of my molars was missing, and my mouth was full of blood. The Peace of Frey was a pretty good party trick. It definitely got everyone's attention. But it wasn't a permanent fix. Nothing would stop our enemies from simply retrieving their weapons and returning to the business of healer slaughter. But before the moment of empty-handed awe wore off, a familiar voice spoke somewhere to my left. "Well, now, Magnus." That was dramatic. The Draugr parted to reveal Loki in his crisp white admiral's uniform, his hair the color of autumn leaves, his scarred lips twisted in a grin, his eyes bright with malicious humor. Behind him stood Sigyn, his long-suffering wife, who had spent centuries collecting serpent venom in a cup to keep it from dripping into Loki's face, a duty which was totally not covered in your typical marriage vows. Her pale, emaciated face was impossible to read, though blood-red tears still streamed from her eyes. I thought I detected a slight tightness in her lips, as if she were disappointed to see me again. "Loki." I spat blood. I could barely make my mouth work. "I challenge you to a fighting." He stared at me as if waiting for me to complete the sentence. Maybe he expected me to add, "a fighting." With this other guy good at insults and way more intimidating than I am. Around us, the endless ranks of warriors seemed to be holding their breath, even though the zombies had no breath to hold. Njord, Frigg, Skadi, all of them had assured me that Loki would have to accept my challenge. That was tradition. Honor demanded it. I might have a busted mouth, a ringing head, and no guarantee that the meat of Kvasir would weave poetry with my vocal cords, but at least I would now get my shot to defeat the trickster in a war of words. Loki lifted his face to the cold gray sky and laughed. "Thanks anyway, Magnus Chase," he said. "But I think I'll just kill you." 42 I start small. Sam-L. I guess she was the least surprised that Loki would pull a sleazeball move like refusing my challenge. Before her spear could hit her father's chest, a loud voice roared, "Stop!" Sam stopped. My mind was still fuzzy. For a second, I thought Loki had shouted the order, and Sam had been forced to obey. All Sam's training and practice, her fasting and confidence, had been for nothing. Then I realized Loki hadn't given the order at all. In fact, he looked quite annoyed. Sam had stopped of her own free will. Crowds of Draugr and giants parted as Captain Hrym limped toward us. His axe was missing. His fancy rib-cage shield was dented with an impression that might have been made by a very large duck's bill. His ancient face wasn't any prettier up close. Wisps of icicle white beard clung to his chin. His pale blue eyes gleamed deep in their sockets like they were melting their way into his brain. His leathery mouth made it difficult to tell if he was glowering at us or about to spit out a watermelon seed. And the captain's smell, yeesh. Hrym's moldy white furs made me nostalgic for the regular old man odors of Uncle Randolph's closet. "Who called for a challenge?" Hrym boomed. "I did," I said. "A fighting against Loki, unless he is too scared to face me." The crowd murmured, "Boo." Loki snarled, "Oh, please. You can't bait me, Magnus Chase. Hrym, we don't have time for this. The ice has melted. The way is clear. Smash these trespassers and let's sail." "Now wait a minute," Hrym said. "This is my ship. I am captain." Loki sighed. He took off his admiral's hat and punched the inside, obviously trying to control his temper. "My dear friend." He smiled up at the captain. "We been through this. We share command of Naglfar." "Your troops," Hrym said. "My ship. And when we are in disagreement, all ties must be broken by Surtsurt." I gulped down another mouthful of I wasn't thrilled to hear the name of my least favorite fire giant, the dude who'd blasted a hole in my chest and knocked my flaming corpse off the Longfellow Bridge. Is, Surt here, too? Loki snorted. A fire giant in Nibelheim? Not likely. You see, my dense young Einherji, Surt technically owns this ship, but that's just because Naglfar is registered in Muspelheim. More favorable tax laws. That's not the point, yelled Hrym. Since Surt is not here, final command is mine. No, Loki said with strained patience. Final command is ours. And I say our troops need to get moving. And I say a properly issued challenge must be accepted. Those are standard rules of engagement. Unless you are too cowardly, as the boy claims. Loki laughed. Cowardly? Of facing a child like this? Oh, please. He's nothing. Well, then, I said. Show us your silver tongue unless that got burned along with the rest of your face. Said the crowd. Alex raised an eyebrow at me. Her expression seemed to say that was not as lame as I might have expected. Loki gazed at the heavens. Father Farbody, Mother Laufey, why me? My talents are wasted on this audience. Hrym turned to me. Will you and your allies abide by a ceasefire until the flighting is done? Alex responded, Magnus is our flighter, not our leader. But, yes, we will hold off our attacks. Even the ducks? Hrym asked gravely. Alex frowned, as if this was a serious request indeed. Very well. Even the ducks. Then it is agreed. Hrym bellowed. Loki, you have been challenged. By ancient custom, you must accept. Loki bit back whatever insult he was going to fling at the captain, probably because Hrym was twice as tall as he was. Very well. I will insult Magnus Chase into the deckboards and smear his remains under my shoe. Then we will sail. Samira, dear, hold my hat. He tossed his admiral's cap. Samira let it fall at her feet. She smiled at him coldly. Hold your own hat, father. Said the crowd. Anger rippled across Loki's face. I could almost see the ideas churning in his head, all the wonderful ways he could torture us to death, but he said nothing. A flighting. Hrym announced. Until it is over, let no more blows be struck. Let no more ducks be thrown. Allow those enemy warriors forward to see the contest. With some jostling and cursing, our friends made their way through the crowd. Considering what they'd been through, they looked all right. Halfborn had indeed taken off his shirt. Written across his chest in what looked like giant's blood was Flam with a big heart around it. T.J.'s rifle muzzle steamed in the cold from so many discharges. His bayonet dripped zombie slime, and his bugle had been twisted into a brass pretzel. I couldn't really blame our enemies for doing that. Hearthstone looked unharmed but drained, which was understandable after destroying so many enemies with ice and lightning. At his side strode Blitzen, and giants 10 times the dwarf's size scrambled to get out of his way. Some muttered fearfully, calling him Duck Master. Others clawed at their necks, which Blitzen had somehow collared with tight-fitting chainmail neckties. Giants live in fear of neckties. Mallory Keene was hopping, apparently having rebroken the same foot she'd broken in Norway. But she hopped fiercely, like a true warrior and daughter of Frigg. She sheathed her knives and signed to me, I have the walnut. That would have made a great code phrase if we were spies talking about a nuclear weapon or something. Unfortunately, she just meant that she had the walnut. Now it was up to me to get Loki into it. I wondered if Mallory could open it and suck him inside without me first beating him in insult combat. Probably not. Nothing so far had been that simple. I doubted easy mode would start now. Finally, Jack came floating back to me, grumbling, "Piece of fraying me? Not cool, Sapphire." Then he settled next to Samira to watch the action. The crowd made a rough circle maybe 30 feet in diameter around Loki and me. Surrounded by giants, I felt like I was at the bottom of a well. In the sudden quiet, I could hear the rumble of snow thunder in the distance, the crackle of melting glacial ice, the quiver and whine of Naglfar's iron mooring cables straining to break free. My head throbbed. My busted mouth oozed blood. The hole where my tooth used to be had started to hurt, and I did not feel poetic. Loki grinned. He spread his arms as if to welcome me with an embrace. "Well, Magnus, look at you flyting in the big leagues like a grown-up. Or whatever you call an Einherji who can't age but is learning to be not quite so much of a whiny brat. If you weren't such a useless piece of fluff, I might be impressed." The words stung. I mean, they literally stung. They seemed to splash into my ear canals like acid, trickling down my eustachian and into my throat. I tried to reply, but Loki thrust his scarred face into mine. "Little son of Frey," he said. "Walking into a battle he can't win, with no clue, no planning, just a little meat in his stomach. Did you really think that would compensate for your complete lack of skill? I suppose it makes sense. You're so used to relying on your friends to do all your fighting. Now it's your turn. Sad. A no-talent loser. Do you even know what you are, Magnus Chase? Should I tell you?" The crowd laughed and jostled each other. I didn't dare look at my friends. Shame washed through me. "Why, Yuri want to talk," I managed. "Are you a giant masquerading as a god, or a god masquerading as a giant? Are you on anybody's side but your own?" "Of course not." Loki laughed. "We're all free agents on this ship, aren't we, gang? We look out for ourselves." The giants roared. The zombies shifted and hissed, their icy blue auras crackling in their skulls. Loki looks out for Loki. He drummed his fingers on his Admiralty medals. "I can't trust anyone else, can I?" His wife, Sijin, tilted her head ever so slightly, but Loki didn't seem to notice. "At least I'm honest about it," Loki continued. "And to answer your question, I'm a giant. But here's the thing, Magnus. The Aesir are just a different generation of giants. So they're giants, too. This whole gods versus giants thing is ridiculous. We're one big unhappy family. That's something you should understand, you dysfunctional little human. You say you choose your family. You say you've got a new group of brothers and sisters in Valhalla, and isn't that sweet? Stop lying to yourself. You're never free of your blood. You are just like your real family. As weak and love-besotted as Frey. As desperate and spineless as old Uncle Randolph. And as stupidly optimistic and as dead as your mother. Poor kid. You've got the worst of both sides, Frey and Chase. You're a mess." The crowd laughed. They seemed to grow larger, drowning me in their shadows. Loki loomed over me. "Stop lying to yourself, Magnus. You're nobody. You're a mistake, one of Frey's many bastards. He left your mom, forgot you completely until you recovered his sword." "That's not true." "But it is. You know it. At least I claim my children. Sam and Alex here, they've known me since they were little kids. But you? You're not even worth Frey sending a birthday card. And who does your hair? He howled. Oh, right. Alex cut it, didn't she? You didn't think that meant anything, did you? She doesn't care about Magnus Chase. She just needed to use you. She's her mother's child. I'm so proud. Alex's face was livid, but she didn't speak. None of my friends moved or made a sound. This was my fight. They couldn't interfere. Where was the magic of Kvasir's mead? Why couldn't I come up with a decent zinger? Did I really think the mead could compensate for my complete lack of skill? Wait. Those were Loki's words, burrowing into my brain. I couldn't let him define me. You're evil, I said. Even that sounded half-hearted. Oh, come on. Loki grinned. Don't throw that good and evil stuff at me. That's not even a Norse concept. Are you good because you kill your enemies, but your enemies are bad because they kill you? What sort of logic is that? He leaned in close. He was definitely taller than I was now. The top of my head barely reached his shoulders. A little secret, Magnus. There is no good and evil. There's only capable and incapable. I am capable. You are not. He didn't push me, not physically, but I stumbled back. I was literally withering under the laughter of the crowd. Even Blitzen was taller than me now. Behind Loki, Sijin watched me with interest, her red tears glistening down her cheeks. Ah! Loki pouted with fake sympathy. What are you going to do now, Magnus? Complain that I'm mean? Criticize me for murder and deceit? Go right ahead. Sing my greatest hits. You just wish you were so capable. You can't fight. You can't think on your feet. You can't even express yourself in front of your so-called friends. What chance do you have against me? I continued to shrink. A few more lines from Loki and I would be 2 feet tall. Around my boots, the deck began to scritch and shift, finger and toenails curling upward like hungry plant shoots. Give it your best shot. Loki challenged. No? Still tongue-tied? Then I guess I'll tell you what I really think of you. I looked at the leering faces of giants, and the grim faces of my friends, all forming a ring around me, and I knew this was a well I would never climb out of. 43 I lave a big finish. I desperately tried to think of my best insults. You re a mindfritter. You're dumb. You re ugly. Yeah. My best really wasn't that impressive, especially coming from a guy who was literally shrinking under Loki's onslaught. Hoping for inspiration, I glanced again at my friends. Sam looked stern and determined, somehow still believing in me. Alex Fierro looked angry and defiant, somehow still believing that if I messed this up, she would kill me. Blitz had developed a tick in his eye like he was watching me ruin a beautiful tailoring job. Hearthstone seemed sad and weary, scrutinizing my face as if searching for a lost rune. TJ, Mallory, and Halfborn were all tense, scanning the giants around them, probably trying to formulate a plan B in which the B stood for Bad Magnus. Then my gaze rested on Sijin, standing discreetly behind her husband, her hands laced, her strange red eyes fixed on me as if she were waiting. Waiting for what? She had stood by her husband's side when everyone else abandoned him. For centuries, she had tended to him, keeping the snake's venom from his face as much as she could, despite the fact that Loki had cheated on her, verbally abused her, ignored her. Even now, he barely looked at her. Sijin was loyal beyond belief. Yet back in Loki's cave, during the giant's wedding ceremony, I was almost positive she had helped us, distracting her husband at a critical time to keep him from killing me and my friends. Why would she resist her husband like that? What did she want? It was almost as if she was subtly working to undermine him, as if she wanted to delay Ragnarok and see her husband back in his cave, lashed to the rocks and suffering. Maybe Loki was right. Maybe he couldn't trust anyone, not even Sigyn. Then I thought about what Percy Jackson had told me back on the deck of the USS Constitution, that my biggest strength wasn't my training. It was the team around me. A flighting was supposed to cut people down to size, to insult them into nothingness. But I was a healer. I didn't cut people. I put them back together. I couldn't play by Loki's rules and hope to win. I had to play by my rules. I took a deep breath. Let me tell you about Mallory Keene. Loki's smile wavered. Who is that and why should I care? I'm so glad you asked. I projected my voice into the crowd with as much volume and confidence as my tiny little lungs would allow. Mallory Keene sacrificed her life to correct her own mistake and saved the lives of a bunch of school kids. Now she is the fiercest fighter and the best cursor in Valhalla. She holds Floor 19 together as a team, even when we want to kill each other. Can any of you claim the same level of camaraderie? The giants shifted uncomfortably. The drag ride each other like I've been wanting to kill this guy forever, but already dead. Mallory opened the doors of Suttung's cave with just 2 daggers. I continued. She defeated the 9 thralls of Bocce with nothing but trickery and a rock. And when she found out she was the daughter of Frigg, she refrained from attacking the goddess. Oh. The giants nodded appreciatively. Loki waved aside my words. I don't think you understand how a flighting works, little man. Those aren't even insults. Let me tell you about Halfborn Gunderson. I shouted over him. Berserker extraordinaire, the glory of Flam. He conquered kingdoms with Ivar the Boneless. He single-handedly slew the giant Bocce, saving his hometown and making his mother proud. He has steered our boat straight and true across the 9 worlds, his battle axe doing more damage than most battalions, and he's done all this while wearing no shirt. He pulls it off pretty well, too, muttered another giant, poking the berserker's abs. Halfborn slapped his hand away. And the deeds of Thomas Jefferson Jr. I yelled. Those are worthy of any Viking hall. He charged into enemy gunfire to meet his nemesis, Geoffrey Toussaint, face to face. He died taking up an impossible challenge, like a worthy son of Tyr. He is the heart and soul of our fellowship, a driving force that never fails. He defeated the giant Hrungnir with his trusty Springfield 1861, and wears the flint shard from the giant's heart above his eye as a badge of honor. It can also light matches. The giants nodded, no doubt thinking how handy this would be for lighting their pipes in the cold winds of Nibelheim. And Blitzen, son of Freya. I smiled at my dwarf friend, whose eyes were getting dewy. He bested Eitri Jr., at the forges of Nidavellir. He makes the best cutting-edge fashions in the 9 worlds. He sewed the magical bowling bag of Tiny. He stood face to face, empty-handed against the dragon alderman and forced the monster to back down. His patented stainless steel neckties and expendo ducks are the stuff of Jotun nightmares. Several giants wailed in terrified agreement. Stop this. Loki spat. This is ridiculous. What's all this positivity? Magnus Chase, your hair is still horrible and your clothes Hearthstone. I roared. Was it my imagination, or was I getting taller again? It seemed I could look my opponent in the eyes now without straining my neck. The greatest rune magician in the 9 worlds. His bravery is legendary. He is willing to sacrifice anything for his friends. He has overcome the most horrible challenges: the death of his brother, the scorn of his family. My voice cracked with emotion, but Loki did not speak into the void. The crowd stared at me expectantly, some with tears in their eyes. His own father turned into a dragon, I said. Yet Hearthstone faced him, faced his worst nightmares and emerged victorious, breaking a curse, destroying hatred with compassion. Without him, we would not be here. He is the mightiest and most beloved elf I know. He is my brother. Hearthstone placed his hand on his heart. His face was as pink as the scarf Alex had given him. Captain Hrym sniffled. It seemed like he wanted to give Hearthstone a hug but was afraid that might not look good in front of his crew. Samira Halabas, I said. Daughter of Loki, but better than Loki. Loki laughed. I beg your pardon? This girl is not even a Valkyrie, sworn to Odin's most important tasks. My words were coming easily now. I could feel a rhythm to them, an unstoppable cadence and certainty. Maybe that was because of Kvasir's mead. Or maybe it was because I was speaking the truest things I knew. You have felt her spear of light scorch your forces in combat. Her stamina is steel. Her faith is unwavering. She has overcome her father's sway. She saved our ship from the dreaded Vatnaviatur. She outflew the great Baji in his eagle form, delivering Kvasir's mead to our crew. And she has done all of this while fasting for Ramadan. Several giants gasped. Some put their hands to their throats as if just realizing how thirsty they were. Samira, Loki growled, turn into a lizard and scuttle away, my dear. Sam frowned at him. No, father, I don't think I will. VVH, why don't you? Oh. Some of the giants even clapped. I was definitely taller than usual now. Or wait. Loki was getting shorter. But I needed more. I turned to Alex. Let me tell you all about Alex Fierro. Saving the best for last. Alex asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. She is our secret weapon. I said. The terror of Horvik. The creator of Pottery Barn, Ceramic Warrior. I got some lovely placemats at Pottery Barn, one of the giants muttered to a friend. At the House of Chase, he decapitated a wolf with nothing more than a wire, then drank guava juice from the horn of my ancestors. He, asked a giant. Just go with it, said another. She once decapitated Grimwolf the Elder Lindworm. I continued. She defeated the sorcery of Utgard Loki in a bowling tournament of horrors. She won the trust and affection of the goddess Sif. She kept me alive across the frozen sea of Nibelheim, and when she kissed me under that blanket yesterday, I met Alex's two-color eyes. Well, that was just about the best thing that ever happened to me. Turned toward Loki. My face was burning. I'd spoken maybe just a wee bit more truth than I'd intended, but I couldn't let that break my momentum. Loki, you asked me who I am? I'm part of this team. I'm Magnus Chase from Floor 19, Hotel Valhalla. I'm the son of Frey, son of Natalie, friend of Mallory, Halfborn, TJ, Blitzen, Hearthstone, Samira, and Alex. This is my family. This is my Uthula. I know they will always support me, which is why I'm standing here, triumphant, on your ship, surrounded by my family, and you. Even in the midst of thousands, you are still alone. Loki hissed. He backed into a wall of scowling Dragr. I am not alone. Sijin. Dear wife. Sijin had vanished. At some point during the flighting, she must have retreated into the crowd. That silent act spoke louder than centuries of verbal abuse. Alex. Samira. Loki tried for a confident smile. Come on, my dears. You know I love you. Don't be difficult. Kill your friends for me and all will be forgiven. Alex adjusted her shaggy green fur cloak over her sweater vest. Sorry, Mom. I'm afraid I gotta say no. Loki dashed toward Samira, who pushed him back at spear point. The trickster was about 3 feet tall now. He tried changing form. Fur sprouted across his brow. Fishy scales appeared on the backs of his hands. Nothing seemed to stick. You can't hide from yourself, Loki, I said. No matter what form you take, you're still you alone, scorned, bitter, faithless. Your insults are hollow and desperate. You don't stand a chance against us, because you don't have an us. You are a Loki, always alone. I hate you all, the god screamed, spittle flying. Acid oozed from his pores, hissing against the deck. None of you are worthy of my company, much less my leadership. As Loki shrank, his scarred face rippled, contorting with rage. Acid steamed in puddles all around him. I wondered if this was all the venom that Skadi's viper had dripped on him over the centuries, or if it was simply part of Loki's essence. Perhaps Sigyn had tried to shield Loki from the snake because she knew her husband was already full of poison. He could barely keep his human form from liquefying into the stuff. You think your happy friendship speech means anything, he snarled. Is it time for a group hug now? You make me sick. You'll have to speak up, I said. It's hard to hear you from way down there. Loki paced and ranted, no more than a few inches tall now, wading through puddles of his own venom. I will kill you slowly. I will have hell torture the spirits of everyone you love. I will escape. Samira asked, blocking Loki with her spear point as he darted left. He ran to the right, but Alex put down her pink ski boot to stop him. I don't think so, Mom, said Alex. I like you down there. And now, Mallory Keene has a lovely parting gift for you. Mallory hopped forward and brought out the walnut. No. Loki squeaked. No, you wouldn't dare. I will never. Mallory tossed the nut toward the miniature god. The shell opened, inhaling Loki with a vicious sucking noise, then snapped shut again. The walnut rattled and quivered on the deck. A little voice was shouting obscenities from inside, but the shell remained sealed. The giants frowned down at the walnut. Captain Hrym cleared his throat. Well, that was interesting. He turned to me. Congratulations, Magnus Chase. You won that fighting fair and square. I am impressed. I hope you'll accept my apology for having to kill you all now. Oriy for why do they get cannons? I want cannons. I did not accept his apology. Neither did my friends. They formed a protective ring around me and began slashing through the enemy ranks, slowly shuffling toward the starboard side of the ship. Still hopping on one leg, Mallory Keene scooped up her evil walnut and dropped it into her pocket, then demonstrated her dual knife-wielding prowess by stabbing her blades into Captain Hrym's crotch. Halfborn and TX fought like killing machines. I didn't want to give myself credit for their gusto, but the way they plowed through troops of Draugr was awe-inspiring, almost as if they were determined to be as good as I'd described them, as if my words had made them larger while making Loki smaller. Follow me. Sam yelled, her spear of light blasting a path to starboard. Alex swung her garrote like a whip, lopping off the heads of any giants who came too close. I was afraid Blitzen might get trampled in the crush, but Hearthstone knelt and let the dwarf climb onto his shoulders. Okay, that was a new one. I didn't think Hearth had the physical strength to carry Blitz, who was short but stout and hardly a little kid. Yet Hearth managed, and from the unquestioning way Blitz accepted the ride, I got the feeling they'd done this before. Blitz threw neckties and expendo ducks like Mardi Gras beads, sowing terror in the enemy's ranks. Meanwhile Hearth lobbed a familiar rune toward the foredeck, Ewaz, the rune of the steed, exploded with golden light. Suddenly, floating in the air above us, was our old friend Stanley the eight-legged horse. Stanley surveyed the chaos, whinnied as if to say fight scene cameo. Okay. Then he leaped into the fray, fly galloping on the skulls of Jotuns and generally causing havoc. Jack, buzzing angrily, flew to my side. I have a blade to grind with you, Señor. What? I ducked as a spear flew over my head. You give this beautiful speech, Jack said. And who do you leave out? Jack hilt punched a giant so hard the poor guy flew backward, domino toppling a line of zombie cavalry. I gulped down my mortification. How could I have forgotten my sword? Jack hated forgotten. Jack, you were my secret weapon. I said. You said that about Alex. I mean you were my ace in the hole. I was saving the best for, you know, emergency poetry. A likely story. He chopped through the nearest clump of dragger like a Vitamix. I'll get Bragi the god of poetry to personally write an epic about you. I blurted out, regretting the promise as soon as I made it. You're the best sword ever. Honestly. An epic, huh? He glowed a brighter shade of red, or maybe that was all the gore dripping from his blade. By Bragi, huh? Absolutely. I said. Now let's get out of here. Show me your best stuff so, you know, I can describe it to Bragi later. Humph. Jack whirled toward a metropolitan giant, snicker-snacking him into natty pieces. I suppose I can do that. He went to work, slashing our enemies like a frantic Black Friday shopper rifling through clothes racks. No, no, no. Jack yelled. I don't like you. Get out of my way. You're ugly. Soon our little cluster of heroes reached the rail. Unfortunately, the drop over the side was 400 feet at least, straight into the icy gray waters. My stomach twisted. This was twice as long a fall as the one I'd flubbed from the mainmast of Old Ironsides. We'll die if we jump, Mallory noted. The enemy horde pressed us against the rail. No matter how well we fought, our enemies wouldn't even have to hit us to kill us now. Their sheer numbers would flatten us or push us overboard. I pulled out my yellow handkerchief. I can summon me kill Gulr, the way we did in Agir's Hall. Except we're falling down now, Alex said. Not floating up. And there's no Njord to protect us. She's right, Blitz yelled, throwing a generous handful of neckties to his admirers. Even if the ship doesn't break apart on impact, all our bones will. Sam peered over the side. And even if we survived, those guns would blow our ship out of the water. Guns. I followed her gaze. I hadn't noticed them before, probably because the ports had been closed, but now the side of Naglfar's hull bristled with rows of cannon muzzles. That's not fair, I said. Vikings didn't have cannons. How come Naglfar gets cannons? TJ jabbed a zombie with his bayonet. I'll be sure to lodge a complaint with the Ragnarok Rules Committee. But right now, whatever we're going to do, we need to do it. Agreed. Halfborn shouted, his axe slicing through a pack of skeletal wolves. I've got a plan, Sam announced. You're not going to like it? I love it. Blitz cried. What is it? Jump, Sam said. Alex ducked a javelin, but the whole thing. No time to explain, Sam said. Jump. When your Valkyrie tells you to jump, you jump. I was the first one over the side. I tried to remember what Percy had told me: skydiver, eagle, arrow, but though I knew that falling from this height, none of it would matter. I hit the water with a mighty flume. I had died enough times to know what to expect: a sudden overwhelming surge of pain followed by complete darkness. But that didn't happen. Instead, I to the surface, gasping and shivering but completely unharmed. I realized something was buoying me up. The water churned and bubbled around me like I'd fallen into a jacuzzi. Between my legs, the current felt almost solid, as if I was sitting astride a creature sculptured from the sea. Directly in front of me, a head rose from the waves: a strong neck of grey water, a mane of frost, a majestic snout spewing plumes of icy mist from its nostrils. I was riding a Vatnavyatira, a water horse. My friends plunged into the water, too, each dropping right onto the back of a waiting horse spirit. The Vatnavyatira whinnied and bucked as spears rained down around us. Let's move. Sam swooped down with her blazing spear and settled onto the back of the lead water horse. Toward the mouth of the bay. The horses raced away from the ship of the dead. Giants and Draggr screamed in outrage. Spears and arrows splashed in the water. Cannons boomed. Shells exploded near enough to spray us with water, but the Vatnavyatira were faster and more maneuverable than any ship. They zigged and zagged, rocketing across the bay with incredible speed. Jack flew up beside me. "Hey, Senor, did you see that one disembowelment I did?" "Yeah," I said. "It was amazing. And the way I cut off that Jotun's limbs." "Right. I hope you were taking notes for Bragi's epic." "Absolutely. I made a mental note to start taking more mental notes." A different equine figure zoomed above us: Stanley the eight-legged horse, checking that we were okay. He whinnied like, "Okay, guess we redone here? Have a nice day." Then he shot toward the steel gray clouds. The water horse was surprisingly warm, like a living animal, which kept my legs and crotch from freezing completely in the frigid water. Still, I remembered Mallory's and Halfborn's stories about Vatnavyatira dragging their victims to the bottom of the sea. How was Samira controlling them? If the herd decided to take a dive, we were all dead. Yet we kept racing forward, toward the gap in the glaciers at the mouth of the bay. Already I could see the water beginning to refreeze, the ice floes thickening and hardening. Summer in Niflheim, which lasted about 12 minutes, was now over. Behind us, the boom of cannons carried over the water, but the ship Naglfar remained at its moorings. I could only hope, since we had their admiral in a walnut, the ship would be forced to stay there. We shot out of the bay into the frosty sea, our water horses picking us a path through the broken ice floes. Then we turned south toward the much safer, monster-infested open waters of Jotunheim. 45 If you understand what happens in this chapter, please tell me, because I have no clue. 3 days is a long time to sail with an evil walnut. After the water horses dumped us, they got bored, Sam explained, which was far better than them drowning us. I summoned the big banana and we all climbed aboard. Hearthstone managed to invoke the fire rune Kanaz, which saved us from freezing to death. We sailed west, trusting our magic ship to take us where we needed to go. The first 12 hours or so, we were all running on pure adrenaline and terror. We got into dry clothes. I healed Mallory's foot. We ate. We didn't talk much. We grunted and pointed at things we needed. No one slept. Sam chanted her prayers, which was amazing, since the rest of us probably couldn't have formed simple sentences. Finally, when the grey sun sank and the world still hadn't ended, we started to believe that Naglfar really wasn't sailing after us. Loki would not be busting out of his tiny prison. Ragnarok wouldn't be starting this summer, at least. We had survived. Mallory clutched the walnut. She refused to let go of it. She huddled against the prow, examining the sea with narrowed eyes, her red hair whipping in the wind. After about an hour of this, half-born Gunderson sat down next to her. She didn't kill him. He muttered to her for a long time, words I didn't try to hear. She started to cry, expelling something from herself that sounded almost as bitter as Loki's venom. Half-born put his arm around her, looking not happy exactly, but content. The next day, Blitzen and Hearthstone went into nurturing mode, making sure everybody had food, everybody was warm enough, nobody was alone if they didn't want to be. Hearth spent a lot of time listening to TJ talk about war and slavery and what constituted an honorable challenge. Hearth was an excellent listener. Blitz sat with Alex Fierro all afternoon, showing her how to make a sweater vest out of chain mail. I wasn't sure Alex needed a chainmail sweater vest, but the work seemed to calm them both. After her evening prayers, Samira came up to me and offered me a date. The kind you eat, of course. We chewed our fruit and watched the strange constellations of Jotunheim blink above us. You were amazing, Sam said. I let that sink in. Samira wasn't big on doling out praise, any more than Mallory was big on doling out apologies. Well, it wasn't poetry, I said at last. More like pure panic. Maybe there's not much difference, Sam said. Besides, just take the compliment, Chase. Okay. Thank you. I stood next to her, watching the horizon. It felt nice just to be with a friend, enjoying the stars, not worrying about dying in the next 5 minutes. You did great, too, I said. You stood up to Loki and defeated him. Sam smiled. Yeah. I had a lot of thanks to give in my prayers tonight. I nodded. I wondered if I should be thanking someone, too. I mean, apart from my friends on the boat, of course. Sijin, maybe, for her silent support, her passive resistance against her husband. If the gods put Loki back in his cave, I wondered if Sijin would be going with him. Maybe Uncle Randolph deserved a thank you, too, for leaving me those notes about Kvasir's mead. He'd tried to do something right at the end, no matter how spectacularly he'd betrayed me. Thinking about Randolph reminded me of the voices from Helheim, tempting me to join them in the darkness. I locked that memory away. I wasn't feeling strong enough to face it just yet. Sam pointed toward Alex, who was trying on her new sweater vest. You should go talk to her, Magnus. That was kind of a bombshell you dropped during the flighting. You mean? Oh. My stomach curled with embarrassment, like it was trying to hide behind my right lung. In front of my 8 closest friends and several thousand enemies, I'd announced how much I'd enjoyed a private kiss from Alex. Sam chuckled. She probably won't be too mad. Go. Get it over with. Easy for Sam to say. She knew exactly where she stood in her relationship with Amir. She was happily engaged and never had to worry about secret kisses under blankets because she was a good Muslim girl and would never do such a thing. I, alas, was not a good Muslim girl. I walked over to Alex. Blitzen saw me coming, nodded to me nervously, and fled. What do you think, Magnus? Alex spread her arms, showing off her glittering new fashion statement. Yeah, I said. I mean, not many people can pull off the plaid chainmail sweater vest, but yeah. It's not plaid, Alex said. It's more a quadros, like diamonds. Checkered. Okay. So. She crossed her arms and sighed, examining me like, what are we going to do with you? It was a look I'd gotten from teachers, coaches, social workers, police, and a few of my closest relatives. That declaration of yours back on Naglfar, that was all very sudden, Magnus. Yeah. I wasn't really thinking. Clearly. Where did that even come from? Well, you did kiss me. I mean, you can't surprise somebody like that. Suddenly I'm the greatest thing that ever happened to you. I didn't exactly say I stopped myself. Look, if you want me to take it back. I couldn't form a complete thought. And I couldn't see any way to extract myself from this conversation with my dignity intact. I wondered if I was suffering withdrawal symptoms from Kvasir's mead, paying the price for my successful performance on Naglfar. I'm going to need some time, Alex said. I mean, I'm flattered, but this is all so out of the blue. I don't just date any Ainherji with a pretty face and a nice haircut. No. Yeah. Pretty face. I appreciate the offer. Really? But let's put this on hold and I'll get back to you. She held up her hands. A little space, Chase. She strode off, glancing back once with a smirk that made my toes curl up in my woolen socks. Hearthstone appeared at my side, his expression inscrutable as always. His scarf, for reasons unknown, had changed to a quadros, red and white checkers. We watched Alex walking away. What just happened? I asked him. There are no words for it in sign language, he said. On our third morning at sea, TJ called from the halyard, hey. Land. I thought the expression was land, ho. But maybe they did things differently in the Civil War. We all jostled to the prow of the Big Banana. A vast flat landscape of red and gold spread across the horizon, as if we were sailing straight toward the Sahara Desert. That's not Boston, I noted. That's not even Midgard. Halfborn frowned. If our ship followed the currents Naglfar would have taken, that means we're landing at Vigridr, Mallory offered. The last battlefield. This is the place where we'll all die someday. Strangely, nobody screamed, turn this boat around. We stood transfixed as the Big Banana took us in, aiming for one of a jillion docks that jutted into the surf. At the end of the pier, a group of figures stood waiting, men and women, all resplendent in glittering armor and colorful cloaks. The gods had turned out to welcome us. ORTY6 I win a fluffy bathrobe along the abandoned shore, which was built up with the universe's longest boardwalk, stretched thousands of empty kiosks and miles of stanchions for queuing, with signs pointing this way and that. Jotuns, Aesir will call school groups. Our dock featured a large red sign with a stylized bird and a big number 5. Underneath, in English and in runes, the sign read, remember, you parked at Raven 5. Have a nice Ragnarok. I supposed our parking situation could have been worse. We could have docked at Bunny Rabbit 12 or Ferret 1. I recognized many of the gods in our greeting party. Frigg stood in her cloud-white dress and glowing war helm, her bag of knitting supplies under one arm. She smiled kindly at Mallory. My daughter, I knew you would succeed. I wasn't sure if she meant that in an I could tell your future way or an I had faith in you way, but I thought it was nice of her to say regardless. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, grinned at me, his stark white eyes like frozen milk. I saw you coming from 5 miles away, Magnus. That yellow boat. Wow. Thor looked like he'd just woken up. His red hair was flat on one side, his face creased with pillow marks. His hammer, Mjolnir, hung at his belt, attached to his breeches with a bike chain. He scratched his hairy abs under his Metallica t-shirt and farted amiably. "I hear you insulted Loki into a little 2-inch tallman? Good work." His wife, Sif, with the flowing golden hair, rushed to embrace Alex Fierro. "My dear, you look lovely. Is that a new sweater vest?" A big man I'd never seen before, with dark skin, a glistening bald scalp, and black leather armor, offered his left hand to Thomas Jefferson Jr. The god's right hand was missing, the wrist covered in a gold cap. "My son. You've done well." T.J.'s mouth fell open. "Dad. Take my hand." "I challenge you to take my hand," the god Tyr amended. "I accept," TJ said, and let himself be hauled onto the dock. Odin was wearing a three-piece suit in charcoal gray chainmail that I guessed was custom-made by Blitzen himself. The Allfather's beard was neatly trimmed. His eye patch gleamed like stainless steel. His ravens, Thought and Memory, perched on his shoulders, their black feathers complementing his jacket beautifully. "Hearthstone," he said. "Well done with the rune magic, lad. Those visualization tricks I taught you must have really paid off." Hearth smiled weakly. From the back of the crowd, two other gods pushed forward. I'd never seen them together before, but now it was obvious how alike the twin brother and sister were. Freya, goddess of love and wealth, shone in her golden gown, the scent of roses wafting around her. "Oh, Blitzen, my beautiful boy!" She cried red gold tears, shedding about $40,000 worth all over the dock as she embraced her son. Next to her stood my dad, Frey, god of summer. In his battered jeans, flannel shirt, and boots, his blonde hair and beard wild and unkempt, he looked like he'd just come back from a 3-day hike. "Magnus," he said, as if we'd just seen each other 5 minutes ago. "Hey, Dad." He reached over hesitantly and patted my arm. "Good job." "Really?" In runestone form, Jack buzzed and tugged until I let him off my neck chain. He expanded into sword form, glowing purple with irritation. "Hi, Jack," he said, mimicking Frey's deep voice. "How you doing, Jack, old buddy?" Frey winced. "Hello, Sumar Brander. I didn't mean to ignore you." Yeah. Well, Magnus here is going to get Bragi to write an epic poem about me." Frey raised an eyebrow. "You are?" "That's right." Jack huffed. "Frey never got Bragi to write an epic poem about me. The only thing he ever gave me was a stupid Hallmark Swords Day card. Added to my mental notes, there was such a thing as Swords Day. I silently cursed the greeting card industry. My father smiled, a little sadly. "You're right, Jack. A good sword deserves a good friend." Frey squeezed my shoulder. "And it looks like you've found one." I appreciated the heartwarming sentiment. On the other hand, I was afraid my dad had just turned my rash promise about finding Bragi into a divinely ordained decree. "Friends," Odin called. "Let us retire to our feasting tent on the field of Vigridr. I have reserved tent Lindworm 7. That's Lindworm 7. If you get lost, follow the mauve arrows." Once there, his expression turned brooding. "We will discuss the fate of all living things. I'm telling you, you can't even get a meal with these gods without discussing the fate of all living things." The feast tent was set up in the middle of the field of Vigridr, which was a long way from the docks, since, according to Samira, Vigridr stretched 300 miles in every direction. Fortunately, Odin had arranged for a small fleet of golf carts. The landscape was mostly grasslands of red and gold, with the occasional river, hill, and stand of trees, just for variety. The pavilion itself was made of cured leather, the sides open, the main hearth blazing, and the tables laden with food. It made me think of pictures I'd seen from old travel magazines, of people having luxury safari banquets on the African savanna. My mom used to love travel magazines. The gods sat at the Thane's table, as one might expect. Valkyries hurried around serving everyone, though they got distracted when they saw Samira and came over to give her hugs and gossip. Once everyone was settled and the mead was poured, Odin pronounced in a grave voice, "Bring forth the walnut." Mallory rose. With a quick glance at Frigg, who nodded encouragement, Mallory walked to a freestanding stone pedestal in front of the hearth. She set down the walnut, then returned to her seat. The gods all leaned forward. Thor glowered. Tyr laced his left-hand fingers with the non-existent digits on his right hand. Frey stroked his blonde beard. Freya pouted. "I don't like walnuts, even if they are a great source of omega-3 fatty acids." "This walnut has no nutritional value, sister," Frey said. "It holds Loki." "Yes, I know." She frowned. "I was just saying, in general. Is Loki quite secure?" Tyr asked. "He won't pop out and challenge me to personal combat." The god sounded wistful, as if he'd been dreaming about that possibility. "The walnut will hold him," Frigg said. "At least until we return him to his chains." "Bah!" Thor raised his hammer. "I say I should just smash him right now. Save us all a lot of trouble." "Honey," said Sif, "we've talked about this." "Indeed," said Odin, his ravens squawking on the high back of his throne. "My noble son Thor, we've been over this approximately 8,630 times. I'm not sure you're using strategies for active listening. We cannot change our foretold destinies." Thor huffed. "Well, what's the use of being a god, then? I've got a perfectly good hammer and this nut is just begging to be cracked. Why not crack it?" That sounded like a pretty reasonable plan to me, but I didn't say so. I was not in the habit of disagreeing with Odin the Allfather, who controlled my afterlife and my minibar privileges at the Hotel Valhalla. "Maybe," I said, self-conscious as all eyes turned toward me. "I dunno. We could come up with a more secure place to keep him, at least. Like I'm just thinking aloud here, a maximum security prison with actual guards. And chains that aren't made from the intestines of his sons. Or, you know, we could just avoid the intestine thing altogether." Odin chuckled, like I was a puppy that had learned a new trick. "Magnus Chase, you and your friends have acted bravely and nobly. Now you must leave matters to the gods. We cannot change Loki's punishment in any meaningful way. We can only restore it to what it was, so that the great sequence of events leading to Ragnarok will be held in check. At least for now." "Humph." Thor quaffed his mead. "We keep delaying Ragnarok. Why not just get it over with? I could use a good fight." "Well, my son," said Frigg, "we are delaying Ragnarok because it will destroy the cosmos as we know it, and because most of us will die. You included. Besides," Heimdall added, "we just now got the ability to take quality selfies on our cell phones. Can you imagine how much better the tech will be in a few more centuries? I can't wait to VR stream the apocalypse to my millions of followers on the cyber cloud." With a pensive expression, Tyr pointed to a nearby copse of golden trees. "I will die right over there, killed by Garm, the guard dog of hell, but not before I smite his head in." I can't wait for that day. I dream of Garm's fangs ripping into my stomach. Thor nodded sympathetically, like yes, good times. I scanned the horizon. I, too, was destined to die here at Ragnarok, assuming I didn't get killed in some dangerous quest before then. I didn't know the exact location, but we might be having lunch in the very spot where I would be impaled, or Halfborn would fall with a sword in his gut, or Alex. Point one couldn't think about it. Suddenly I wanted to be anywhere but here. Samira coughed for attention. Lord Odin, she said, what are your plans for Loki, then, since his original bonds were cut? Odin smiled. Not to worry, my brave Valkyrie. Loki will be returned to the Cave of Punishment. We will put new enchantments upon the place to hide its location and prevent further breaches. We will reforge his bonds, making sure they are stronger than ever. The best dwarven smiths have agreed to undertake this task. The best dwarven smiths? Blitz asked. Heimdall nodded enthusiastically. We got a package deal on all 4 bindings from Eitri Jr. Blitz started to curse, but Hearthstone clamped a hand over his friend's mouth. I thought for sure Blitzen would get up and start throwing Expando ducks in a fit of rage. I see, said Samira, clearly not excited about Odin's plan. What about Sigyn? I asked. Will you let her stay by Loki's side again, if she wants? Odin frowned. I had not considered this. It wouldn't do any harm, I said quickly. She means well, I think. I'm pretty sure she didn't want him to escape in the first place. The gods muttered among themselves. Alex gave me a questioning look, no doubt wondering why I cared so much about the wife of Loki. I wasn't sure myself why I felt it was important. If Sigyn wanted to be by Loki's side, whether it was for compassion or some other reason, I figured it was the least the gods could do for her. Especially considering they'd murdered her kids and used the guts as chains for their dad. I remembered what Loki had told me about good and evil, gods and giants. He had a point. I wasn't necessarily sitting with the good guys. I was just sitting with one side of the final war. Very well, Odin decided. Sigyn may stay with Loki if she wishes. Any other questions about Loki's punishment? I could tell that a lot of my friends wanted to stand up and say yes. Are you crazy? But no one did. None of the gods raised objections or pulled out weapons. I must say, Freya noted, this is the best godly meeting we've had in centuries. She smiled at me. We try to avoid having too many of us together in one place. It usually leads to trouble. The last time was the flighting with Loki, Thor grumbled. In Agir's hall I didn't like being reminded of Agir, but it made me remember a promise. Lord Odin, I was supposed to bring Agir a sample of Kvasir's mead, as payment for him sort of not killing us and sort of letting us go, but never fear, Magnus Chase. I will speak with Agir on your behalf. I may even grant him a small sample of Kvasir's mead from my special reserve supply, assuming he'll put me on the list for his pumpkin spice. And me, Thor said. And me, said the other gods, raising their hands. I blinked. You have a special reserve supply of Kvasir's mead? Of course, said Odin. This raised some interesting questions, such as why had the gods made us run all around creation risking our lives to get that mead from the giants when Odin could have just handed me some? That simple solution probably hadn't even occurred to Odin. He was a leader, not a sharer. My father caught my eye. He shook his head like don't ask. Aesir are weird. Well, then. Odin pounded his fist on the table. I agree with Freya. This meeting has gone surprisingly well. We will take the walnut. We will send you heroes back to Valhalla to enjoy a great feast in your honor. Any other business before we adjourn? Lord Odin, Frey said. My son and his friends have done us a great service. Shouldn't we reward them? Isn't that customary? Odin nodded. I suppose you're right. I could make them all Einherjar in Valhalla. But, most of them already are. And the rest of us, Sam added quickly, would like to stay alive a little longer, Lord Odin, if you don't mind. Well, there you are. Odin said. As a reward, our living heroes will get to stay alive. I'll also give you each 5 autographed copies of my new book, Motivational Heroism. As for the Einherjar, in addition to the celebratory feast and the books, I'll throw in a complimentary Hotel Valhalla Turkish bathrobe for each of you. Odin seemed so pleased with himself, none of us had the heart to complain. We just nodded and smiled half-heartedly. Turkish bathrobe, TJ said. Staying alive, Blitz said. Nobody mentioned the autographed motivational books. Finally, Magnus Chase, said the All-Father, I understand you were the one who stood toe-to-toe with Loki and the brunt of his withering insults. Would you ask any special boon of the gods? I gulped. I looked around at my friends, trying to let them know that I didn't find it fair for me to get special treatment. Defeating Loki had been a group effort. That was the whole point. Waxing poetic about our team was what got Loki trapped, not my skill itself. Besides, I didn't keep a list of boons in my back pocket. I was a man of few needs. I was happy being boonless. Then I recalled my Uncle Randolph's last act of atonement, trying to steer me toward Kvasir's Mead. I thought about how sad and lonely his house seemed now, and how happy and peaceful I'd felt on the roof deck with Alex Fierro. I even remembered a bit of advice and Varys ring had whispered in my mind, right before I'd given the golden treasure back to the fish. Uthula. Inheritance. The hardest rune of all to make sense of. Actually, Lord Odin, I said, there is one favor I would ask. 47 surprises all around, some of them even good, your typical trip back home. Golf cart rides, trying to remember where we parked our warship, sailing into the treacherous mouth of an unknown river, getting sucked into rapids that shot us into the tunnels underneath Valhalla, jumping off a moving ship and watching the big banana disappear into the darkness, no doubt on its way to pick up the next lucky group of adventurers bound for glory, death, and Ragnarok, postponing shenanigans. The other Einherjar welcomed us as heroes and carried us to the feast hall for a big celebration. There we found that Helgi had arranged a special surprise for Samira, thanks to a tip-off from Odin himself. Standing by our regular table, looking very confused, wearing a name tag around his neck that proclaimed visitor. Mortal. Do not kill. Was Amir Fadlan. He blinked several times when he saw Sam. I am so confused. Are you real? Samira tented her hands over her face. Her eyes teared up. Oh. I'm real. I so want to hug you right now. Alex gestured at the crowds pouring in for dinner. You'd better not. Since we're all your extended family here, you've got several thousand heavily armed male chaperones present. I realized Alex was including himself in that group. At some point during the voyage home, he had shifted to male. This is... Amir looked around in wonder. Sam, this is where you work. Samira made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a joyful sob. Yes, my love. Yes, it is. And it's Eid al-Fitr, isn't it? Amir nodded. Our families are planning dinner together tonight. Right now. I didn't know if you would be free to yes. Samira turned to me. Would you give my apologies to the Thanes? No apologies necessary, I assured her. Does this mean Ramadan is over? Yes. I grinned. Sometime this week, I am taking you out for lunch. We're going to eat in the sunlight and laugh deal. She spread her arms. Air hug. Air hug, I agreed. Alex smirked. Looks like they'll need me for chaperone duty, if you all will excuse me. I didn't want to excuse him, but I didn't have much choice. Sam, Amir, and Alex rushed off to celebrate Eid and eat massive quantities of tasty food. For the rest of us, the evening was all about drinking mead, getting patted on the back a few thousand times, and hearing the Thanes give speeches about how great we were, even if the quality of heroes was much better back in their day. Above, in the branches of the tree of Lairadr, squirrels and wombats and tiny deer ran around as usual. Valkyries zipped here and there serving food and mead. Toward the end of the feast, Thomas Jefferson Jr. tried to teach us some of his old marching songs from the 54th Massachusetts. Half-born Gunderson and Mallory Keene alternately threw plates at each other and rolled around in the aisles, kissing, while the other Vikings laughed at them. It made my heart glad to see them together again. Though it also made me feel a little empty. Blitzen and Hearthstone had become such fixtures in Valhalla that Helgi announced they were being made honorary hotel guests, free to come and go as they pleased, though he made a point of saying they did not have rooms, or minibar keys, or any sort of immortality, so they should act accordingly and avoid flying projectiles. Blitz and Hearth were given large helmets that said honorary Einherji, which they didn't look too happy about. As the party was breaking up, Blitzen clapped me on the back, which was sore from all the other clapping that my back had received that night. We're heading out, kid. Gotta get some sleep. You guys sure? I asked. Everybody is heading to the after party. We're doing a tug of war over a lake of chocolate. Sounds fun, Hearthstone signed. But we will see you tomorrow. Yes. I knew what he was asking. Was I really serious about following through with my plan? The favor I'd asked Odin? Yeah, I promised. Tomorrow it is. Blitz grinned. You're a good man, Magnus. This is going to be awesome. The tug of war was fun, though our side lost. I think that's because Hunding was our anchor and he wanted to bathe in chocolate. At the end of the night, exhausted, happy, and doused in Hershey's syrup, I staggered back to my room. As I passed Alex Fierro's door, I stopped for a moment and listened, but I heard nothing. He was probably still out enjoying Eid al-Fitr with Sam and Amir. I hoped they were having a great celebration. They'd earned it. I stumbled into my room. I stood in the foyer, dripping chocolate all over the carpet. Luckily, the hotel had great magical clean-up service. I remembered the first time I'd entered this room, the day I died falling off the Longfellow Bridge. I had stared in wonder at all the amenities: the kitchen, the library, the couch and big screen TV, the big atrium with the starry night sky twinkling through the tree branches. Now there were more photos on the mantle. One or two magically appeared every week. Some were old pictures of my family, my mom, Annabeth, even Uncle Randolph and his kids and wife during happier times. But there were also newer pictures: me with my friends from floor 19, a photo I'd taken with Blitz and Hearth when we were still homeless. We'd borrowed somebody's camera to do a group selfie. How the Hotel Valhalla had retrieved that shot from the ether, I didn't know. Maybe Heimdall kept a cloud library of all selfies ever taken. For the first time, I realized that walking into this room felt like coming home. I might not live at the hotel forever. In fact, I'd just had lunch that afternoon at the place where I would probably die someday. Still, this felt like a good place to hang my sword. Speaking of which, point one off my neck chain, careful not to wake up Jack, and set his runestone pendant on the coffee table. He hummed contentedly in his sleep, probably dreaming of Percy's sword Riptide and all the other weapons he had loved. I wasn't sure how I was going to locate the god Bragi and get him to write an epic about Jack, but that was a problem for another day. I'd just pulled off my sticky chocolate-soaked shirt when a voice behind me said, "You might want to close the before you start changing turned." Alex leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chainmail sweater vest, his pink glasses low on his nose. He shook his head in disbelief. "Did you lose a mud wrestling contest?" I looked down. "It's chocolate." "Okay. I'm not going to ask." "How was I'd?" Alex shrugged. "Fine, I guess. A lot of happy people partying. Lots of food and music. Relatives hugging each other. Not really my scene." "Right. I left Sam and Amir in good company with their whole families. They looked happy, doesn't he cover it? Delighted. Ecstatic. Head over heels." I suggested. "Over the moon." Alex met my eyes. "Yeah. That works." Drip. Drip. Chocolate dribbled from my fingertips in a completely suave and attractive way. "So, anyway," Alex said. "I was thinking about your proposal." My throat constricted. I wondered if I had a chocolate allergy I didn't know about, and I was dying in a new and interesting manner. "My what?" I squeaked. "About the mansion," he clarified. "What did you think I meant?" "No, of course. The proposal about the mansion." "Absolutely. I guess I'm in," he said. "When do we start?" Great. Tomorrow we can do the initial walkthrough. I'll get the keys. Then we wait for the lawyers to do their thing. Maybe a couple of weeks." "Perfect. Now go take a shower. You're disgusting." "I'll see you at breakfast." "Okay." He turned to leave, then hesitated. "One more thing." He walked up to me. "I've also been thinking about your declaration of undying love or whatever." I didn't. It wasn't. He clamped his hands on the sides of my gooey face and kissed me. I had to wonder, was it possible to dissolve into chocolate on a molecular level and melt into a puddle on the carpet? Because that's how I felt. I'm pretty sure Valhalla had to resurrect me several times during the course of that kiss. Otherwise, I don't know how I was still in one piece when Alex finally pulled away. He studied me critically, his brown and amber eyes taking me in. He had a chocolate mustache and goatee now, and chocolate down the front of his sweater vest. I'll be honest. A small part of my brain thought, Alex is male right now. I have just been kissed by a dude. How do I feel about that? The rest of my brain answered, I have just been kissed by Alex Fierro. I am absolutely great with that. In fact, I might have done something typically embarrassing and stupid, like making the aforementioned declaration of undying love, but Alex spared me. He shrugged. I'll keep thinking about it. I'll get back to you. In the meantime, definitely take that shower. He left, whistling a tune that might have been a Frank Sinatra song from the elevator, Fly Me to the Moon. I'm great at following orders. I went to take a shower. 48 The chase space becomes a place. Odin's lawyers were good. In 2 weeks, all the paperwork was done. Odin had to wrangle with various Boston zoning commissions, the mayor's office, and several neighborhood associations, but he'd cleared those hurdles in record time, as only a god with infinite money and a background in motivational speaking could. Uncle Randolph's will had been fully executed. Annabeth had cheerfully signed off. "I think this is awesome, Magnus," she said on the phone from California. "You are amazing. I kind of needed some good news right now." That set my ears buzzing. Why did Annabeth sound like she'd been crying? "You okay, cuz?" She paused for a long time. "I will be. We got some bad news when we got out here." I waited. She didn't elaborate. I didn't push. She would tell me if and when she wanted to. Still, I wished I could pull her through the phone and give her a hug. Now that she was on the other coast, I wondered when I would see her again. Did Einherjar ever make it out to the west coast? I'd have to ask Samira. "Percy okay?" I asked. "Yeah, he's fine," she said. "Well, as fine as can be expected." I heard his muffled voice in the background. "He wants to know if any of his advice helped you on the sea voyage," Annabeth relayed. "Absolutely," I said. "Tell him I kept my butt clenched the entire trip, just like he said." That got a broken laugh. "I'll tell him take care of yourself." She drew a shaky breath. "I will, you, too. We'll talk more next time I saw you." That gave me hope. There would be a next time. Whatever was going on in my cousin's life, whatever bad news she was dealing with, at least my friends and I had won her and Percy a reprieve from Ragnarok. I hoped they would have a chance at happiness. I said my goodbyes and got back to work. In 2 more weeks, the Chase Mansion was open for business. Our first guests moved in on July 4th, Independence Day. It had taken Alex and me several days to convince them that our offer was serious and not some sort of scam. "We know where you're at," Alex told these kids. "We been homeless, too. You can stay for as long or as little time as you want. No judgment. No expectations. Just mutual respect, okay?" They came in, wide-eyed and shaking with hunger, and they stayed. We didn't advertise our presence in the neighborhood. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We certainly didn't rub it in the neighbors' faces. But in the legal documents, the mansion was called the Chase Space, a residence for homeless youth. Blitzen and Hearthstone moved in. They served as cooks, tailors, and life advisors for the kids. Hearth taught them sign language. Blitz let the kids work in his shop, Blitzen's Best, which was right down the street and had reopened just in time for the high shopping season. Alex and I went back and forth between Valhalla and the mansion, helping out, recruiting new kids. Some stayed a long time. Some didn't. Some only wanted a sandwich or pocket money or a bed for the night. They disappeared the next morning. That was okay. No judgment. Occasionally, I'd pass one of the bedrooms and find Alex with her arm around some new kid who was crying his or her eyes out for the first time in years, Alex just being there, listening, understanding. She'd look up, then motion with her head for me to keep moving, like give me some space, Chase. That first day we were open, the 4th of July, we had a party for our guests on the roof deck. Blitzen and Hearthstone grilled hamburgers and hot dogs. The kids hung out with us, watching the fireworks explode over the hatch shell on the esplanade, lights crackling through the low clouds and washing the Back Bay brownstones in red and blue. Alex and I reclined next to each other in the lounge chairs, where we'd sat after killing the wolf in Randolph's library weeks before. She reached over and took my hand. She hadn't done that since we were marching invisibly toward the ship of the dead. I didn't question the gesture. I didn't take it for granted. I decided just to enjoy it. You have to do that with Alex. She is all about change. Moments don't last. You've got to enjoy each one for what it is. This is good, she said. I didn't know if she meant what we'd accomplished with Chase Space, or the fireworks, or holding hands, but I agreed. Yeah. It is. I thought about what might come next. Our jobs as Einherjar were never over. Until Ragnarok, we would always have more quests to undertake, more battles to fight. And I still had to find the god Bragi and convince him to write Jack his epic. Also, I'd learned enough about Uthula to know that your inheritance never leaves you alone. Just as Hearthstone had had to revisit Alfheim, I had difficult things still to deal with. Chief among them, that dark road to Helheim, the voices of my dead relatives, my mom calling to me. Hel had promised that I would see my mom again someday. Loki had threatened that the spirits of my family would suffer for what I had done to him. Eventually, I would have to seek out the frozen land of the dead and see for myself. But for now, we had fireworks. We had our friends, new and old. I had Alex Fierro next to me, holding my hand. It might stop at any moment. We Einherjar know we are destined to die. The world will end. The big picture cannot be changed. But in the meantime, as Loki once said, we can choose to alter the details. That's how we take control of our destiny. Sometimes, even Loki can be right.